Hello. Wait to see if anybody stops in. Hi, Danger. I was just looking at Elon. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about that. My bad. I was looking at Elon supporting the far right there in Germany. And I don't know, I think it's pretty apparent that, yeah, it was a Nazi salute. But it's kind of disappointing sometimes when, you know, I don't know, like smart people will be like, no, that wasn't a Nazi salute. And it's like, but look, like even before he did it, these are the people that he supports, like he's definitely anti Semitic, I mean, he just is. And that's my opinion. I think it's pretty well documented. Like, he's literally now campaigning for that far right group in Germany. It's so weird, like the things that okay, a lot of firemen, they die from heart attacks. They'll, like, be in the middle of sleeping in the station, and then that alarm goes off, and they fight the fire and everything, but then they end up having a heart attack. Um, they don't call it natural. Oh, thank you, Tander, for telling me. That's very encouraging. But they don't call it like not. They don't say, "Oh, it's natural. It was a natural." I mean, it. The injury happened at work, so it's the same. Like if you, hurt your back at work, and then it's a work injury. And yet for those Capitol policemen, instead of like certain group being able to be like, yeah, it was just a real travesty of justice. I mean, it was just terrible. It was disgusting. It was a disgusting display. And even if no one had, passed away, uh, I mean, yeah, there's lots of people who have been in the service, but that doesn't mean that if they were breaking into your home and you told them to, like, stand down, don't come any, don't be crawling through that window like that. You wouldn't be like, oh, when you were in the service, oh, well, come on in then. You know what I mean? Like, I was just watching, how, I mean, my God, there's just no doubt that the whole thing, you know, basically, I even think, I mean, it was attempted murder. Like, they were spraying like WD 40. They were pulling back like the tear gas mask of the Capitol Police or the masks or whatever, with spraying WD-40 in them and then putting them back on their face and covering the filter part of it, like trying to kill them. And then you get somebody outside with a megaphone and Patriots, come on, we can get in now, Patriots, Patriots. That's not patriotic. Just because you're wearing a flag or you've got a spear with a flag on it. I mean, it's, the thought of if they'd have gotten a hold of them people is what's really disturbing, but for some people to, yeah, straight up treason. Yep, absolutely. And I mean, the riots that had been going on in DC, like on December 12th, people stabbed and, like, one shooting, like, come on. It's quite apparent that, in my opinion, Elon is a Nazi, and people who can only have sympathy for, uh, I mean, my God, there was the guy Scalise, the Congressman Scalise, Republican. Um, he had been shot at, um, and the Capitol Police, that were there to protect at it was like at a practice for some baseball game between, Republicans and Democrats of Congress, whatever, and this guy showed up who was by himself. He didn't want, he didn't want Trump to be president. So this was like in 2017. And, he ends up getting killed, the guy. But still those officers that were there, they went out on the field, like, a couple of them got shot themselves because they went out on the field to protect those Republicans. And then Scalise said the same, that he said that the Capitol Police on the 6th saved his life. Watching videos in their face of, you know, that Ashley Babbitt, yes, she was in the service. And then uh she had also been, I mean, she was a little off the chain, you know, like was driving into her ex's or her current whatever's ex or something SUV, plowing into the car repeatedly over and over again. I mean, it's one thing to support who you want to support. It's another thing to be so ridiculous. Like, so if he'd have lost this time, it would have been the same thing. But suddenly now they weren't fixed because he won. I'm just saying there's obvious talk that can be had about these things. But when I see people that like, I mean, like if you're gonna make a post about something and you want to talk about like, a shortage of saline because of Hurricane Helene, why put, at the end of the Biden administration? I mean, what does it have to do with anything? What do you think he controls the weather or like yeah, and convicted felon for, something sexual. I mean, like, hi Sophia. Yeah, and now we got Musk over there in Germany campaigning for a group that hasn't led Germany since Hitler. He's just and Trump signed in the like over death sentences to well, no, each state is like death firing squads. I mean, I find it weird, like that the pharmaceutical companies like what got like a heart where like, oh no, these drugs aren't meant to be taking lives, uh like the pharmaceutical companies are against the death sentence. I mean, like, come on, they give people a death sentence all the time. It's very odd to me that there's so much more to be focused on than somebody saying, "Oh, at the end of the Biden administration, there's saline shortage," and I don't know why people are lying and talking about eggs going up. That's a lie. Like, why the fuck are people gonna lie about eggs going up? Go out, go get your fucking eggs and your wild bird flu or avian bird flu, whatever the fuck it is. Go get it. You can get a deal on it. More power to you. What's really annoying is, well, first of all, No BS is not Ministry of Truth. They are two different people. So I find it like, a couple of crazies. Not No BS in ministry. I'm talking about fucking the person who sits there and first they're like talking about Tanger, then they're oh well, No BS is ministry. Ministry is No BS. Like something to do with her kalimba. Like what the fuck are you even talking about? Hey Chris, there's stuff going on in the fucking world that's off the chain. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Yeah, they are obsessed with the tanja. I mean, I don't know if um, anybody had gotten the chance to listen to the full video. Like, where, you know how, okay, sorry to bring you up, buddy, but whatever. Where e-beggars had made a video acting like as if I was talking about net in the video, but I wasn't. Months before, when me and Net had been fighting, but what he did was he like inserted that in there just because he wants to, like, start fights. And this is like an older video that he made. How many fucking videos you gotta make trying to make people fight? I mean, really, e-bangers, you're not. Your videos are so stupid anyway. Because when I went and I listened to the full actual context, I was just blown away. Because I remember it now. I was like, why was he talking about yarn? Oh, tell her I said happy birthday. I'm so sorry. I, uh, I was all kind of fired up about watching. I was watching something on YouTube, and I was just like, what the fuck? But I was like, why was he talking about yarn anyway? And then listened. And I don't know if you guys remember that Mrs. Portland that they fucking tortured. I mean, tortured the lady. And you could tell, she had maybe, some kind of something going on. You know what I mean? She wasn't doing anything really. She was just like, I never watched her or anything. I mean, yeah. You remember why there was about the young. Yeah, because they had fucking struck her channel because she had made some little yarn cross and was just like offering to sell them, like to people. But everything she did on her channel and all her channels, they just took them down. Everything she did, and I remember watching, where they had the cops go to her house and stuff. That sounds good, Chris. And so she had made these little crosses. I think she was selling them for maybe $5, something. And I must have said something like, "Wow, that's pretty mean to harass the lady over, some little yarn crosses that she made." And so his video about yarn was, according to him, a parody. A parody of what, buddy? A parody of it's not like a real thing, like it's not like, yeah, that is so silly. It was no parody. It was just like total defamation of how, I supported anti anti God or something, anti Jesus crosses because they were made out of yarn. Yarn is made out of cotton. That's what he says anyway. Which I don't know. I always think of yarn being made out of like sheep's wool. But I also support uh shaving sheep. Like, why wouldn't I support shaving sheep? I mean, like, it's a bad thing for them not to get sheared. I supported the abuse of silkworms. Um, I supported this, and that, and the other thing. Like, and it went on and on and on and on and on and on. I had some steak chips. I mean, so for him to pull that out, it's like, I don't know, to re-listen to the real video, the whole thing, he just kind of sounds like a very petty person who, just like with the egg thing, and to try to negate that, there was only one murder at the riots that day, and the other ones had nothing to do with that. Come on now, buddy. Like, come on. Like, you can't have sympathy for, you don't know if those Capitol Police were Republican or Democrat. But the only one you want to acknowledge is somebody who shouldn't have been there in the first fucking place. She'd still be alive if she wasn't trying to come through a broken window. I don't like your name. Dooley. Sorry. Yeah, and I mean, no acknowledgement. And yes, I did know she was in the service, chicken, by the way. I did know that. I don't just pick one person to feel a certain kind of way about, and then I think I looked at the whole entire event as just disgusting. And December 12th, right before it was disgusting. I mean, that wasn't the first riot going on because of him saying, we're going to take it. We're going to take it. We're not leaving. We're not leaving. That's ridiculous. Ugh, gosh, fucking weirdos these people are, aren't they? Fucking weirdos. I mean, who were the cops that got tried, though? And, he pardoned some cops. Like, there was, like, one or two, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, like, those are, when people will go, oh, and these are adult women acting like this. It's like, what about the adult men that are acting like that? Like, that's just ridiculous, I mean, it's very disappointing, though, to see people saying, people who you think, like, are smart that are like fucking saying that, I mean, anybody like who really does their research and or just, is current with current events would know that what Elon has supported, and that I'll tell you what I found out though tonight that I didn't know about was that in 1862, Grant put out this my god, what was it called? I'll have to go on my other computer so I can this oh my god, I could not believe, yeah, why is he worried about Germany? You know what I mean? Like, it's just so, I don't know. But in 1862, Grant put this thing out about Jews, a and they made the Jews, like, leave their homes and stuff, and they made it I couldn't believe what I mean, I was like, actually reading it was just like, "Oh my god, this is incredible." Had no clue that that had happened, like, here in the US, and they were blaming the Jews for profiting off cotton or something, and most of them had nothing to do with, with the cotton at all, like, it was so crazy. Um, California used to be Mexico. Oh, Jesus. Hold on a minute. Sorry, my dog is barking because, of course, if somebody goes out, he barks. But um, now was that no? Because that was like in Texas, right? Yeah. So how did it end up in their hands? Do you know? I mean, I'm fucking irate right now, like thinking about if that guy he's talking about opening up, a Tesla plant there, and I'm thinking to myself, if this motherfucker is thinking about like labor camps again to build his fucking stupid car, I'm just disgusted, man. And you know what? I'm so grossed out. I mean, I'm really grossed out. Like, and the thing is, too, is like, I don't really think, I don't really think that, God damn, man, that's gross. What the fuck would write something like that? What the hell is wrong with people? They're so gross. I really do hope like people like that just absolutely just burn in hell. I really do. If it really does come down to where it's like the end of the world, I really just hope fucking meteor strikes the earth. And I can't even believe somebody would write something like that. It's fucking gross, isn't it? And you know what? That's how all that shit happened. Because it wasn't just somebody like me that they were doing that shit to, they would do it to all Jews because they would make it like they were the villain of everything. Yeah, they are, aren't they? Out in full dumbass force. The dum-dums unite. Dum-dums unite. There's a lot of people in the world that are real freaking evil kind of people, and we're watching one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen, in my opinion. Could say worse. I know, right? Go ahead, say it, Diane. Now you got me intrigued. They are pretty funny. They They're flat out, straight out too, like honest about it. I'm in shock myself about when they do some of the, not them, but other channels, and they're like talking to people and asking them questions and shit, and then I was like, oh my god, it's terrible. I don't know, what is it, Gen X or Gen Z, the ones that's like from 0 to 14 now, the iPad ones, the iPad generation. And they were showing these videos of them, and they're like 2 and 3. And this one, the pilot had to actually turn the plane around on the runway and get the family off, because the 3-year-old was banging its head and everything. Because people have to turn their devices and stuff off while plane's taking off, and he didn't want to get off his iPad. 3 years old. Crazy shit. really crazy. Yeah, I'd say so. Bad parents, absolutely. Absolutely. That kid must have had such a dependency on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what was consistent to him. So to take it away was another one was like a little 2-year-old girl screaming, I want to like that. Like, I would have taken the iPad and fucking smashed it. So there you go. Done. Read. Here's a book. I was wondering if Trump can read, because I wonder if that's why he goes on so many kind of wild rants in his speeches, and they really don't make any sense. Because maybe like if he had a speechwriter and then he's looking at it and he's like, oh, blah, 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 I can't even see it or this or that. And so he just starts, going freestyling it, like, I'm not trying to be any kind of way. I was just wondering because sometimes, people don't know. I don't know. They didn't mention anything like that. These kids all just seem like little brats, like for that particular generation that doesn't even lift their head up from their devices and everything. You know what I mean? It's like, what is it? Gen Z? Gen Z? Is that it? Maybe. I don't know. Cindy's party must be hopping. I feel bad that I forgot about it. It's like 2 weeks after her birthday. No, sorry, just kidding. Yeah, this cat. But even if it was a what? Sitch? Oh, Cindy was sick. Oh, you mean like in between? Okay. Oh my god, cat, stop. Um, Trying to find what? Cindy's? I didn't get one either. Why the fuck would I have OnlyFans? Do, 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 do. Okay, so it was called ooh, General Order Number 11 by Ulysses S. Grant on December 17th, 1862. And I think it's kind of insane that I never knew about this. I mean, not saying it's insane that I never knew about it. It's insane that they don't teach this in history. General Order Number 11 was a controversial Union Army order issued by Ulysses S. Grant on December 17th, 1862, during the Vicksburg campaign of the American Civil War. The order expelled all Jews from Grant's military district, comprising areas of Tennessee, Mississippi, and Kentucky. Grant issued the order in an effort to reduce corruption among Union Army personnel and stop the illicit trade in Southern produced cotton, which he perceived as being run mostly by Jews and their unprincipled traders. I mean, are they fucking kidding me right now? During the war, the Lincoln administration had authorized licensed traders to do business with the Union Army, which created a market for unlicensed ones. Why would it create a market for unlicensed ones? That wouldn't that be like the dark web? Oh, you mean like that guy Ross Ulbricht that he just pardoned? Oh, sure. Um, During the war, okay, we already said that. Unauthorized license to do business with you. Okay. Union Army commanders in the South were responsible for administering the trade licenses and trying to control the black market in Southern cotton, in addition to their regular military duties. Did you guys know this? Maybe you guys aren't interested in history. I find history pretty interesting, but this is fucked that they were trying to villainize Jews then too. Like, that's fucked up. At Holly Springs, Mississippi, the supply depot of Grant's troops, Jews were rounded up and forced to leave the city on foot. Hello, DJ Darren. Oh, you knew about this? Uh, on December 20th, 1862, that's so fucked up. 3 days after Grant's order, Confederate States Army troops, led by Major General Earl Van Dam, raided Holly Springs, preventing the potential expulsion of further Jews. Although delayed by Van Dam's raid, so it wasn't that he was there to prevent that. It was it was just a battle of their holy shit, I just am like in shock right now, really. Uh Grant's order was fully implemented in Paducah, whatever, I'm probably not saying it right, Kentucky, where 30 Jewish families were forcibly expelled from the city. Jewish community leaders protested, and there was an outcry from members of the United States Congress and media outlets to the order. President Abraham Lincoln responded by countermanding it on January 4th, 1863. Grant claimed during his 1863 presidential campaign that he had not issued the order due to any anti Semitism, but as a way to address a problem that certain Jews had caused. Wow. You can get the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, Jews are bad people. They're horrible. Horrible. I watched some group called Fuck Around and Find Out or something like that, which is, all black. And then also the white supremacist groups, all white, all marching through the streets being fucking violent. But this motherfucker comes in here and says Jews are evil. And that is the head of people. They're fucking sick. Just gross. Just gross. Nevertheless, he expressed regret for his decision. Historians and Grant biographers have generally been critical of the order. Oh, have they? Because I never even fucking heard of it. I think it's fucking gross that that motherfucker Musk is over there in Germany giving them $450 fucking million for their campaign, screaming fight, fight, fight. Fucking gross. Just really gross. Really gross. And we're gonna vote with these people. Like, not very bright people. I mean, it's obvious that, that's just my opinion. I mean, well, thank you, Frankie. I appreciate that. Thank you. Disclaimer, I do not own all of the audio contained within this video. Oh, by the way, I was talking to a police officer today, and I asked him what he thought about it, and he's disgusted. He's disgusted at the lack of support for the police by what's, happened. And I think, hello, Glenn. And I just really, yes, that is very nice of you. Disclaimer, I do not own all of the audio contained within this video, but I am using it within the Furious Act guidelines. It's been altered in speed. It's for commentary, educational, critiquing purposes within the Furious Act guidelines.
Attacked so brutally that it's really unimaginable. Ripping gas masks off officers' faces, spraying their face with things like WD-40, motor oil, pepper spray, and then pushing the gas mask back on their face and covering the filter. So that's basically.
Oh, that's normal. That's normal. Isn't it? That's just so, they're just trying to get their point across, I guess.
Suffocating them.
Democrats had this election rigged right from the beginning. This is a fraud.
But if he won, it wouldn't have been just like this one, right? This one wasn't, because he won.
Tremendous voter fraud. It's a corrupt system.
The American people believe that the election was not fair, that there was a lot of fraud.
You're not really American people when you're storming the Capitol building and trying to suffocate cops and, basically just being an all-out dick. That's my opinion. These are my opinions. I'm not saying that anybody has to agree with me or anything. These are just my opinions,
Stop till it gets reversed.
Joe Biden, you will never be my president.
I tried to steal this election in front of everyone.
Alex Jones. Okay, well, we all saw what happened to him. I mean, I'm just saying, like, the violence of the, that was yelling and the screaming, and this is just yeah.
As I told them 20 years ago, I tell them again, I don't know how this is going to end, but if they want to fight, they better believe they...
What the hell is he yelling about? What did he tell them 20 years ago? What did he tell them 20 years ago?
So Donald Trump chose January 6th because he knew the Congress would be meeting in.
But not to mention the rallies that had gone on in December. On December 12th, people got stabbed and shot and everything.
The Capitol.
It's pretty clear that what they wanted was to stop the certification of the election.
Democrats attempted the most brazen and outrageous election theft, and there's never been anything like this.
It had already been confirmed that it wasn't. I don't understand why this one wasn't considered a theft then. Why is this one not a theft, but that one was? That's oh, that's right. Okay.
And we're going to have to fight much harder. We're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Like, why would he walk to the Capitol? You know what I mean? Unless...
I believe that President Trump invited and incited the mob in plain view because he held a rally by the White House.
I mean, I think it's very odd that Proud Boys didn't even, form until 2016. I find that really odd.
When he invited them to go to the Capitol.
You could see all these protesters lining up outside these little fences. So there's probably a few hundred at that point. And a handful of cops doesn't stop, not enough cops to protesters.
And that's so weird because, you would have think that would have already been done. Like, they knew that there had been protests going around. So it's odd to me that they wouldn't have already had some kind of a plan in order,
They got in.
So now somebody goes, okay, they got in, right? Shut the fuck fuck? Is that not fucking nuts? It says right there, area closed. It was closed because of COVID and everything. It wasn't open to the fucking public. Hi, Justin.
Tear down the barriers. Leads are moving. This is actually happening, people.
See, I'd like to know. I don't even. I mean, I'm sorry. Like, not right now, Justin. I'm sorry. I don't understand how, like, these Capitol Police that are standing there when they're pulling those gates down, the barricades and stuff. They didn't know if when they got in there they were gonna kill people or what their plan was. So I find it really disturbing that they're all just kind of standing there. I mean, they really are. They're just standing there, letting them do this. I know they had no backup, but right at that point, I would have shot in the air or something, fired up into the air. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, just standing there though. You know, these guys are armed. They don't know if these other guys are. They have a right to protect themselves. You know, I can't. That's why I'm wondering who the cop was that you know, he pardoned. Why would they need orders to do that? Like, they have every right to protect people, you know? That's what they're there for. Where they need an order to, oh, if somebody's attacking somebody to protect them? I mean, like, that's.
The crowd was just growing larger and larger by the minute. I was on the west front looking west, so
He don't give orders to fire. When that guy was shooting, you know, when it was reversed and it was, you know, a Democrat, oh yeah, I saw that. I did see that. Um, like with the congressional baseball game there in 2017, you know, for practice, they shot him. They shot that guy. They didn't have to wait for Trump's okay then. But here, I mean,
I could just see the hundreds, thousands of people coming towards the Capitol from downtown DC. And very quickly, we just became entirely overrun, and
I would have fired a gun up into the air.
we're so greatly outnumbered that it felt like the whole building became surrounded. It was very frightening.
So go get him.
We saw things starting to get out of control. Them, you know, people climbing the wall, trying to get in, fighting the officers, you know, trying to get over the barriers and that sort of thing.
That's disgusting. I don't know how they sit there and say that it was, yeah, the audacity to gaslight us and call that a peaceful protest. But Elon wasn't doing a Nazi salute. I'm just like, what the heck? Wow, they're just smashing everything. Yeah, that's terrible, man. Thank you, Diane.
They wanted to commit acts of violence against.
Oh my God, there's the gallows with the hanging. Like, come on, that's how they even have time to build that quickly. This was like all planned because they said that he had a speech the night before.
Members of Congress, because that's what they said.
Off with their heads. Off with their heads. That's what the sign says. Off with their heads. Screaming, whose house is this? It's America's. Buddy, you don't own it, motherfucker.
Do you want your house back? Take it!
Oh my God. They're the ones with all the tear gas and everything.
That one broke my glasses. Holy, look at that.
Oh, big deal. Your fucking sunglass got broken one side.
They're dead. They're going in. Holy.
So I get up and I look and I see
How disgusting. I mean, there's historic value. No, that's not true. Yeah, that is not true. You gotta watch the one with 187 minutes and all of even his side there, his own daughter and stuff says no, they kept asking him to do something and he wouldn't.
now it looks like protesters are coming through the police line.
Now they want revenge now that they're out. That's what they're saying.
Most of the fights that you saw between the rioters and the police were noticed mostly in that pit. It was almost like a wrestling ring, but that's on the.
Yeah, and then once they got past there, I feel maybe she gave him too much credit. Maybe she didn't think he'd do something like that. You know, maybe she was, I don't know, because they were blaming her. Maybe she felt like if she hadn't have even been around, whatever, he wouldn't have been that way. Who knows? But it was obviously, I mean, him and his supporters who did it. I mean, otherwise there wouldn't have been, you know.
The west side. On the east side is where these stairs were. So I'm sitting there in my cab. I noticed two Trump supporters, two rioters, jump over the fence. They rocked back the fence to the point where they actually ran over the Capitol Police Department.
See, it's so terrible, man.
I need y'all to protect yourself.
It was what felt like thousands of people and very few officers, and it was sort of difficult.
And who knows? She might not have even known what was going on outside.
To move because the crowd was so large.
This is insanity. City, man. It goes all the way down.
So you got a bunch of people in a crowd. They're all packed tightly. They're all pushing forward. They're all trying to get over one another. You know, somebody falls and they're stepping on your chest, or you're crushed. Up against a wall or something along those lines, you know, very easily. You know, you can suffer traumatic injury.
I thought my entire squad was behind me, but it was only 3 or 4 of their officers. So we pushed forward to try to.
Why? That's a shame. See, yeah, there's something to do with the fact that there was what 2 cops I think that he pardoned. So I mean that's a shame that this guy thinks his entire squad is behind him and they weren't. Where were they?
Stop them, but we could only make it so far before we were attacked, and that's when I was struck in the face and knocked back, and then before I knew it I was attacked from the right side too, and I just was on my back and my helmet had come down or someone was on top of me, and
I don't even know why those people got pardoned. That's terrible. No. No. He told her. They were coming through a broken window. And other people too that were witnesses there said they did shout out that like stand down or get back. And she didn't. But here's a concept. Maybe she shouldn't have been there. Because if somebody, has, their own personal gun to protect their house, and Ashley Babbitt was coming through your window, and you said, stop, freeze. What do you mean no one had a weapon? She even had a knife. If she was coming in your house, if she smashed your window and she was coming in your house, you're going to be like, oh, it's fine. I mean, that's not their building. They don't own that building. That's America's. Like, it's got historical significance. Those people had to run and hide with their emails open and letters on the desk. Those people had no right to be there. That's what I'm wondering. Who was the ones that he ended up pardoning? Like, I keep meaning to look it up, and maybe somebody could look it up. No, because there obviously was some Capitol Police that ended up getting in trouble. And like, with the fire hydrant thing, not fire hydrant, I'm sorry, the extinguisher, the fire extinguisher. In the, how like they have like a camera in the vestibule out there or whatever. And before that whole riot had started, while they were still going through the the thing inside, then when it definitely wasn't as loud as it seems, as it was outside going on. The people who were walking in, right, but on the inside, those people, I mean, obviously they weren't even supposed to be there because it was shut down for COVID. But that fire extinguisher, for some reason, it's right there. It's really weird. It's not on the wall or nothing. It's down on the ground behind one of the little well, I'm glad you got a great day out of that because the future's looking pretty bleak.
I just couldn't see anything. And there I remember thinking that I might not make it home alive today.
Oh yeah, he's a great guy. See, he sounds like a great guy when that Capitol Police officer and these firefighter, paramedics, and first responders, like,
saw some of the sicker patients, right? We saw the cardiac arrest. We saw some of the traumatic injuries. The barriers that MPD were trying to keep people back with the fences. They were actually using those to carry patients out on.
Now you're sounding a little bit ridiculous. I'm gonna put you in timeout to you. You do. You sound like a fucking weirdo. People with a mind know that the future doesn't look great. I say within a month we're all fucking done. I mean, oh yeah, the future looks great with Elon over there with the Nazis. Come on now. Fucking stop it. Dumb.
There was one individual who was tormenting and teasing us, saying we're getting in that building. And I remember thinking, no, you're not. There's no way that you'll be able to be that brazen and that aggressive to actually make it.
Right, stupid fucking thought process there. Hallelujah! It's a great day! That's ridiculous, man. That's like fucking demented.
Past us. But he was right, unfortunately.
Oh, look, smashing that window. They shot her! Well, she shouldn't have been there. That's not her, though. This is Dominic Pizzola, member of far-right group, the Proud Boys. Oh, they got no weapons. Not at all. Fucking crazy. That's disgusting. He should have. You know what? That cop right there, that first person coming in that window, should have took him out right then and there. And the rest of them, fucking learn. Yeah. Listen to him yelling, Nancy, Nancy.
They are marching through now.
Oh my. That is the most disrespectful display. Well, how disrespectful. I don't think I've ever seen anything less patriotic than this. Are you guys still with me, or is this like... no wonder why it's happening when we're outnumbered by fools or people don't speak out. It's just no wonder why. Right? We're doomed. Fucking doomed. Silence is... Oh, thank you, Sophia. Thank you. You know what, Sophia? I'm scared anyway. Scared anyway. I'm fucking petrified. So may as well call it out, right? Petrified. Petrified. I'm sick of being scared because of fucking freaks like that busting into places thinking they own the fucking place.
Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, was in the House chamber. So she's in one chamber, and on the other hand, Vice President Mike Pence was presiding over the Senate vote. Those two politicians were the most vulnerable that day. They were both singled out as
Terrible.
targets of the mob.
Is not about the good people of Arizona. I will stand in recess.
I know. And if there was like, say, I don't know, say it was me and you, Sophia, and then 27 people who were screaming and yelling like that and shit. What are we gonna fucking do? You know what I mean? Sick. And that is how things end up. That's how things, because people don't, they don't want to upset anybody, and they don't want to be the target of a bunch of, unhinged, unpatriotic people who just don't care about anybody else except themselves. So they just, well, stay silent and think that their silence is like, they feel like their silence is, like in the, like, how stupid are people? Oh, we don't like Antifa. That's anti-fascism. Why would you not like anti-fascism? It's fucking crazy.
Listen to the call of the chair. Who boss? Thank you.
Yeah. And then if you have any friends that might be LGBTQ, disabled, or Jewish, or maybe, I don't know, something else, I don't know. Maybe, 40 years from now, you can make jokes and say, fire up the ovens, and think it's funny. That's not patriotic, what they're doing. That is not patriotic. No, it isn't your house, buddy. No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
What's the purpose of storming Congress itself?
Because they work for us. They don't get to steal it from us.
Oh, fuck off, buddy. People voted, and you lost. Now all these freaks are out again. Own personal hit squad. They're going on, looks like to me. Own little personal militia. Just my opinion. It's just my opinion.
They don't get to tell us we didn't see what we saw.
What did you see, buddy? What did you see, bud? What did you see? Okay, bye. Hi, Angel Baby. No, actually, I'm a patriot, Tia. I'm a patriot. If you want to call me a liberal or Republican or middle of the road, independent, whatever the fuck, I can tell you this. I'm way more patriotic than you, Tia.
It was a very close call on the Senate side because they cleared the Senate floor moments before the mob broke in. It could have been much.
That paperwork. That's none of their fucking business. They shouldn't be there.
Much worse on the Senate side. They took over the floor, and the so-called shaman even sat in Mike Pence's chair. So they violated the Senate in a way they didn't.
Fucking gross, man. These are like,
didn't violate the House.
That's just disgustingly sick. Sorry. There we are, Destiny.
So some people have asked me, why didn't we start shooting? You have 16 bullets in that gun. There's 1,000 people.
That's just. Um,
What are you going to do? How are you going to stop them?
Because you imagine if there was a swarm of bees all over you, and they were very relentless, constantly yelling racial epithets and whatever else it might be.
oh, that's not patriotic at all, man. Yeah, they are laughing at us. Tolly? Croc. Yeah, animals. And now they're out and they want revenge. Isn't that disgusting?
Going into some of these offices and seeing how much destruction they cause with just ripping up filing cabinets, throwing papers all over, throwing books off the wall, and just.
Those are fucking papers they need, motherfuckers. They're running the country. Unbelievable, man. This is disgusting. And these motherfuckers are all like, we're glad he put it on.
Destroying, breaking windows, breaking whatever they could.
Disgusting. How disrespectful. Going through their computers and shit. Oh my god. Disgusting, right? Anyway, just gross. Look at them. Oh, they didn't have no weapons. Uh-huh.
A majority of the crowd was drunk. That's something that a lot of news stations did not speak on. They were day drinking, and a lot of them were drunk. You smell the alcohol in their breath.
We want justice.
They were drunk. So they said they were day drinking. They said the Proud Boys hung out at this bar. They had already had 3 riots like this. In December, 4 people stabbed, 1 shot. Fucking, this is disgusting.
We want equal fair vote.
Guy's fucking hammered.
We want a fair vote. We want a fair vote.
You want a fair vote? Did you even vote? Did these people even vote?
Nancy Pelosi was spirited out of the chamber. I did not see that because she was below me.
Like, what if they would have got them? What if they would have got them? Can you imagine what we would have seen? Murder.
Gunshot members and security had a huge bench, and they're throwing it up against the door of the chamber, and you can hear banging, you can hear glass shattering.
I was scared for my life. I called my family in California, and it just gave me this foreboding fear that we.
You know, they didn't even weren't even in existence to 2016.
don't know what's happening here. This could be the end.
The police are now telling us to get down, hide behind our chairs, because now guns are drawn, and I assume they thought they were going to start firing at any moment.
It broke the glass.
Can you fucking imagine the fear? The fear?
And we heard this crash into the speaker's lobby, which is right off the floor. And then we heard gunshots.
See, so they should have done that stuff before because they seem to back away from the door then. But they want to say, you know, oh, what they were, I guess they were supposed to just let them come through and everything. Yeah, like who do they think they are?
They killed somebody. They shot through a closed door. They killed a woman.
Shut the. Hey, guess what? Don't be in there. Don't be breaking the fucking law. Yeah, he's breaking the law every day. Hi, Wild Ones, Sam.
Then the politicians ran off, left the jackboot thugs behind.
Oh, shut the fuck up, buddy. They were fucking hiding, and they were trying to break in. They should have been there.
The police got us evacuated. We were like amongst the last people out on that third floor of the chamber.
That's the only way they were able to get out, is by that, you know? Hey, I mean, like, what? They're just supposed to, like, watch Mike Pence get hung or Nancy Pelosi get killed? Off with their heads? It's not your house. That's not your house. Go home to your house. That's not your house.
Today, we come up here to the Capitol steps. Tried to get in the Capitol, they started gassing us and macing us. We should.
Hey, no, buddy. No. You were violent, making threats. And no.
Trying to hold the line and go up to the state capitol. We want to be heard. That's all we want to do is be heard.
I believe your rallies throughout December when people were getting stabbed and shot, we heard. Go home.
Who wants to listen? They want to gas and mace us. You know?
But all people broke through and raced through the building, and then the legislators got scared and left. So we didn't certify for Joe Biden, so that's good.
What do you mean you didn't certify for Joe Biden? What does that even mean, lady? Does she even know what she's talking about?
I went basically from that office in the Senate area of the Capitol over to the chute, they call it, the tunnel which leads out to the inauguration stage, where some of the worst fighting occurred.
It's disgusting. What a travesty. Destroying a historical, and the architecture about the dome and everything to do with the Capitol building is really of significance that value to real patriots. These are just a bunch of fucking idiots, man. That's what those are. Unhinged.
Some officers were just attacked so brutally that it's really unimaginable. You know, ripping gas masks off officers' faces and spraying their face with things like WD-40, motor oil, pepper spray, and then pushing the gas mask back on their face and covering the filter. So that's basically
trying to suffocate them. They just got pardoned, by the way, because I guess it's okay to do that to a police officer.
Pepper spray and then pushing the gas mask back on their face and covering the filter. So that's basically suffocating them. They had to breathe in what they were sprayed with. Really anything they had on them, they were using against us.
That's fucking gross. Gross. Fucking gross. My opinion. That's fucking gross. Squeezing them in like that. Holy fuck. That's a cop screaming like that. They're trying to crush him. I've got to wonder, are they proud? And Elon's not a Nazi. And Trump knows how to read.
They sprayed bear spray on the police. They were absolutely merciless. They were there for blood.
Oh my God. This is disgusting. Do you know how many people will sit there and negate this and say, it wasn't like that, it was a peaceful protest? This is fucking gross.
And you could hear it in their voices. This was murderous.
Fucking gross.
I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution.
But he wouldn't. But he wouldn't. No, he didn't, Wild Wisdom. That's not true. No, he didn't. He's just over there trying to get that far right to win, so he can get some free forced labor for his Tesla factory, and who knows over here with might who know? I mean, seriously, this is days of Hitler.
And demand an end to this siege. We had an election that was stolen from us.
No, it wasn't, buddy. You lost. That's it.
It was a landslide election.
No, it wasn't.
Everyone
No, it wasn't. And this one wasn't either.
knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace.
Like they're all sitting there watching TV.
Trump has asked everybody to go home.
That's disgusting. Yeah, he had nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? That is bad. Yeah, look at a protester died because she was trampled by her own friends. No, I know he was not. Yeah, that was like a.
I remember standing on the inauguration stage on the Upper West Terrace looking out and seeing at that point the crowd had diminished, and thankfully our law enforcement partners were there. And
now that stage had to host that thing. Inauguration.
And we're continuing to push them back. I think at that point the National Guard arrived, just painfully too late.
The president invited me. And he invited me.
President invited, yeah. Yeah, drill, baby, drill. He don't give a fuck about fucking green or nothing. He don't care about the environment in the least.
Yeah, I had to come. It's I couldn't not come. It's too important. It's too important.
Actually, you could have not come because you lost. That's it.
I feel like I was supposed to be here. So when you're charged inside because, well,
What
because
a
I
shame. She's got her kid with her.
believe God wanted me to be here. So
God
I am
wanted
here.
you to?
And she came along to support Mom.
My God. That's disgusting. Facebook, Instagram, remove Trump's post, and Twitter suspends his account for 12 hours. Really? So what the heck was he? Fucking disgusting. This is all just my opinion.
Hours passed without us looking at our watches, and then we were told the building was clear. This is many hours later after the National Guard and the
They actually have a flag that says Jesus. That's just unbelievable.
Metropolitan Police came to the aid, the rescue of the Capitol Police.
They resumed the count back up. So we went back
Wow.
to almost business as normal, except shooting down the House chamber. You see like the broken glass and the broken chamber door. That's kind of unusual. And people continued to object to the count. And it took longer than it should. And I probably finally got out of there about 3:30 in the morning.
It was trashed, you know what I mean? There's garbage everywhere.
That's terrible. Yeah, all they'll do is raise the prices for us, right?
Everywhere, you know what I mean? It wasn't like if you've ever been in the Capitol prior to it taking place, the Capitol is very much like a sanctuary, right? Very much like a church. It's clean, it's very pristine. The aftermath of it, just kind of showed, what happened.
Wow, that's just gross. Total disregard. The chief of the Capitol Police resigned. Just shouldn't have. But Officer Sicknick on duty in the Capitol on the 6th died.
I remember finding out that he had died and just how it was such a punch in the gut to all of us.
Murderers. And they let him go free. Trump tweets he won't go to Biden's inauguration. Now, I really got to wonder why Hillary went. I get it. Okay. Well, they want to keep up the appearances, or they're supposed to, or this or that. But I mean, you really need to protest against things. Did Tandra go to sleep, I wonder? Maybe she fell asleep. You know, I think if instead of going and yucking it up in the audience with each other, Obama, Bush, and Hillary and Bill, they need to stop and think about the American public that has relied on them, that they cared about us. They all know this is not a normal administration. This is not Republican or Democrat. This is just a plain little Hitler. Yeah, at least she, you know. Wow, he was impeached for that and just back in.
To have politicians downplay and diminish the events of that day when so many of us literally shed blood to protect them.
Yeah, and it really took too long to, for these I mean, everything that was done, like taking those files to Mar-a-Lago, everything was just spinning in the face of everything.
Is incredibly frustrating and infuriating.
You don't go through that day, whether it was verbal violence or physical violence or...
Off with their heads. That's what the sign says. Off with their heads.
There is no excuse why
normal.
you cannot succeed as a real estate agent anymore. Gone are the days of cold calling, door.
On the morning of January 6th, 2021, my primary assignment was to cover then President Trump's rally at the Ellipse. I had walked down the National Mall from the U.S. Capitol and was taken aback by the size of the crowd. It was jarring to see.
Yeah, and he had had something the night before.
At least because it had been the most amount of people that I had seen gathered together in one place since the start of the pandemic. You can definitely,
when you got a bunch of people that like violence and they're white supremacists or you know, they're just violent, they're militia-like, and you say, hey, bring your weapons, get ready to fight. Well, they're going to be there. Nothing they like more than that. They'd been hanging around Washington for a month now. They had their own regular bar that they were going to every day, hammered.
feel the tension in the air throughout the entire rally. Many people were chanting about how the election was stolen, saying how they wanted to march on the Capitol to voice their displeasure, which they obviously did.
I can't breathe. I guarantee you most of those people didn't even vote. Bet you they couldn't even vote. Most of them were probably felons. Pretty disgusting. Look at, they've got a sign that says denounce terrorist groups, Antifa, which is anti-fascism, and BLM, Black Lives Matter. Ain't that some shit?
As I arrived on the West Terrace, I had seen people pushing past barricades. I just instinctively put my riot helmet on and my gas mask. And I remember
Actually, he's got his agenda that he's doing, and Trump's doing his. And yeah, the truth does matter. Yep. No, they're not. It's anti-fascism. That's what it stands for. No, they're not. They're just against fascists. They're against fascism. I mean, who's for it? But sometimes you gotta be, because I think we're too complacent, in my opinion. Like Kamala, that was some bullshit, you know?
thinking to myself, I can't believe this is happening right now. And quite honestly, with seeing how prepared and looking back on now, how prepared some of the Capitol Police officers appeared to be, they also were probably thinking the same thing as well.
That's just a travesty. It is a travesty right there.
If I give this up, we're going to have to wreck up.
I don't think they can make America great again, because I think Trump is fucking rotten, in my opinion. In my opinion. I know some people like him, but it's just my opinion.
Wunsiedel, a small town in northern Bavaria with 9,000 inhabitants situated around 15 kilometers from the Czech border.
If I give this up, we're going to have to wreck after.
It's like, a nightmare, to be honest with you, in my opinion.
For the January 6th committee, a crucial question.
What exactly was our commander-in-chief doing during the hours of violence? Today, we address precisely that issue. And I now recognize the gentlewoman from Virginia. From the time...
So we're going to go through this. We're going to watch this, because I really feel like some of the people who are like, no, I think it's great he pardoned him, and blah, blah, and blah, blah. I don't even really think they watched. Who will go after Trump again? I don't think we're going to make it. I don't think we're going to make it, Destiny. He's got, 1,500 of his own personal militia for him now. I mean, I don't think we're going to make it. I know that sounds sad to say, but without like, unless, Bush and other strong, Bush and Obama and Clintons and other strong politicians were to stand up for the country they so-called love instead of letting us stand alone. It's like, giggling, laughing at these fucking inaugurations and this and that and this and that. In the meantime, we're all fucking petrified. Petrified. Every day, this guy does something else unhinged. In my opinion.
Time when President Trump ended his speech until the moment when he finally told the mob to go home. A span of 187 minutes, more than 3 hours. What you will learn is that
So Elaine, Lori, and I decided to lead the 187-minute hearing because we were both veterans on the committee. Elaine and I had taken the oath twice as a member of Congress and as a military member. And I think it was important for us to just hopefully express that outrage of how there are people that are willing to die for this country.
But not that way. That's terrible.
And this guy couldn't even follow through on his basic oath to defend the constitutional branch of government.
Here's what will be clear by the end of this hearing. President Trump did not fail to act during the 187 minutes between leaving the ellipse and telling the mob to go home. He chose not to act.
And yet, welcome back. Sophia, you know what? We won't win because these are people who are unhinged. This is not Republican. This is not Democrat. This is unhinged. Nobody. And we won't be voting anyway. When they would show movies about the future, all our lives, they never showed a happy future. It was always fucking bleak. It's always bleak. They never showed a happy future. And I think that we've become like, and so when somebody goes, oh, 1984, George Orwell said it, and we're like, oh, we'll just accept it. Like, when they stopped teaching the Holocaust in school, they should know it's so that history can repeat itself. When they stop teaching our kids how to write in cursive and how not to act social, like, these people are off the chain. In my opinion, they're unhinged.
The 187 minutes began as Trump left the stage and demanded that his motorcade drive him to the Capitol.
the president was still adamant to go to the Capitol, but his Secret Service detail was equally determined to not let him go.
They should let him walk down there with them.
That led to a heated argument with the detail that delayed the departure of the motorcade to the White House.
Later, Cassidy Hutchinson heard reports about what happened.
So once the president had gotten into the vehicle with Bobby Engel, who's the head of Mr. Trump's security detail.
Now, what happened to that guy, Bobby Engel? I need a research assistant.
Thought that they were going up to the Capitol, and when Bobby had relayed to him, we're not, we don't have the assets to do it. It's not secure. We're going back to the West Wing. The president had very strong, very angry response to that. The president said something to the effect of, I'm the effing president, take me up to the Capitol now.
Should have let him out. Let him walk there. Shit. I mean, he pulled all that security detail off all those other people that he incited all that hatred for. That's my opinion.
To which Bobby responded, sir, we have to go back to the West Wing.
He saw this crowd and he wanted to participate in some manner, whether it was leading
Yeah, that guy. I know, right? Trying to incite murder and just
leading the crowd or being part of the crowd are going, but certainly there was a level of frustration when he was told that he couldn't, that he was so focused on
he wanted to
disrupting
see the chaos that he created.
the joint session that day. He himself wanted to go.
When he couldn't go to the Capitol with the crowd, the president returned to the White House.
In some ways, the most
with the crowd. I think it was a little more than a crowd.
telling portrayal of the president and his intent here is not what happens in the lead up to the attack on the Capitol.
That
What he does or doesn't do when it's taking place and in the aftermath of it.
President Trump went to the private dining room.
Fucking guy.
Off the Oval Office. Witnesses told us that on January 6th, President Trump sat in his usual spot, at the head of the table, facing a television hanging on the wall.
Ugh.
We know from the employee that the TV was tuned to Fox News all afternoon.
This is real. It's happening on Capitol Hill. We're trying to get some ground truth to exactly what's happening on the ground. To your point broadly, this
He's in that little private dining room off the Oval Office. The TV is on. He's watching it take place. He knows what's happening. He understands what's happening.
Ah, God. Disgusting.
And his instinct is to, in effect, egg them on.
At 1:49, he tweeted out a link to the recording of his ellipse speech. This was the same speech in which he knowingly sent an armed mob.
This is PBS Frontline. This isn't fake news. Just so you know. Oh, you mean Fox? They were putting out real news. And he's watching it. Just sick.
To the Capitol. But President Trump made no comment about the lawlessness and the violence.
They are locking down the Capitol complex. No one is allowed in or out. Now, just a few.
The White House is.
In my opinion, he probably feels like they would have got. Oh, fake news. Right, but. It's like going live, and it goes electoral vote count, Biden 0, Trump 12. Like, why couldn't this guy just have waited? Maybe he would have, maybe he would have won the electoral vote. Why was he so sure that he didn't? You know? But this time he kept saying, don't worry, I don't need your vote. I don't need your vote. Like, they fucking knew they were doing something. I don't trust that guy with his fucking Starlink. Oh, they look up. I swear to God, all of their faces morphed into pure evil, like Melania's was when that bishop was telling them stuff. Hi, Liberace.
Is just in shock. Many of them testified that they tried to get the president to take some sort of action to get the crowd to leave the Capitol.
White House counsel Pat Cipollone was one of Trump's advisors urging action.
I think I was pretty clear there need to be an immediate and forceful response statement, public statement that.
I can't believe he's back in office. There's no way he won by legit means.
People need to leave the Capitol now.
Did you continue to push for a stronger state?
Yes.
Were you joined in it by Ivanka Trump?
Yes.
Eric Hershey?
Yes.
By Mark Meadows?
Yes.
These aides and lawyers rushing into this private dining room, trying to get him to do something,
I just can't even. I just am like, wow.
Get him to speak out, trying to get him to stop the attack.
Or fucking, yeah, she looked like one of those, like, evil preacher-looking persons or something. Like, I don't know. Puritan. Like, somebody who would burn the people at the stake or something.
He was enjoying this. These were his people. He loved them.
And they were accomplishing something that he wanted to have accomplished, which was to delay and derail the certification of this election.
The committee saw it as evidence of what the president had been planning all along.
It says volumes about the president's intent. It suggests that the president is reluctant to call this off, that he sees his people fighting as a potentially positive thing.
He
His own
didn't want to, in case they succeeded, probably, in getting one of them.
Is encouraging him to more forcefully stop the violence. And the fact that he does not, for hours.
His daughter keeps saying, stop, stop, stop. Ivanka. And he wouldn't.
Being aware of the violence, tell people to go home, really, really powerful evidence of his intent.
Now, look at what you've got now. You have protesters inside the Capitol building. The other big question is, where is the vice president?
That is a shame.
Secret Service rushed Pence away from the crowd.
If we lose any more time, we may lose the ability to leave.
With the Capitol overrun, the president fired off a tweet about his vice president.
Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country.
That's disgusting. And he's got that guy making sure to watch what he tweets out. Still trying to incite him. That's just, I can't even.
Is that true? I'm hearing reports that Pence caved. I'm telling you, if Pence caved, we're gonna drag mother to the streets.
As that tweet goes out at 2:24 p.m., his supporters.
Wow. I can't even believe that Mike Pence went to that inauguration. Michelle wasn't there. Wild wisdom.
See it, and there is an intense surge in the rioting. That tweet threw fuel on the fire.
Oh my God. What a piece of shit, in my opinion. What a piece of shit. That's not fucking patriotic, by the way, motherfuckers. You think it is. It isn't. I don't mean like it is. What do you mean he wasn't nice to people like you? Hang Mike Pence.
The mob goes down there to the Capitol and chants "Hang Mike Pence."
That's
and they actually build a gallows.
That's fucking disgusting. And they brought this lumber and stuff to build a gallows
Out in front of the Capitol. I mean, they meant it.
That's fucking. Can you imagine?
What Mike Pence must have thought when the full weight of the betrayal must have become so palpable for him. When he must have thought, it has come to this, that the one moment as vice president.
Yeah, I think everything that they're doing is wrong, but I mean, I can't even believe he went to this inauguration.
Where I have stood on principle. I am being treated as the enemy, and they come for me, and the president is attacking me.
Because they don't stand on principle, Mike Pence. Because you were an actual politician. That guy isn't. He's just a dick.
Not only is he not calling to say, "Are you okay?" He's egging it on. It is an amazing moment.
At the White House, Pat Cipollone was growing concerned for the vice president.
I remember Pat saying, "Mark, we need to do something more." They're literally calling for.
See, that's the difference, is that Trump wants people who are loyal to him, not the country or the Constitution. To him.
The vice presidency, I think, hung. And Mark had responded something to the effect of, "You've heard it, Pat. He thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong."
When the crowd is
And he's the president again.
chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," he says, well, maybe our people have it right. Maybe Mike deserves.
Oh my fucking God. I'm sorry, I don't even mean to say that in the same sentence. I feel like puking. Oh my
Donald Trump embraced the whirlwind on January 6th.
So basically, he thinks that anybody who doesn't do what he wants them to do I don't think Pence was going to be volunteering for that position again. I mean, look at Vance. See, if in my opinion, if Trump doesn't get his way with, oh, he'll just be the last president, we'll never have to vote again. And in fact, some people like voting, by the way, buddy. Vance, I'm sure, feels safer. Right? How could he even get a vice president without trying to assure them, don't worry, buddy, that won't ever happen again. We're taking away people's rights across the board. And you know what the thing is, and I'm sorry to say this, but the people who voted for him won't miss their right to vote. Vance probably feels safer than Pence because this guy now is poised to just get rid of like the Constitution and, can't run for another term. He's ready to just get rid of that. So if he's telling Vance, look, don't worry, they're not gonna be, voting again. I'm president for life now. So as long as Vance knows he doesn't have to hand over, presidency to another president, he'll never be in the same position as Pence. So yeah, it's just, but I can't believe that the people who voted for this guy are ready to give up their right to vote for the rest of their life. That seems so disgusting for them to not really value their right to vote enough that they're just like, yeah, I'm bored with it anyway, buddy.
He, in his speech at the Ellipse, in his tweets afterwards, in his indifference to the pleas of his family and advisors to do something more, to call them up, he seemed to revel in the chaos.
That's just pure fucking evil right there in that face.
And violence that he himself had unleashed.
If they would have hung Pence, this guy here would have been like, he deserved it. There was no loyalty or friendship or anything between them two, it seems, I'm in shock.
All right, make away. We had the footage from inside the Capitol where Pence rushed down the steps by his Secret Service detail along with his family.
Who knows what's even been going on? The guy could have been, who knows? I'm sure his life was probably being threatened quite a bit.
He did not
Since
take the
then.
Secret Service advice and leave the Capitol. He stayed. He provided direction to what was going on. He offered the stability at the moment that the president refused to do. Finally, police began to regain control of the Capitol.
The Capitol grounds have been secure. Police have to use tear gas. Troops are deployed around the Capitol perimeter to prevent any more violence of what we saw this afternoon.
Good chase. Yep, when you're ready, sir.
They should have never let him talk again on camera.
President Trump finally gave in and went out to the Rose Garden at 4:03.
You tell me when you're ready, sir.
For 187 minutes, he was sitting there watching the news, wondering if his people would win.
Yeah, that's what he wanted. And when finally, there's a stress.
Until he saw that law enforcement.
So they never said that Trump gave the National Guard or whatever permission to go in. So I don't think it was really about the National Guard or, you know, the police getting permission from him. I don't know if they were just, what would take them that long is so crazy to me.
And turn the tide. And only when law enforcement turned the tide did he then begrudgingly try to cover his backside.
Right, so it wasn't about him giving an order to them to do it. They did it themselves. So what held them back in the first place? What were they waiting for? It's strange to me.
He was against the violence in the first place.
Who's behind me?
Who's behind you? Nobody. Nobody.
He's gone. He's got around. We're all clear now. I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had a election losing. I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election.
You guys don't think that's weird that everybody likes to say, well, that's because Trump wouldn't call in help, but it seems they went in there without him calling. So what was the holdup on that? You know what I mean?
That was stolen from us.
No, it
was a
wasn't.
landslide election,
No,
and everyone knows it, especially the other side.
No, buddy. No.
We have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have.
When he ultimately issues his video, this isn't a guy who is apologetic for any of this. This isn't somebody who says, oops, this has gone awry, this has gone too far. Quite the opposite.
Yeah, that's gross.
So go home. We love you.
No, we don't.
Very special.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
I know how you feel, but go home and go home in peace.
We love you. You are special. These are people that have assaulted the U.S. Capitol building, have attacked Capitol Police.
Free now. I don't know. You guys still with me or what?
Officers are trying to stop the proceedings of Congress. And Trump does tell them to go home, but then immediately adds, we love you, you are special.
That's disgusting. That is just so disgusting. To say something like that when no, that's not how we all feel. You know, just not.
Big ideas.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. Who wants the rest of there next time? Yeah.
He wrote on his social media platform, I really don't want this to turn into a bun fight centered around what you think about Elon Musk and whether or not you like him as a person. This is more to do with the fact that I think we can all agree that no one person, particularly an unelected person, should have so much unbridled political power.
That is correct.
And it does beg the question, what should global leaders be doing about it? If you've missed the headline today, Elon Musk has caused outrage in Berlin after appearing to endorse the far-right Alternative for Deutschland.
But it was a Roman salute. It wasn't a Nazi salute. So I don't know about that, Sophia, but I just think he's just as old as Biden was. But
he wrote on his social media platform X, "Only AfD can save Germany." And Germany's health minister, Karl Lauterbach, accused Musk of election interference and called for the authorities to keep a close eye on the goings-on in X. He said it's very disturbing the way in which the platform, which I use very intensively myself, is increasingly being used.
That's fucked up. So they think that Elon could do election interference in Germany. And we've just had an election here that the motherfucker partook in.
Used to spread the political positions and goals of Mr. Musk. And this, of course, comes after speculation that he will try and donate £100 million to Reform. He's also expressed enthusiastic support for Italy's Giorgia Meloni. His personal wealth...
So he's just buying the world.
...has almost doubled since Trump won the US election. It's now estimated at...
Get the fuck out. His personal wealth has almost doubled? Are you fucking kidding me?
More than 400 billion. That's so much money. I can't even think about that amount of money, by which I mean my brain will not compute the largeness of that amount. And that, along with the fact that social media is not regulated in the same way as traditional media or other forms of media.
That's just disgusting.
Media are, is giving Musk so much untrammeled power. And he's using it, and it arguably had an enormous impact on the result of the US election.
It's almost like they're just admitting that, you know, we suspect something, but what are we going to do?
And, you know, like I said, I don't want this to turn into an argument about whether or not you like Elon Musk. He could be David Bowie, you know, my favorite famous person ever. And I
Actually, he's not David Bowie, though. He's a dangerous motherfucker.
Argue that it would be wrong for one person to have so much untapped power in global democracies. But as an aside, he's already proving that he's something of a loose cannon with no real idea what he's doing. He almost...
Well, he's not just proving it now. We've all known he was a cruel bastard doing all those fucking nasty, horrible experiments and shit on monkeys and everything. They were in so much pain.
Shut down the entire US government just days before Christmas this week by threatening Republicans to encourage them to vote against a carefully negotiated budget deal and proposing something so ludicrous by alternative to replace it that it had to ultimately be ripped up, and they went back to the...
Why the fuck are we dealing? First of all, Trump wasn't even in fucking office before Christmas. So why the fuck would we be dealing with Trump and Elon when he wasn't even in office yet?
Original agreement, but that shows the type of character that you're dealing with here. So what should government leaders be doing about this? And do we as individuals and as consumers of social media have any power here? If so,
what government leaders should be doing is, first of all, I think they need to put a book in front of Trump and say, would you mind reading us a couple of paragraphs off that page? Because I'm wondering if he can read. Yes, he does think that. He has no regard for anyone. I mean, for them to say, "Oh, we used to do the presidential briefings with him every day, but he would just sit there and doodle, so we stopped doing them. Stopped doing the presidential briefings." Like, this is ridiculous, you know?
But what does that power look like? What should we be doing to save democracy?
I don't know. Should we storm the Capitol? I mean, like, come on. That shit is awful. That those people are out free now. Once again, we've got to be intimidated by a bunch of fucking idiots. And our leaders, whether they're Republican or Democrat, Bush, Obama, fucking Hillary, Bill, are sitting there and saying fucking nothing.
Those who are uninitiated, I saw you described in the media recently as the thorn in Elon Musk's side. Can you give us a bit of a potted history of your interactions with Mr. Musk?
Love Me is about a satellite and a buoy who are sentient beings. Hi.
Hi.
The last sort of vestiges of humanity.
Okay, whatever that person said.
Well, yes, we are. I mean, the Centre for Countering Digital Hate is a watchdog. So we look at the ways in which social media platforms behave. We look at the content that flows on their platforms and how their algorithms.
Why are you looking at the social media platforms? Why don't you look at them, those people?
Amplify it, but also how they enforce the rules of their platforms, which are the responsibilities that we all accept as users, and therefore are our right to expect others to abide by.
Well, first of all, you need to let, at some point, you need to prosecute YouTube or Google for the blood on their hands of young kids. Yeah, that's some stupid bullshit.
By them too, and we wanted to see how those changed when he took over the platform. What we found
All
was
those people who are like, but the thing is when you get Elon pouring money into stuff just to try to, in my opinion, you know, this far right thing.
The week following his takeover of Twitter, which he subsequently renamed X, there was a 200% global increase in use of the N-word, the most offensive word you can use against black people, on that platform. There was a massive increase in anti-Jewish, anti-Muslim, anti-women, anti-LGBTQ+.
You think? So do something about it then, buddy. You just said you're like a watchdog. So okay. So do something about it.
Language on that platform. And that piece of research went on the front page of the New York Times. It was read by a lot of people, including many advertisers who thought, well, crumbs, we don't really want our ads appearing next to vile racial abuse. And so they pulled their advertising. Many members of his Trust and Safety Council actually read the article, believed it to be true.
Okay. So you just did it to do it, but not for any criminal prosecution of it?
And therefore resigned. And he sued us subsequently, saying that it wasn't because we were wrong. It wasn't a defamation lawsuit. It was a lawsuit for us for having the temerity to actually do the research.
Hold on. Okay, I'm going to puke again. First of all, did he fucking win? And he sued you because you did the research?
He sued us in California in 2023, and in 2024, early this year, we received a full vindication from the courts, who actually, unusually in the US, normally, if you lose a lawsuit, you don't pay the costs for the other side. But we were awarded costs as well because they thought it was so utterly disgusting that he was trying to silence a small nonprofit through bullying through the law courts. And that's unfortunately, that has been his continuing behavior, not just with us, but
that's crazy.
With many other people as well. He's even gone so far as to sue advertisers for not advertising on his platform, which is a little bit unhinged, right?
Well, and illustrates why the people who are already getting in touch with the program to say, come on, it's just his freedom of speech.
So in the meantime, He's got money to sue people just to see if he can win. He don't really care, right? Because we don't even hear about it. This guy thinks he's some kind of watchdog that wants to put out, look what he's doing. He's using hate speech. He's, I mean, I don't know. I've seen people get fired from their job of a McDonald's worker for using the N-word. Are you telling me that Elon Musk can just buy his own social media platform and use it all he wants? I mean, that's some shit right there. This is just, we're just all some big fucking game to this guy who's got so much money. He's just bored. He does what he's off the chain, off the hinge now. So he sued you for doing the fucking research. And you guys didn't countersue as to, like, it was freedom of information. It's publicly there. Like, are you fucking kidding me right now? You just sat there and what? Oh, whatever you work for was like, well, we don't have the money to hire a big attorney. They'll just run it through the mud. Well, then you know what you do? You go public with it. You bring it out because I've never heard of this. How many people who are black I don't see them bitching about the use of the N-word increasing so much since, Elon got it and the anti-Semitic rhetoric and the misogynistic rhetoric. I don't see anybody bitching about that. Because anybody bitches about it, he'll sue them. They watched you guys get sued, and fortunately, he lost, but probably he lost interest in it because it wasn't defamation. He just didn't like you saying it out loud. But now he doesn't even have to worry about that shit because he makes the fucking Nazis, hand salute on stage. And 12 days ago, before he even did it, he's been exhibiting his support for the, far what is it? In Germany. There hasn't been a fucking that far right of a group leading the country since Hitler. Germany doesn't even like them. But this motherfucker's running around on stage. Thinking he'll get some free labor. I mean, this is stupid. This guy, what your company should have done was you should have fucking countersued him because you didn't lose that case. He didn't win. You might have won if you'd have fought back and said, how fucking ridiculous is that, right? That's fucked. So he had to pay for their attorneys, but that was where he got them. Like, they didn't have the money to, well, you know what you should have done? Run a commercial, run some ads, and tell people. Appeal to the black people, the women, the LGBTQ, the Jewish people. Let people know that was going on. But these fuckers with a lot of money think they got us by the balls. You've got 4 or 5, the 5 richest people in the world, and you got another millions country that is knowing that those 4 or 5, 4 or 5 people, there's never a day that they're sitting there, you know, right before payday saying, I gotta choose between gas or food today, lunch today. But they're talking about taking away Medicaid, Social Security. All of that is your fucking money. Like, that Social Security and disability and everything, that's your money. You know, as it stands, we only get 50% of what we put into that program. And you know we put into it. And fooled ourselves. Now they've allowed rents to go up higher than people fucking make. It's disgusting. It's really disgusting. And the people who voted for him are going to realize that unless you're like rich and I mean, I've never seen somebody in my life, a president in my life ever, have that many things with his picture on it and stuff like that. Just never, man. Yeah, he did. Roll back the gases, the emission gases. Took us out of the fucking Paris. You know what I'm talking about? For the environment and the climate. For the climate. The World Health, right? Told them don't release any more updates or I mean, excuse me, but this ain't the freedom we've been fighting for. In the words of Aaron Lewis.
He just has influence. People have had influence for decades. Why this is a particular
And why
case.
is he using these fucking our Air Force, like military planes? How much gas is that costing? Fuel, jet fuel. And he's in a fucking casino going, no tax on tips. Why don't you fucking think about the real issues right now, buddy? You fucking weirdo. There's something up with this guy. In my opinion.
And I'm not saying that Elon Musk is the first person to donate to a political party in the hope of receiving something in return, or to use their media power to try and influence elections. But this does feel fundamentally different. I wonder how
you mean like a conflict of interest? Jimmy Carter had to sell his peanut farm when he became president because, you know, they were like, well, first of all, he's uneducated, so they make him look smarter. But Jimmy Carter had to sell his peanut farm. Like, you know, they didn't want him manipulating the peanut sales. And you know what? It's not that, you know, they're stupid. It's that they think we are stupid. And if we're not stupid, then they like to make us petrified. And I'm telling you, united we stand, divided we fall. We don't do something, we're going to be like screwed.
you would express that difference.
Well, of course it's different. I mean, what you've got here, we have all sorts of rules on media concentration, that we don't want to have one person that controls too much of our media. We also don't want to have foreign citizens able to influence elections. You can't.
Okay. All right, yeah. First of all, I'm under the, I don't know, thought process that I found it odd that, and these are just little things. They're not necessarily about this, that, and the other thing, but, you know, hey, if I'm going to speak out about what really burns my ass about, you know, current events and shit, I may as well just do it, right? Like, so this whole safety, whatever, or safe, safe link, is that's what it's called? His fucking satellite thing. The thing is he has more than one government contract and has gotten a lot of money from us. And now here he is bossing us around with all the money that was given to him by our government. Now, I'm in the mindset of wondering about some of that transparency there. When did he bid for these things? Who was in office when he was awarded these contracts? And, there was a time when people couldn't put a monopoly on something, So, I mean, this isn't something we're all looking at going, oh, what a surprise. Oh, this is surprising. This has gone on for years. Look how stupid and spineless we look right now. How stupid. If I knew somebody that sad, I just go up to him and grab him by the pussy. That guy wouldn't even be my friend. I don't care who the fuck it was. That Marjorie Taylor Greene, in my opinion, she should be fired. She don't let nobody talk. She just fucking keeps repeating the same shit over and over, swearing at people. This is just my opinion. If that was you or me, we would be fired. We'd be fired. We have bimbos in this community, and guys, that think I'm worse than Trump.
Can't take donations from them, for example. So we already know that if he donates to a party in the UK, he'd be using some sort of corporate vehicle to do so. And that's
and that used to be illegal. When did that fucking change? That bitch is a bitch, huh? That fucking Marjorie bitch. She should get fired, man.
why we have rules around the financing of political parties, because we know that being able to
But nobody enforces them anymore. Absolutely, there's supposed to be caps on what people can donate. How about him giving away, supposedly, I haven't seen anybody talk about getting the $1 million for voting, but paying people to vote. And then the court says, yeah, it's not illegal. Yes, it fucking is.
A foreign billionaire or a foreign potentate or an autocrat trying to influence our elections should be limited in doing so by having those rules in place. And crumbs,
yeah, that is not right. Going around to all the countries and throwing a couple $100 million. It's just gross.
Every single one of those rules is being broken, would be broken if, and certainly the spirit of those rules would be broken if Mr. Musk was able to influence British elections in that way. The very basis of democracy is the notion that it's the will of the people.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, is when you got Trudeau, right, in France, leaving. So he opens up a position for somebody now who can be bought. Bought, or you get this militia show up and I mean, I think they all have something like that in their hand too, you know?
Each of our individual votes, cross by cross, in boxes across our country, in village halls and in town halls, that should be listened to. Not one voice sitting in Silicon Valley or in Texas.
Yeah, and I don't only feel like it's, you know, one side that's done that to us. I feel like our past leaders who are supposed to love this country are not doing their fucking their job. I know it's not their job anymore, but at some point when you are still considered important to the people who voted for you, we're still here. Oh, enjoy your fucking retirement while we all die. Thanks. Yuck it up.
Deciding that he's going to treat our democracy like a plaything that he can manipulate for his own economic benefit.
And Musk
I don't even think it's about economic anymore. At this point now, they literally like had him on camera, and I swear to God, I mean, because he has said that he does, you know, hallucinogenics and mushrooms. He said that, allegedly. I mean, I watched a video where he literally said it. And they've got a video, you know, like it's at the inauguration, and it looks like they just start tripping, right? Like, you know, kicking in then. Because he's like moving his head. But he himself has said how dangerous AI is. And yet someone keeps awarding him some shit.
Famously said that Twitter should be like a huge global market square where everybody's able to come and give their opinion. But it has.
Why did they let out that guy, Ross Ulbricht, the guy from, you know, the Silk Road? He was selling stuff like that, like, you know, heroin and stuff, allegedly. And other things. You know, that's just, I can't understand. Like, what a slap in the face to the whole fact that money of the taxpayers has all been wasted on these trials for nothing. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Sophie. They'll use us first. You know what I mean? And then we're just collateral. Whatever, nothing. We're nothing. That's my opinion. I'm just saying.
Hasn't quite ended up that way, has it? Can you give us some insight into how the algorithms are being used to amplify some voices and silence others?
Well, very simply, the algorithms on all social media platforms are based on something called engagement. So
Right. So when it's like playing, you know, tactical. So when there's a bunch of trolls that have, you know, 10, 20 sock accounts as well, and they go and they thumbs up this thing and then they thumbs down that one, they leave, you know, they even sell apps that any good comments will disappear and the only bad one, you know, like they don't discourage it from occurring. Even they know it goes on, and it's manipulating an algorithm. Well, then get rid of it. You can't control it, get rid of it then. All right. Now this is a very important topic, but I you know, fuck it. I'm into it now and I'm already playing videos, so this won't be a monetized live stream. So if anybody does appreciate the content, you can super chat, you can super sticker, or there's a Cash App there, or you could just subscribe and thumbs up. That's free. But, you know, I figure I'm sitting there, you know, feeling, you know, like our future's looking real bleak. And then you got people like Tia Mia going, hallelujah! Like, that's just stupidity.
They look at how many people engage with a post, how many times it induces a reaction. And what we've known historically is that what gets the most attention, what gets the most engagement is content that is...
Do you know why there hasn't been many trolls coming back in here? Because I said it to where yeah.
controversial, that actually angers people or upsets them. So historically, platforms have known that to be true about the algorithms. They've tried to do things to limit the virality, therefore, of that.
Right, another one.
When Trump came for our rights, the ACLU showed up.
See you in court. The ACLU already making good on that.
Yeah,
It's great to welcome to the program today.
Make a little better good on it, because like I said, I'm using all this within fair use. Good night, Sophia. Thank you. I appreciate it. Are you leaving too? Totally. I can't tell you that. Can I just call you Tal?
Today, Sasha Abramsky, freelance journalist and The Nation magazine's Western States correspondent. He's author of 10 books, including the recently published Chaos Comes Calling, The Battle Against the Start. We've been following the growing involvement of Elon Musk in the forthcoming administration of Donald Trump. He's hanging out at Mar-a-Lago. He's in Paris.
I mean, can you imagine just... we don't ever have that kind of freedom to go. Look at... okay, we got Crystal Love, who is, a complete and utter asshole. And yet, it just seems like the worst people in the world are...
Yesterday, I talked a lot about the pardons for January 6th insurrectionists issued by Donald Trump and how some of those insurrectionists reacted with plans to buy guns, calling into
plans to buy guns. The people that we started with about the insurrectionists.
Alex Jones to discuss their plans for retribution and straight up showing up to the Capitol. I don't think I actually talked about that one.
They went back to the I know one did, but...
Stuart Rhodes did that, the founder of the Oath Keepers.
Oh, is it in Ireland or something? Cluck.
He showed up to the Capitol. Truly disturbing stuff. As these insurrectionists continue to be processed and released from jail, we're learning more about them and their intentions. A lot of this is happening right here in DC. Many of the insurrectionists were being held in the DC
jail. That was PBD crew.
And family members of those insurrectionists would gather outside the jail to live stream and sing songs, even before the pardons. Well, Alex Wagner from MSNBC was on the ground in front of the DC jail to talk to family members.
Oh yeah, like gonna have a cracking time. Yeah, they say that in Ireland, right? Yeah. Crack.
Who were awaiting updates about the release of their family members. And she spoke to one man who seems unwell. He has 2 children in the DC jail, convicted on charges that he won't describe. But watch how this goes.
Wow, this is crazy.
With Alex Wagner.
Okay, so you have how many children in there?
I got 2. I got a son and a daughter.
What were they convicted of?
They were convicted of about everything that any other J6er was convicted of. I've been crying for 4 years.
How do you think we feel? You've been crying for 4 years.
Over every one of those men are my friends. Every one of them are my children. And I've been praying, and God's been breaking my heart for 4 years over this whole situation, because these men are true heroes because they stood up.
Oh my.
For what's right.
Are you worried that there are people that are going to be really upset about this? I know that you guys talk about a time.
I am not worried about that. They've been trying to kill it. They've been trying to kill Donald Trump. God's protected him. God's protected my family.
Donald. Trump said today he thinks he was sent by God to do this work.
Oh my.
You think that's true?
God is so much behind this revival in America, and this is a revival.
Do you think now that he's pardoned everybody, he can count on this group of people again?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my. Can you guys hear what's being said here?
For the man, I would have died for him that day.
This is alarming and also tragic. He would die for Donald Trump. He would die for Donald Trump.
Why? Why? How has he made that guy's life any different? I mean, that's what I'd like to know. That's what they should ask him.
A man who only has contempt for him. A man who genuinely does not care about his well-being. And some would say, of course Donald Trump cares. He's pardoning his son and daughter and putting his family back together. That would be true if the pardons were about them. But they're actually about Donald Trump. Donald Trump can't even be bothered to learn about the cases, the people that he's pardoning. We've already seen that today, but it was illustrated earlier this week when Peter Alexander was asking Trump about the specific violent acts committed against police officers, and Donald Trump didn't seem to believe that people who did those things were part of this deal. But also, think of this element that is alarming. People feel they would die for Trump. Alex Wagner, after this clip, says that she heard this sentiment from other freed insurrectionists who were released from other DC.
That's, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Other jails and came to DC. This is genuinely scary stuff. And I think it's important to continue to talk about the fallout here because we don't know what these people are capable of or what they plan to do moving forward.
Well, I wrote a book after a long journey.
That is not fair for us to have to live in fear.
Already figured out solutions and how we can try to fix it and stop the terror of Trump for the next 4 years. With Trump winning this election, the echo machine couldn't be more relevant about what might be coming and how to prevent the worst out.
Meet Odoo, the best open source website builder. Ready to build the perfect website?
Like the wind blows and then it doesn't blow and the things cost a fortune. They're made in China and they kill the birds and they're horrible. We don't want windmills in this country. We're putting on.
I can't believe the way this.
Order it. I've already sort of done it. We don't want windmills. If you have a house and you're in vision of a windmill, your house is worth half. It's a disaster and nobody wants them. And they're the most expensive energy of any kind of energy.
Is that true?
You know what else people don't like? Those massive solar fields built over land that cover 10 miles by 10 miles. I mean, they're ridiculous, the whole thing. And by the way, you know where the panels come from? 100% of the panels are made in China. They're made in China.
That was Donald Trump attempting to string words together to form some semblance of a sentence.
That's crazy.
In order to tell us how much he hates renewable energy and how much he wants to ban all wind energy in this country, which accounts for about 10% of America's electricity right now. The reasons that he cites for this unintelligible opinion are, as far as I can tell, birds and China. Right. Surely fossil fuels have never had an adverse impact on wildlife like birds. Nope, never seen that before. Now, first off, let us please disabuse ourselves of the notion that this is some existential crisis for birds. To put things into perspective here, studies show that wind turbines, no, not windmills, but wind turbines kill between 140,000 to 500,000 birds annually, depending on the study in the US.
Also, when they do the that 9/11 thing where like it's on like the anniversary or something and they shine those two big lights to kind of look like the two twin towers. It happens to be at the same point of when there's certain migrating birds that they're going a certain way and that's part of their route, at least used to be. I don't know, maybe they're all dead now. But they would get blinded by it and crash into each other and die. Fall out of the sky.
Compare that to birds colliding with buildings, for example, which kill nearly 600 million birds. There are also cats, which kill over 2.4 billion with a B birds per year. So yeah, cats kill about 17,000 times more birds every year than wind turbines. And as far as I know, there is no national discourse about banning cats.
People are eating them. So just kidding.
Meanwhile, perhaps more importantly, studies show that coal plants alone kill 24 million birds annually through habitat destruction, through pollution, and through climate impacts. So perhaps if we are really serious about protecting birds and wildlife, Trump might want to start with coal plants. And if we're waiting for him to do that, well, we might want to get comfortable. I should also note that by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, wind energy actually mitigates the long-term threats of climate change, which endanger entire ecosystems, including for...
Nobody doesn't care about that. You don't care about that. I mean, he does that.
That's going to impact Texans' energy prices. Take all the time you need with that one. And remember, Trump is the guy who said this about energy costs.
Here's a big promise to Pennsylvania and to the whole country, by the way, because your prices are really high. I mean, for people with all of that power, all of that liquid gold under your feet, you're getting screwed. You're paying high. You're paying one of the highest.
That's crazy.
Energy rates, including cars, air conditioners, heating. You're paying one of the highest in the whole country. Perhaps your governor's not doing a very good job. I don't know what the hell's going on. But when you have...
This guy's off. Doesn't Pennsylvania have that city that's still burning? I forget the name of the city, but it's underground. It's underground.
When you have that kind of energy, you shouldn't be paying the price, but you're one of the highest. But here's a promise I'm making to you. I will cut your energy and electricity prices in half, 50%, 50, within 12
Sure you will, buddy.
months of taking the oath of office. Within 12 months of taking the oath of office, I will cut your energy prices by 50%, and it's not going to be hard, and I will terminate the natural gas export ban. Can you imagine we have a...
What is he talking
ban? We have countries that want to pay us. You know, we were energy independent 4 years ago. Now we're not. But more importantly, we were going to be energy dominant. I would have been producing today 3 to 4 times what I was doing 4 years ago.
Shut the fuck up. You don't even know what you were doing 4 years ago. In my opinion.
I will repeal the insane electric vehicle mandate, and we will drill, baby, drill. Those two.
Oh. This guy is a fucking detriment, in my opinion.
Drill, baby, drill.
So he's promising to cut energy costs in half in his first year in office, while simultaneously calling to ban one of the most cost-effective energy sources that accounts for a massive portion of Americans' energy consumption. Please, someone, make it make sense. Now you have to ask yourself, why is Trump saying this? Perhaps it could be that he's funded by the very fossil fuel oligarchs who would benefit from banning the types of energy sources that threaten their profits. And that is entirely the point. Trump isn't interested in actually cutting energy prices. That's just some talking point that he used on the campaign trail in order to scam people into voting for him.
This is so crazy.
Kind of like how he promised no tax on tips. Does anyone actually think that that's going to become a federal law? Or what about promising free...
I think people should pay tax on tips. They're just going to end up owing it at the end of the year. Like, what the fuck? Why doesn't he just keep his fucking hands out of people's pockets?
IVF for all Americans who want it. If you want to know what Trump is actually interested in delivering and who he's interested in delivering it for, look no further than who he was surrounded by at his inauguration. It wasn't those working class Americans who he lied to on the campaign trail. It was the billionaire oligarchs. It was people like Elon Musk with a net worth of approximately $434 billion. Jeff Bezos with a net worth of $239 billion. Mark Zuckerberg with a net worth of $211 billion.
A billion is what? 100 million or 1,000 million? What is a billion? Come on, you guys. You guys are smart. Tell me.
Or Pichai with a net worth of 1.3 billion. Hell, the billionaire's got better seats than his own cabinet nominees. In fact, don't take it from me. Here's one of Trump's billionaire allies, Jamie Dimon, recently admitting that Donald Trump's tariffs are going to raise prices on working class Americans, and they should just get over it.
And in the California too, you know, fucking, they're like, well, can you stop with the tariffs so that we can rebuild? Yeah.
And an inventory of features.
Yeah, look, I look at tariffs. They are an economic tool. That's it. They're an economic weapon, you know, depending how you use it and why you use it and stuff like that. And, you know, people argue, is it inflationary and non-inflationary? I would put in perspective, if it's a little inflationary, but it's good for national security, so be it. I mean,
Why is it good for national security? What are you trying to, like, scare us into it?
Get over it.
And here's Elon Musk saying the same thing last year, admitting that Donald Trump's agenda will cause hardship for the middle class, but says that it's, quote, necessary.
Get over it. Get over it. The other guy said, get over it.
Means. Yeah, that necessarily involves some temporary hardship, but it will ensure long-term prosperity.
So just remember, when Trump talks about banning windmills, it's not just the aimless rantings and ramblings of a confused old man. It is actually a...
Fucking terrible, man.
Much easier. You need this book because I teach you and I appreciate you tuning in and watching this video. I've been trying to think of what I wanted to say about this past week. And a whole lot of thoughts came through my mind.
Yeah, but it's not just systematic racism, it's everything. We're all suffering. We're all suffering.
In the immediate aftermath of Donald Trump announcing a pardon of all of the insurrectionists, including the ones who assaulted cops, sent them to the hospital, ended up killing a few of them, the police unions had nothing to say. And that was...
Yeah, right. They haven't said a word.
Deeply embarrassing. Now, thankfully, fast forward to the next day, and they have put out a statement.
Okay.
I don't know why it would take so long, but okay. So the largest police union in America, we're going to give you their statement. But bear in mind, they endorsed Donald Trump in 2016, 2020, and 2024. And they had this to say: when perpetrators of crimes, especially serious crimes, are not held fully accountable, it sends a dangerous message that the consequences for attacking law enforcement are not severe, potentially emboldening others to commit similar acts of violence. That's from the first.
They already said they would.
Internal Order of Police and the International Association of Chiefs of Police. And they are right. And that's what he's doing. And he's doing it for that reason. Just to be clear. And in case this lobby is not clear on that, he knows.
He could just deputize them, couldn't he? I mean, that's terrible.
That's the effect, and he wants that to be the effect, and he did that. And I also want to be clear, you guys endorsed him after the insurrection. You endorsed him for 2024, after he already told people to go and sack the Capitol, after he...
Yeah. That's some shit. That's some shit right there.
Already spent years talking about the people who tried to kill cops with their bare hands and with flagpoles and fire extinguishers and batons and bear mace and stun guns. They said that they were hostages, that they had done nothing wrong. You guys looked at that and said, I'm going to endorse him. And I know Biden...
Wow.
And the Democrats are terrible. They hate cops, all that stuff. But I don't know. They don't stand with the cop murderers. And I just want to remind them, like, I'm glad that they spoke up against him. It won't mean anything going forward. I'm glad that they did that. But I just want to remind them, like, should not serve as the first bit of evidence that
you can't overturn a pardon either. So he's obviously pardoned these people who had prior felony charges. And were still found with, you know, AR-15s and stuff in their homes. And now they can just go buy a gun, like, just...
Wright's supposed attachment to or veneration for cops in the armed forces is more contingent than you might think. It's the most recent big example of that, but it's hardly the only one. You know, if you want, you could go back to Waco. You can go back to, I don't know, the standoff with the Bundys. They love cops, back the blue. But when it's the cops...
Right, and all those wild horses that were supposed to be protected. Dead. Dead.
Cops versus right-wingers, their loyalties shift really fast. Then all of a sudden, the right-wingers are going on podcasts and talking about how you need to aim for the head because they have body armor. When the right is continually advocating for criminals to have access, easy, cheap access to AR-15s and armor-piercing bullets, they know that will be used to kill cops, and yet
I'm in shock.
they push for it anyway. When they talk about, sometimes the tree of liberty needs to be watered with blood, it's cop and soldier blood that will be doing the watering.
The tree of liberty sometimes has to be watered with blood.
And they're fantasizing about an excuse being given to them to pick up arms and start gunning down the blue. And so, again, I know it's pointless to try to get through to them. They're not going to listen. They like him. They like his politics or whatever. But if they do their jobs, there is a chance someday that they will fall on the wrong side of that line, and they will find Trump advocating for the ones that tried to kill them. And I'm just trying to save them from that. And one last little thing before I go to you, Yaz.
That's crazy.
So obviously there were cops who did a great job in securing and protecting the Capitol on January 6th. And one of them we've spoken about very often shared their call log, if we bring this up. So he had, after January 6th, testified against a bunch of the people that personally attacked him. And that is the automated Department of Justice notification, saying each one of those is saying the defendant you testified against is being released from the Department of Corrections. Each of those defendants assaulted him, and he's getting a notification as each one is released from prison.
That must be very scary, in my opinion.
Being sent out there. Michael Fanone, the cop who was dragged into the crowd and got stun gunned in the neck and everything, he's now worried that they might come and finish the job, that they might target his family. And I'll remind you, when he was dragged, the video, when he was dragged into the crowd, the guy doing the dragging yelled, "I've got one."
Wow.
Think about how dark that, why does he got one? What are you going to do with one? Why do you want to get that cop? Why are you dragging him away from the other cops and into a mob of people? And I bring that up not only to remind you of the horror of the day, but just to remind you that guy was pardoned too. The one who yelled.
This is I'm just watching it. It's for fair use, critiquing, commentary, educational purposes only. It's been altered and seen.
"I've got one," as he drags the cop in. The guy who tried to take Michael Fanone's gun to do whatever with, he was pardoned too. He didn't get the gun out of the holster, thankfully, but if he had, he almost certainly would have
This is just unbelievable.
executed Michael Fanone on the ground, in the crowd, with Trump flags flying. He was released too. Look, Yaz, I'll send it to you. I know nobody really seems to care about this.
That's so sad.
Everybody's like, "Oh, he said he was going to do it." Yeah, no, I understand he said he's going to do it. It's utterly unacceptable. And maybe this will be the last time that we or that anyone acknowledges that this was an utterly unacceptable thing, that this is a continuing act of insane evil. But I feel like it needs to be said at least one more time.
Yeah.
Evil. And I felt it needed to be said too tonight.
I mean, how did the police union not know when they were endorsing Trump for president several times over that he was going to pardon the insurrectionists? Why did they even bother to release a statement? A police union, too, it's largely a single issue organization, at least as far as their presidential endorsement goes. What I mean is, they're not expected to endorse a candidate based on the economy or LGBTQ issues.
Why were they endorsing him? His stand on police brutality, it should have been what they based it on, in my opinion.
For example, when they endorse a presidential candidate, they're saying this person will be good for police. This goes back to how strangely politicized different facets of our nation has become. It's so politicized that it's gone beyond logic and reason. They can say that the police support right-wing candidates and right-wing politics.
What's the deal with these ads promising solar panels for free? Well, it's not true. You can't get solar panels for free. But
the great revenge, Trump's Orwellian America, takes shape. Now, there's some competition for the weirdest or worst or most dangerous or even deadly of the Trump executive orders that he signed on his first day. But one of them, for example, repealing Lyndon Johnson's 1965 executive order that said that any federal contractor.
This is crazy.
For the federal government, any contractor providing service to the federal government cannot discriminate based on race or sex. They just repealed that. So yeah, go ahead. Just post your hey, we're going to build a new government building, or we're going to build a new detention facility. Just put your help wanted ad out there with whites only. Need apply.
Wow. Or men only. Or men only. White men only. Need apply.
No problem. That's now
white Republican men only.
Legal. Another executive order he signed this week, I talked about it at some length yesterday, proclaims that men and women are assigned their birth at conception. Actually, at conception, we're either all women or all non-binary. Men don't appear until about 6 weeks after conception. But really, this was a way of laying the groundwork for fetal personhood, which I talked about yesterday.
What's that? Fetal personhood.
Troubling of the executive orders is the one with the Orwellian name, ending the weaponization of the federal government. It lays out a rational.
Wait a minute. What?
Of the federal government. It lays out a rational. The most troubling of the executive orders is the one with the Orwellian name, ending the weaponization of the federal government. It lays out a rationalization to investigate and then prosecute the investigators and attorneys in the federal government who looked into Trump's many ties to Russia and Putin. And then it goes after those who tracked down and imprisoned January 6th seditionists and who tried unsuccessfully, thanks to Merrick Garland's temerity, to prosecute Trump for his attempts to overthrow the 2020 election and to steal top secret nuclear and espionage secrets, which he allegedly then have made available to random foreign spies passing through Mar-a-Lago. This weapon.
Fuck out, man. Oh my God.
Executive order makes clear right from the get-go that this is just pure politics and that it's not really about ending the weaponization of government. It's about beginning it. Here's how, this is the opening paragraph of his executive order. The American people have witnessed the previous administration engaged in a systematic campaign against its perceived political opponents, weaponizing.
This is terrible.
An illegal force of numerous federal law enforcement agencies and the intelligence community against those perceived political opponents in the form of investigations, prosecutions, civil enforcement actions, and other related actions. Right. So the federal government's been going after Trump. Well, you commit crimes. Sometimes the people who are supposed to catch the criminals come after you. Appears to be what's going on. But.
So he signed an executive order that they can't do that anymore?
They're arguing here that the alleged crimes committed by Trump and his supporters, including, fake electors and January 6th attacks and threats of violence against school boards, are just political differences. Right? These actions appear oriented more toward inflicting political pain on Trump and his supporters than toward pursuing.
Oh my God.
Actual justice for legitimate governmental objectives. Many of these activities appear to be inconsistent with the Constitution and or laws of the United States, including those activities directed at parents protesting in school board meetings, Americans who spoke out against the previous administration's actions, and other Americans who were simply exercising constitutionally protected rights. Now, it turns out that, the Justice Department did look into people who were trying to intimidate school boards, but they did that at the written request of the National School Boards Association. Hardly a hotbed of left-wing political activity. And the people who attacked the Capitol weren't just exercising their constitutionally protected rights when they killed 3 police officers and sent 170 others to the hospital. And then finally, we get to the third paragraph of this executive order, which kind of proves that every Trump accusation is an admission. In my opinion, what they're saying here is that this is what they intend to do, not what they really think Biden did. The third paragraph reads,
I feel like he probably didn't even read it.
The prior administration and allies throughout the country engaged in an unprecedented third world weaponization of prosecutorial power to upend the democratic process. It targeted individuals who voiced opposition to the prior administration's policies with numerous federal investigations and politically motivated funding provocations, which cost Americans access to needed services.
What does that mean?
What takes 7 minutes to cook has up to 22 grams of protein, only 6 grams of net carbs, and is 100% plant-based. Hey.
Right. So, and then it wanders into the area of, just flat out lies and misrepresentations. The Department of Justice even jailed an individual for posting a political meme. Let's be very clear. The guy who posted the political meme was a guy named Douglas Mackey, who posted a picture of a black woman all over social media standing in front of a sign that said African Americans for Hillary. And it said, avoid the line, vote for home and text Hillary to 59925. Turns out almost 5,000 people did that. This was in Pennsylvania. He was trying to swing the Pennsylvania election in 2016. And, presumably those people didn't vote and they were Hillary's.
Get the fuck out. Did you hear that? Holy fuck. Put up a fake text number to vote that way and fucking holy shit.
So he was imprisoned for election interference. I'd say legitimately so. It's also worth noting that it wasn't the Biden administration who investigated this. It was the Trump administration. Although Biden ultimately put him in jail. But they started the Justice Department started their investigation of Douglas Mackey in 2018. And and then they go on to say,
did he pardon that guy too, Douglas Mackey?
And while the Department of Justice had ruthlessly prosecuted more than 1,500 individuals associated with January 6th, they simultaneously dropped nearly all cases against BLM rioters. Another just flat out, lie. The fact of the matter is that not only did the Biden administration continue prosecutions begun during Trump's last year in office of people who had, rioted or burned buildings or whatever during the
crazy
BLM protests, the George Floyd protests, but they opened over 100 new cases, the Biden administration, and put more than 70 people associated with the BLM protests in prison for an average of 27 months. And at least 10 people got 5 years or more.
Yeah, for looting and shit. And there was some law breaking going on there.
So, apparently asking Trump to tell the truth or his people is just like, that's a bridge too far. So I think that what we're seeing, Merrick Garland, for example, made the decision, a rather pathetic decision, to keep both John Durham on, who was, investigating the people who investigated Trump's connections to Russia, and to keep on the guy who was prosecuting Hunter Biden. He's
mayor. Stop.
Yeah.
Have they? Going through Detroit? That's terrible.
It's certainly cliche at this point, but many of you probably in school had to read 1984, and there's that classic quote, the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. And that's what we're being told by the parties, definitely, but also by the media, which has entirely surrendered to Donald Trump, because the Wall Street Journal, okay, this is their editorial board.
This is terrible.
This is one person that came in to do an op-ed. This is their commentary board, said, hey, the thing that Elon Musk did that we all know exactly what it is? No, it wasn't that. It was something else.
That's disgusting.
Don't worry about it. Look the other way. Maybe there's something on Netflix or something. Don't worry about the fact that the richest man in the world who has office space in the White House is doing Nazi salutes. They said, the editorial board, that Elon Musk is a secret Nazi meme, a kooky
this is terrible.
Kooky accusation. Goes from social media to the press and said, it's a kooky. Oh, you guys, you're just such kooks for seeing a person do a Heil and then calling it that. Here's what they said. We're not going to read the whole thing. Nobody should. Literally, why would you go to the Wall Street Journal prior to this? But
that's terrible.
Also after it, what an object lesson in the laundering of a kooky online smear. Roll back the tape, and Mr. Musk is reacting to a roaring arena as he says the 2024 election really mattered, and his heart goes out to the crowd, which he didn't say until later on. He slaps his chest and waves an arm toward the audience. That's literally not what he did. The peanut gallery on social media went nuts, suggesting it was an intentional Nazi salute, which mainstream outlets then cited to justify covering the supposed controversy. There it is, the birth of a partisan talking point and the spreading of disinformation. He did a knife hand chop multiple times. And if you found yourself in the enthusiasm and exuberance of the moment, accidentally doing like the one thing you don't do with your arm, which is that, you would realize it and then apologize. Or if there was an uproar, you would make clear on, maybe one of the social media sites that you own. Oh my God, I can't believe that it looked like that. I would never intend to do that. That's not what it was. I hate that. I denounce Nazism. I denounce, I don't know, like German neo-Nazi parties or whatever. Obviously, that would be a lie in his case, but he could try to say that. You would do all of those things. He didn't do any of that because it was intentional. The reason that neo-Nazis on Twitter are so excited, so horny for Musk today and this week is because they know exactly what it is. But at the Wall Street Journal, you are a kook if you believe the evidence of your eyes. And not just them. You have the mainstream legacy media, Wall Street Journal, respectability, all of that. Joe Rogan also says it's a BS game of pretending everyone is Hitler. They're crying wolf. That's all they're doing.
And today he's promoting the far-right extremist party, and I can't even, I'm blown away.
Crying wolf! It doesn't look like anything to me! That's what we're being told, okay? Everyone has surrendered. Everyone is in on it. The machine has consumed them all.
Yes. No, and because you have plausible deniability, and so long as you deny it, as we learned from how Republicans behave whenever they are plausibly accused of sexual assault, and I don't know, there are police reports and things like that, they just deny because they have absolutely no shame, and they relish in that. They relish in saying up is down and down is up, and 2 + 2 = 5. That's what they do. And the moment you concede it, that to them looks like weakness. And I think beyond that, there is a handshake.
That's terrible. I'm the same.
Donald Trump's pardons of both the leader of the Proud Boys and the founder of the Oath Keepers, Enrique Tarrio and Stuart Rhodes, respectively, who, by the way, were also sentenced to 22 years in prison and 18 years in prison, respectively. His pardon of these two specific individuals has now caused these two men to call for, quote, retribution.
Shit's like that.
Look at the difference in stance between these two men. You have Governor Gavin Newsom, who has a confident posture. Meanwhile, Trump is leaning in. Gavin Newsom is clearly physically fit, while Trump isn't. Gavin Newsom is initiating direct eye contact right there, and Trump is looking away.
This is the one where you were talking about. Trump kicks Elon out of the White House.
The dysfunction in the White House continues to grow. Elon Musk is getting kicked out of the White House, out of the West Wing. He's getting moved to a nearby building called the Old Executive Office Building. Donald Trump's chief of staff despises Musk's presence in the West Wing. Others close to Donald Trump despise it as well, and they're trying to push him out. Here's the headline from the Daily Mail from earlier today. Trump's ICE maiden chief of staff, Susan Wiles, launches a brutal takedown of Elon Musk as she refuses to give him a West Wing office and issues a stark warning.
Why the fuck would he have a West Wing office? That's just crazy.
over him being a co-president. Many are saying that Elon Musk is pulling all of the strings. Donald Trump looks completely weak next to Elon Musk during a recent press conference that Donald Trump held in the Oval Office with some AI tech bros like Sam Altman and others. And they announced this project called Stargate, where they claimed they were investing $500 billion into America. Elon Musk said it was all BS. It was phony. It was fraud. They don't even have anywhere close to $500 billion.
That is such a conflict of interest, in my opinion.
Maybe $10 billion dripping wet, and it was all just a scheme to try to get close to Donald Trump. Elon Musk was also posting photos of crack and crack pipes and suggesting that the number 500 billion of investment dollars into the United States that these other tech bros were announcing with Donald Trump.
Here's some video of a bust of Abraham Lincoln being carried out of the West Wing.
Donald Trump appears to be looting the White House.
He did not. Oh my God.
White House. That's right. Now, I have a clip coming up to show you this. I'll also get into, though, maybe why he needs the money. So before I get to any of that, and also another example of something being taken from the White House that isn't his, let me play this clip.
So this is, how old is this? Okay, 4 years ago. So it must have been when he was leaving, right? Okay.
For you from CNN.
And I just want to show you some video of what's happening over here at the White House right now, Brooke.
Yeah.
They are starting to put up bunting on some of the construction over here at the White House.
They're walking out with a fucking bust of Abraham Lincoln from the White House.
Place for the Biden inauguration that is going to take place next week. We're seeing video of that right now. You can see they put up bunting that says Biden-Harris inauguration 2021. It's on some of these risers that are facing the White House. So presumably, Brooke, the president could look out his windows right now and see this bunting go up. That is obviously not going to.
Oh, God.
Sit well with the president seeing those kinds of preps going on when he in fact doesn't think he even lost the election. In addition to that, we're seeing what looks like moving day over here at the White House. You're seeing things, items coming and going from the West Wing. We saw Larry Kudlow leaving earlier today. Here's some video of a bust of Abraham Lincoln.
I can't believe that.
Being carried out of the West Wing. People need to know that the items inside the White House are not giveaways. They're not souvenirs you can take home. This is not an estate sale or antique roadshow.
Why did they fucking let him take that?
But yet you're seeing some White House staffers taking mementos with them as they go. Peter Navarro was caught on camera taking a jumbo photograph of himself and the president dealing with the Chinese. And so, you know, it is a strange, sort of surreal look at the end days of the Trump presidency, but that's what we're in the midst of right now.
The looter in chief taking what he can from the White House days before he's gone. Now,
that's amazing. Ugh.
I'll get to why maybe he needs the money. Wait for that. But I just want to buttress this point. This is Jim Acosta mentioned it in that clip that Peter Navarro was seen leaving the White
my God. I can't believe he's taking that.
House with an image of Trump and the Chinese president. Here it is here. So, like, I don't know what they're doing, but this doesn't belong to them. So in case you don't know here, gifts are supposed to be stored and then moved to a presidential library.
The president is not allowed to accept and keep presents from foreign governments, and the minimal value of a gift is limited to less than $20. Oh my God.
If the president wants to buy a gift, he or she can purchase it from the government. The president is also not allowed to accept and keep presents from foreign governments, and the minimal value of a gift is limited to less than $20. So,
unreal.
Yeah, that image clearly does not belong to him. The bust of Abraham Lincoln does not belong to him. I'm sure there were.
Trump did not bring his own bust of Lincoln or a painting of himself. So it looks like the administration is ignoring the gift laws and stealing everything that isn't bolted down. Wow.
Other things taken, though, I didn't see. So, you know, I don't want to just assume. But if they're taking two things, they're probably taking a lot more. Now, there's also, this is related. So Trump refusing to pay Rudy Giuliani's legal fees after falling out. Trump, this is what Trump does. But before he became president.
Oh.
president. This is how he often treats people that are around him, that are working for him. He just doesn't pay them. And he's doing it again now, possibly for other reasons. Yes, Giuliani, of course, has not been successful because there is no voter fraud. So he could only do.
So he said he would pay his legal fees to do
so much for Donald Trump. But also, Trump is going to need the money, especially if he is impeached and convicted. So as ABC writes here, under the former President's Act, President Donald Trump is entitled to an office and staff, a pension, and up to $1 million for annual security and travel expenses.
Whoa. Is that like a yearly pension? That is unless he's impeached and convicted by Congress.
And lifetime protection from
all
Secret
funded
Service.
by the taxpayers. Oh my God.
All funded by taxpayers once he leaves office. That is, unless he's impeached and convicted by Congress. So he's already been impeached. He could be convicted. Now, it's going to be tough to get those 17 Republicans on board, but he could be convicted. That said, even if he's convicted,
this is crazy.
After he leaves office, there is some debate of whether or not he would actually be impacted by this, because the way the language works for the former President's Act, it says you must be a former
with no like repercussion.
president. So if he's convicted before January 20th, he would not be a former president, and he would be counted as somebody who was impeached and convicted while in office. But after January 20th, he would be considered to be a former president, meaning that he could still be entitled to all this stuff, even though he was convicted. But because he was convicted after.
Oh my God. That's
after January 20th. So regardless, though, this is clear. Sources have told ABC News that in the days after the 2020 election, the president has been asking about his post-presidency financial security, fearful for his and his family's safety.
Even though he just removed those security details from others.
Of course, Donald Trump realizes that he's going to have a tough time making money after this. His name is worth nothing. It's worth less.
Yeah, that seems to be wrong, huh? That's wrong.
Have you ever entered a site that looked real but wasn't? Here's how to avoid getting tricked. Scammers use AI to easily create fake.
I now know Washington probably better than anybody. I know the good ones and the bad ones, and we will have really great, strong people. I already know who they are, but we will have really great, strong people.
Okay. Your Vice President, Mike Pence, is running against you.
Yeah.
Your Ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley, she's running against
you. I'm just...
I don't want to dwell on it, but according to the indictment, you were here at Bedminster on July 21st, 2021, after you're no longer president, and you were recorded saying that you had a document detailing a plan of attack on another country that was prepared by the U.S. military for you when you were president, the Iran attack plan. You remember that?
Ready?
You were recorded.
It wasn't a document.
Okay.
I had lots of paper. I had copies of newspaper articles. I had copies of magazines.
I know. This is specifically a quote. You're quoted on the recording saying the document was secret, adding that you could have declassified it while you were president, but quote, now I can't. You know, this is still secret. Highly confidential. And the indictment cites the recording and the testimony from people in the room saying you showed it to people there that day. So you say on this on tape,
it says just the opposite,
that you can't declassify it. So why have it?
When I said that I couldn't declassify it now, that's because I wasn't president. I never made any bones about that. When I'm not president, I can't declassify.
That's what you said. You did declassify it.
I said no. I said I couldn't. But that wasn't a document, Brett. There was no document. That was a massive amount of papers and everything else talking about Iran and other things. And it may have been held up or may not, but that was not a document. I didn't have a...
Oh, this is mind-blowing to me.
Document per se. There was nothing to declassify. These were newspaper stories, magazine stories, and articles.
I'm just saying what the indictment says.
Well,
the recording and the people in the room who testified.
These people are very dishonest people. They're thugs. They're thugs. If you look at what they've done to other people, what they've done to, and overturned in the U.S. Supreme Court, these are thugs.
Who?
The suggestion was that you wanted this as evidence that the military, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, had preemptively sent you plans for a possible attack on Iran, and that you didn't order that to happen. That's the suggestion.
I never ordered it to happen. No.
But that's why you wanted the document.
I don't think I've ever seen a document from Milley. Milley, frankly, was incompetent. The last one I'd want to attack with as my leader would be Milley. We were talking. No, and
They said,
I gave
"Can you
him
give the
some,
documents back?"
and we were talking.
And then they said they went to DOJ to subpoena you to get them.
Which they've never done before.
Right. And
In
but
all
why not
fairness,
just hand them over
This is crazy.
for them? Because I have boxes. I want to go through the boxes and get all my personal things
Oh my God.
out. I don't want to hand that over to Nara yet. And I was very busy, as you've sort of seen.
Yeah, but
I've been
according to the
very, very
indictment,
busy.
you then tell this aide to move to other locations after telling your lawyers to say you'd fully complied with the subpoena when you hadn't.
But before I send boxes over, I have to take all of my things out. These boxes were interspersed with all sorts of things, golf shirts, clothing.
And why the fuck were you throwing everything in your boxes? Come on now, dude.
Pants, shoes. There were many things. I would say much more. Not that I know of, but everything was declassified. And Biden didn't have the right to do that because he wasn't president. Nor did Mike Pence, by the way, have the right to do that because he wasn't president.
And there it is. Trump confesses that he didn't want to hand over boxes of classified documents that he unlawfully retained because he was, quote, very busy. And then when confronted on the fact that he told his aide, who was Walt Nauta, to move his boxes to a different location while telling his attorney that he'd fully complied with the subpoena, which, to be clear, is a crime, Trump says that he needed to go through the boxes. In other words, he didn't deny committing the crimes at all and instead tried to justify them. And look, I'm not here to give any free legal advice to Donald Trump, but someone on his payroll might have considered reminding him that he has the right to stay silent. And just to be perfectly clear, these are the charges that Trump just effectively confessed to on air. Conspiracy to obstruct justice, wherein Trump and Walt Nauta conspired to keep these documents from the grand jury. Withholding a document or record, wherein Trump and Nauta misled one of their attorneys by moving boxes of classified documents so that attorney couldn't introduce them to the grand jury. Corruptly concealing a document or record, wherein Trump and Nauta hid boxes.
I'm just, in my opinion, I'm just shocked. I'm really shocked. Really.
Am I supposed to turn up here? Rick?
Your affinity, I guess, for what I do here, and I am beyond humbled. This Elon Nazi salute kerfuffle. There's a couple elements that I'm glad I'm back, not doing people on the street interviews with Donald Trump supporters. But let's talk about this Elon thing. I'm not gonna. I think it's self-evident what the thing was. It's very clear. It is the Nazi thing. But I mean, he's courting the far right in Germany. It's pretty obvious. And not only that, Nazis are thrilled that Elon, and that's what we're going to get to today, is little Nazi puke. Nick Fuentes is over the moon about the Sieg Heil salute. He has identified it as what it is, and who would know better than a Nazi about Nazi salutes? Here's a headline from the Rolling Stone. Right-wing extremists are abuzz over Musk's straight-arm salute. Quote, incredible things are happening already, LMAO, wrote Gab founder and Hitlerbot innovator Andrew Torba. That's where we are. So if you haven't seen it, or you probably have, but I'm gonna lay it out for you to make a comparison here. A lot of people have done comparisons. I'm gonna play a couple. The first 9 seconds, it's him doing the salute.
Hitlerbot innovator. Whoa.
Not just once, but twice. People are blaming his being on the autism spectrum. I don't know that he's ever been diagnosed with that. They're just grasping at straws. Even the Anti-Defamation League, which can no longer be trusted, they're making a pass. They're giving Elon.
Gross. This gross.
Pass on this very obvious thing. Here it is, 9 seconds, him doing it twice.
Thank you.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
Come on. Here it is in synced time with a character in the movie American History X, if you remember that movie. Here. And for those of you who say, well, come on, that's a movie. You can't do that to Elon. That's just a movie. That's fiction, Jesse. Come on. Well, how about actual Nazis marching in the streets of the United States of America? Here it is. Self-evident, obvious. And the most repulsive, the most repellent aspect of this, for me, is he's standing behind the podium of the President of the United States of America, given his Nazi nonsense. That is a usurpation of that office.
Very disturbing.
We battled the Nazis, along with other countries, in victory against fascism during World War II. As far as I'm concerned, the only good Nazi is a dead Nazi. Not afraid to
Very good.
say that. Don't think that's controversial. There is no place on a planet like this for Nazis. I'm pro punching Nazis in the face, you might say. And at times like this, if you're expecting me to demur, if you're expecting me to cower, to bend the knee, to act any other way than aggressive.
They all are. Not the him or something, but I mean just... They are just sitting there.
Toward real threats to marginalized communities, to oppressed people, you're watching the wrong show. Here is a tweet from Right Wing Watch, a group that does unbelievable work to highlight the beliefs, the teachings, the preaching.
This is very scary for people who would suffer from it.
The broadcasts of radicals. They tweeted this about the Nick Fuentes moment. Hitler-loving white nationalist Nick Fuentes on Elon Musk's salute, quote, that was a straight up like Sieg Heil, like loving Hitler energy. Says Nazi, says lover of Elon, or of, well, probably Elon Musk as well, but of Adolf Hitler. Freudian slip, Elon, Adolf.
That's sad. Very sad.
Here he is, in about a 30-second clip or so, giving his tacit approval of this salute from behind the podium of the President of the United States of America.
And then the like straight up, like that was a serious Roman. It wasn't even like a subtle, like a wave, like one of these, like a Laura Ingraham. Remember when Laura Ingraham did that? That was a straight up like Sieg Heil, like loving Hitler energy. that was like a straight up with intensity Roman salute.
When they identify.
Okay, so I'm just curious, like ministry, because you had said no, it wasn't. It was a Roman salute, but he just called them one and the same, basically. So, did you know that? I'm curious because that's interesting that he just said that. BRB. Right? Yeah, it is. I feel like the one that really disappointed me the most, though, about the whole thing was Ben Shapiro, because
Riot is what it is. Why would we make excuses? How many times have you heard me say, when are we going to stop giving these people the benefit of the doubt? I can tell you the answer for me. It was a long time ago. I no longer give these people the benefit of the doubt.
I like this guy.
If you're one of those people out on social media sharing a still image of Hillary Clinton waving to a crowd and it vaguely looks like she's given the salute, or Kamala Harris, where we've seen the video of her going, no, we won't go back, and they freeze the frame here, you're doing a disservice to the truth, to the facts of reality. We know Elon Musk's character by his actions. We know who he is trying to get into office all across Europe. The most radical neo-Nazi party in Germany is being backed by Elon Musk right now.
Yes. Today. Just today. It's fucking disgusting. And he's going, fight, fight, fight. Like how Trump was shouting.
And by the way, let me say this. If you were accused of giving a Nazi salute, and you had the profile that Elon Musk did, or even if you didn't, wouldn't you want to correct the record? Wouldn't you want to say, oh, come on, guys, that wasn't a Nazi salute. It's crickets from Elon. There's no refutation of what happened.
Actually, no. He made some kind of a post of, and the pronouns aren't Himmler, and I bet you did not see that coming. It just,
There's no pushback. There's no denial. He gave some tweet about, oh, apparently I'm a Zionist and a Nazi. Yes. Yes, you are. Elon Musk is a white supremacist who grew up in apartheid South Africa, being lavished with the privilege that white people had at that time. In a racist country, a vile, bigoted country of South Africa at the time. Wholesale oppression of black people that were the population, dominant population in the country. And that's the system under which Elon grew up. Like the formative years that formed his brain and the way he thinks about things was under that. And here he is now as an adult, as a grown man. You can't blame it on some kind of a psychological affliction or a condition.
So crazy.
You can't do that. Because if it was just an autism spectrum thing, wouldn't you see a lot more kids doing the Nazi thing? They don't know how to move their arms. You wave this way in a Nazi salute, and then you turn around and you do the exact same wave to a crowd at a different angle. Come on. Stop giving these people.
That is very sad. But Ben Shapiro, although we differ in a lot of beliefs, one of the things was that I did always admire about him was how he felt about Israel. And I'm just in shock.
I look at you, my pretty, and your little dog.
That's really not what I would expect. I'm just in so much shock.
Free Tax USA, where federal filing is always free with no games or pricing gimmicks. Because choosing your tax.
Well, folks, it's a new week, and that means it's time for another terrible episode of Ben After Dark. Trump actually won and then was congratulated by Democrats. That made it awkward to call him Hitler because then they'd have been congratulating actual everyone who bet the under. That was basically me. I had the under. Well, you might have thought it would be Trump. They called Hitler wrong. They ran out of steam on that one when Trump actually won and then was congratulated by Democrats. That made it awkward to call him Hitler because then they'd have been
I think this guy pretty much knows that Hitler had nothing to do with Republican or Democrats. It was a dictatorship, and that I just
congratulating actual Hitler.
Heil Hitler, you're gonna be the best. Heil Hitler, you can do it. Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler.
This time, it's the South African billionaire Elon Musk, who, while speaking at the inauguration, made an unfortunate hand signal. He was immediately labeled equivalent to a man who killed 6 million Jews.
yeah, but then you know what he supports. You know it. What have they got to you? What are you scared now? I mean, that's terrible. That's sad.
I'm gonna be honest, I was more offended by these motions from Elon. That's not how you dance to that, and I don't dance to that. Elon Musk was not performing a Sieg Heil. He wasn't hoping to magically restore Nazi Germany during a president's inauguration.
Yeah, but where is he today, Ben? Where is he today? Who was he on the phone with?
Rally, like some sort of brazen Indiana Jones villain, or like a mainstream Democrat standing for Hamas.
No, Ben, come on. Talk about the far right that he is supporting and donating to that hasn't been in power since Hitler in Germany. Okay, let's talk about that, buddy. You say you went to Auschwitz with him. What was he, like, scoping out somewhere to build a new factory, dude?
In reality, he pointed to his heart and then motioned that his heart goes out to you.
Shut the fuck up. You know that's not true. You know who he supports.
The whole stupid thing. Now, was it the most chill way to express that? No. But have the words Elon Musk and most chill way ever been said in the same sentence before?
So? You are doing a disservice.
So, no. I think Elon would be the first to admit he doesn't exactly have an athlete's hand-eye coordination or the grace of a ballerina. He's a little like a bull in a china shop, and not this bull.
MJ didn't officially become the GOAT until the Hitler mustache. Jordan once.
Okay, so now you bring up Michael Jordan and say he had a Hitler mustache?
6 titles, became the face of Nike, a billionaire. But here's the thing, there are lots of billionaires.
If another billionaire wore a Hitler stash, he'd be boycotted, destroyed. But with Jordan, you were never quite confident enough to criticize.
That was not comparable at all to Hitler's mustache. That looked like he could barely grow facial hair and just maybe had gotten a little bit of hair growth there.
It's hard to make a decision worse than quitting basketball to play baseball, but Michael Jordan did do that. Well, anyway, as you can guess, Democrats saw this as their window of opportunity to once again repeatedly call anyone they dislike a Nazi.
When did that happen?
Over and over again.
Dude, when did that happen? Dude, when did that happen? When did that happen?
They say Hitler.
So now you go to Finding Nemo? What are these whataboutisms? Is that what you like to call them?
Even the Anti-Defamation League said this whole thing is Munich to do about nothing. They released a statement.
Yeah, they're probably as petrified as you are, buddy.
Explaining, quote, it seems Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm, not a Nazi salute. But again, we appreciate that people are on edge. Musk himself, who I'd like to remind you, visited Auschwitz with me tonight.
So? Maybe he was getting ideas. Because now he's supporting a far-right extremist group running in Germany that even the Germans don't fucking like, that has not been in power since Hitler. So why are you acting stupid when you're so smart?
The accusation, correctly noting that the Everyone is Hitler attack is really tired, which, by the way, could be a catchy song.
Why you're making a fucking joke out of it? You should be ashamed of yourself, motherfucker. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself, bud. You really should be ashamed of yourself. Because this is you're disgusting. Very disgusting right now. And you are not the person that... It's just terrible, man. What a shame.
If you live in Massachusetts, you are sitting on the biggest energy hack of the year. Free solar panels and power walls. Not in the...
So this is Ben Shapiro talking to Aretz Sheva, Israel National News, where he makes the point that even though we're seeing clearly a new American administration that's more sympathetic to Israel, there's still no clear clarity on how they're going to act with regard.
Well, like, Israel released 200 Palestinian hostages. They got 4 back. They got 4. I can only imagine what probably happened to those women, too, that they released. Young girls. Just terrible, man. Just fucking terrible.
To Israel and Israel's interests. And he's absolutely right to say that American and Israel's interests are not completely aligned. And that actually Israel, much as they can welcome the fact they have much more friendly relations probably under the Trump administration, it's probably time for them to be thinking about ways in which they can be less reliant on any nation. So it's very dangerous if you want to be truly sovereign.
I think the whole world should be disgusted about negotiating with terrorists. I don't think Hamas should, in my opinion, be... This is my opinion, be in charge of anything. That's just my thoughts.
Have a watch what Ben says and then we'll react.
The Americans are going to be quite friendly toward Israel protecting itself. You're not going to have as much yelling and screaming about Israel doing the things that are necessary in order to protect itself. But as I've been saying for a very long time, American interests and Israeli interests are not identical, nor should they be. They're separate countries with separate interests. And the Israelis should use this as an opportunity to make themselves more independent of the entire world, including the United States, with regard to...
Oh, wow, dude.
For example, arms supply and foreign policy. Yeah, I think there's a tendency sometimes when I talk to my Israeli friends to think that whatever the American administration is, it's the job of the Israelis to sort of mirror that position. And so the kind of future of the state of Israel ought to be made dependent on whomever is in the White House. That seems to be bad policy by any state, including Israel.
I kind of agree with that. I do.
And I think that if Israel is hoping that President Trump is going to sort of do the work for Israel, I don't think that's what he's going to do.
I really don't think that they're thinking he's going to do the work for them. And do you think anybody's going to do the work for them? I mean, the whole world just kind of has sat idly by and watched many pogroms and just anti-Semitism increase. I mean, the Proud Boys and his militias are white supremacists. They're Aryan brotherhoods and stuff. So what the fuck is going on with you, dude? Did your brain fall out somewhere? I'm just curious.
Or do I think that that's what anyone should expect President Trump to do? I mean, what they're going to get is an administration that is very friendly toward Israel, that wants to see Israel protect itself, that recognizes that Israel's enemies are indeed evil and seek its destruction, and is going to act.
You do know that 1,500 of them just got pardoned, right? Wearing a lot of them, maybe not all of them 1,500, but the majority of wearing swastikas and stuff, right? You know that.
That way. But again, no one can predict the future, and no one even knows who's going to be president 5 years from now. So I would always urge Israel and the United States to again act as states that are independent in their own interests.
And also, I would say that the jury is very much out on Trump's Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff. For me, the jury's out on how he's going to be regarding Israel. It's unclear. Just unclear. And I think there's probably certain realities in terms of, reliance on America. But whatever Israel is able to do to try and shift, to become more sovereign, to become more independent on the military front.
Okay, first of all,
this is critical to being a sovereign
I find
nation,
it odd that
because
the
that's
Iron
absolutely
Dome
right. American
was
and
not
Israeli
working. I find it odd that the Iron Dome was not working on October 7th. But I do think that somebody who could maybe from satellite could cut that off, because I just find that very strange. And that just happened to be the day that an attack was done. I mean, that's very strange to me.
interests are not completely aligned, and you also just cannot predict what any administration, including the Trump administration, may choose to do, and it may well not align with Israel's interests. And there's so much anxiety in the pro-Israel community about how the American administration is going to be. Look, of course, there is a reality to the fact that America is the global superpower, and so having friendly relations.
I don't know about that anymore. In my opinion, I feel like a lot of people are mad at us.
And supplies and support from them is obviously going to make a massive difference. Ukraine has been recognizing the same thing. But shift and move towards becoming more independent is obviously welcome. Israel had been held up in its war in Gaza, being told not to go into Rafah, even though they hardly any civilians were harmed in that military operation, where they were able to get rid of Hamas battalions. But they had been held up by the Biden administration.
I just never known that people are supposed to negotiate with terrorists. Is strange to me.
And that costs lives. It's dangerous. The dependence on just whatever the whims of the American administration may choose to say is so dangerous.
See, they kept blocking any peace agreements America did. Through the UN there, they were like,
dangerous. And whatever Israel can do, and maybe take advantage of a particularly more friendly American administration, as Ben Shapiro says, in trying to become more independent.
I don't understand why Israel is the villain here. I mean, I really don't.
Maybe in terms of weapons manufacturing, in terms of all kinds of elements of their military and political functioning, I think this would be a highly wise move.
So who is Hamas? Depending on themselves, they're all set. They got it all going on. I don't understand that.
You can't really be a sovereign nation fully if you're constantly requiring.
So are you saying that the people who are governing Palestine are sovereign because they don't need to ask for any help? They got it all? What's going on here?
Of another nation in terms of what you can and can't do.
But that's a terrorist group. And one isn't. I don't understand.
It's actually really, really dangerous to have that approach.
I think it's really, really dangerous to just let them operate and negotiate with.
It seems to me that Jewish morality also says that even if you do have a dependence on others, ultimately you should do whatever it is you need to do to protect yourself. And if they don't choose,
well, yeah, you should. But when you got people in another, superpower country, like you just said, sitting there talking about one of the world's richest men is not supporting the most extreme far right. And I mean, come on now, stop.
Support you, well, they're not your friend. And you certainly shouldn't be sacrificing lives or releasing terrorists in order to keep that friend on side. That's what it seems to me Jewish morality says. That's what it seems to be the message of Hanukkah was. The Greeks were invading, they were totally outnumbered, but the Maccabees said, we're going to fight back even if it makes absolutely no sense.
Maccabees, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because that's the right thing to do. You do what you need to do for your people's security and safety and life.
That's why they removed Maccabees from the Bible. They didn't want people to see.
it seems to me that, you know, even if there is still a dependence, I would still encourage Israel to continue to do whatever they need to do and not compromise on security.
Yeah, but see, the world's security is really at stake when you're dealing with a group that's been deemed a terroristic group.
Or safety or lives to appease people who are supplying them with things and whatever. How about doing what it is you need to do and then seeing if you have any friends left?
Wow.
Now, some people say, Ollie, you can't say that, that's reckless.
Wow.
I think it's reckless to do things that compromise your people's safety.
Okay. This is really a shame. Really a shame.
Viewers, how are you? I hope you're all healthy and well. The social turmoil in Russia reveals how deep the economic and political crisis in the country is. The increasing number of arson
This is crazy.
attacks in recent days points to a serious rupture in Russia's internal dynamics. These actions, especially by pensioners, are seen as an expression of the long accumulated anger of the people. So, why pensioners?
Pensioners.
What are the reasons behind these incidents that have flared up in different regions of Russia? The answers to these questions are critical to understanding the current atmosphere in Russia.
They're just taking everybody's money, everybody just
In recent years, Russia has faced increasing economic hardship and political uncertainty, and the effects of
just crazy.
Basic democratic principles and checks and balances will be largely undermined. The legislature, law enforcement, and media will be robbed of their independence because somebody played the video for them, and you can see them actually gasp. They're shocked that this is happening in the United States. They explain why they're so shocked.
He would be doing this in Germany. He would be arrested on the spot. I know some people might come with the excuse that he is autistic, and as someone,
I'm thinking, in a sick way, Trump just had an end of the Democratic Party if they use it. An issue that they could pound over and over again. But I'm wondering, do you think there's any chance of all the members of the Senate, the Democratic members of the Senate, to pound the issue of Trump partying the January?
when Trump came for our rights, the
I'm going to end it with this one.
up. See you in court. The ACLU already making good on that promise currently.
The Lessons on Tyranny from Timothy Snyder. Now, this is from his Substack newsletter, which I strongly recommend you join. I subscribe to it, snyder.substack.com, SNYDER. And I'm just going to...
This is the one I'm going to end it on.
Share with you. These are his words, not mine, although I'll offer some commentary on what I think are probably the 10 or 15 best of his 20 suggestions. Number one, do not obey an...
Okay, guys, getting ready? Take notes.
not obey in advance. He notes that most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. Don't do it. You might have noticed I am not obeying in advance. We are not sitting here talking about, well, you know, he's going to do okay, and let's give him some time. No, it's time to fight back. Number two, defend institutions. He notes it's institutions that help us preserve.
I'm going to play this slower than fast because I really want to hear it.
Democracy. So choose an institution you care about, he says, a court, a newspaper, a law, a labor union. And I would add, you know, a nonprofit group that is fighting fascism in the United States, whether it's Divisible or Progressive Democrats of America, PDA, or Move to Amend. Or, you know, there's a bunch of great groups out there, right? Move On. There's environmental groups. You know, find one whose work resonates with you and join. Number three, beware the one-party state. He said that we must defend the rules of democratic elections, vote in local and state elections while you can consider running.
While you can.
For office. And I would add to that, join the Democratic Party. Because right now, the Democratic Party is the only political party in America that has the ability to win national elections and is not going along with fascists.
Yeah, but some of our Democratic leaders are.
Number four, take responsibility for the face of the world. In other words, he says, notice the swastikas and other symbols of hate that, you know, these GOP-aligned people are putting up. Remove them yourself and set an example for others to do so. And I would say, you know,
yeah, because
you know, also
Trump. I mean, Hitler didn't just kill Jews.
But you know, Elon Musk's Hitler salute yesterday. I mean, it was just over the top. He writes, number five, remember professional ethics. He says, it's hard to subvert a rule of law state without lawyers or to hold show trials without judges. Authoritarians.
Yeah, we don't have the money for that.
Need obedient civil servants and concentration camp directors seek businessmen interested in cheap labor.
Told ya. Businessmen interested in cheap labor.
And, you know, if you're in one of those institutions, particularly if you're an attorney, you know, now is an opportunity to resist. Number six, I mentioned this in the previous hour, be wary of paramilitaries. He writes, when the pro-leader paramilitary.
What's paramilitary exactly?
And the official police and military intermingle, the end has come.
Oh, wow. So would paramilitary be like, you know, the insurrectionists and just as, I don't know.
I think we're a matter of months away from it.
Oh, no.
Keep a very, very close eye. I will. He said, be reflective if you must be armed. Now, that's principally, you know, for people who have to carry weapons because they are security guards or police officers or something else.
I mean, you know, yeah, like if they're a cop or something, like reflect on your actions. If you have a job where you have to carry an arm.
Like that. So number 8, stand out. He says, remember Rosa Parks. The moment you set an example, the spell of the status quo is broken and others will follow.
We hope, right? I hope.
Number 9, be kind to our language. Avoid pronouncing the phrases everyone else does. In other words, don't use the language of the oppressors, essentially. Number 10, believe in truth. He says to abandon facts is to abandon freedom. And, we live in this post-truth
Very true.
world, the alternative facts of the Trump administration. His number 15, contribute to good causes, be active in organizations, political or not, that express your own view of life.
I think there's got to be more within this, though.
Noted in one of my articles, I believe it might have been the Saturday Report at HartmanReport.com, that I am starting to make monthly donations. They're small.
I hear you, buddy, but we're fucking broke, man. People are broke.
The price is down. If you don't buy them now, they won't be available again at this price. These are eyeglasses you have never even seen inside a store.
The past and the needs of the United.
All right, slowed it down. That's why it sounds like that.
The subhead, this is exactly the sort of environment which can turn normal people into monsters who then seize control and ultimately destroy nations from within. Over the weekend, I read there's a brand new book out by a very well-known historian. Policing white supremacy, the enemy within. Both those phrases could be subject to some ambiguity. Why this title?
My co-author, Beth Zasloff, was something very simple and explained what the book is really trying to do. So policing white supremacy, white supremacists and far-right militant violence, with instruction on how they can improve that performance. And more importantly...
Oh, this guy is a former FBI agent.
To recognize that it isn't just a law enforcement issue. This is something that giving law enforcement more powers isn't going to solve. In fact, that's part of the problem. And the enemy within was intentionally ambiguous, both because it somewhat references the idea that the way that law enforcement...
I think it's all very scary and sad.
In this segment, Stephanie Miller is joined by Malcolm Nance. Together, the two talk the latest in politics and ask a simple question. Is Trump above the law? Here's Steph.
So Malcolm, your piece this week is, and you mentioned a lot. He also praised how MAGA has saved the white race while using the near exact words of Adolf Hitler.
What is she saying?
Hitler. Not to mention he's just endorsed the closest thing to the Nazi party in Germany right now. Right?
Yep.
But here we are with the mainstream media going, oh, Elon makes weird hand gestures.
Yeah, that's fucked up. They can't be saying that shit. Like, because at least this person is saying that Elon is who he's
gesture of some kind. I mean, this is exactly how we got here, isn't it?
Yeah, and okay. As much as I can fault the mainstream media, listen, we got to stop referring to them as the mainstream media. I was a contributor when they were the mainstream media. They aren't anymore. They have all bent the knee in loyalty to...
Yeah, they did. Oh, yeah, they did.
Donald Trump, including MSNBC.
Yep.
Okay, let's be honest.
Well, I would say that of Joe and Mika. I wouldn't say that of the rest of the channel. And I keep saying that.
Yeah,
I keep saying that.
Comes out more and more, though, every day. The different channels are doing that.
I'm not talking about the individual host.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the network itself. NBC Universal, MSNBC has made it clear that they are going to lean to the right.
Yeah.
They've said it, made statements to that effect, that they shouldn't be
They have released statements like that. CNN did too.
taking a confrontational tone. It just hasn't come around. Our problem is that we look at them and see them as mischievous or slightly misguided. They have been, the mainstream media now is being bought lock, stock, and barrel.
Yep. I agree. I would have to agree with that, in my opinion.
By Donald Trump, because money talks to them. And that means that we need to start referring to them in terminology that is accurate, the right
But
way.
I mean, really, are they being bought or threatened?
Mainstream media. The same way that they called us the fake news and all the rest of that. It's a fact. So until we start using the correct words and getting our politicians to start speaking like we do, with outrage.
Yes. Thank you, Wild Wisdom. Yes, our politicians need to step up for us. They are the ones who represent us. They shouldn't just leave us on our own.
This is only going to get worse.
Well, and Malcolm, I agree with you. And there's obviously, this is why I platform all the great, progressive warrior voices like yours. But I keep saying that I couldn't agree with you more about Morning Joe. I just think it's unconscionable that they were the first ones to bend the knee to Trump, and they have no credibility talking about other people doing it.
It's disgusting. A lot of the channels are doing that.
It now, but I just think, Rachel Maddow and Lawrence O'Donnell and Joy Reid, our friend, and, so many
I don't
others.
think Rachel Maddow is, though.
Are desperately needed. We were, disinformation is a big reason we lost this election. If we lose the only liberal network, I mean, I desperately think they need to replace the morning show. But I hope that people, now that, the what do you call it?
People have got
Trump
to
administration
stick
has started, that they're back and that people get in the fight,
Yeah, they've got to. I mean, I'm not saying to do anything like was done, like what they did. But peace won't prevail. That's the problem. Peace doesn't prevail, not with these people. I'm not saying to do the same things as them, but like Kamala, okay, so, we don't act the same way as them. So, when they go low, we go high. Like, come on, lady. And she hasn't been around since.
as you always urge people to do, because the last thing we need is more right wing. Right? They're already trying to control every information space, right?
And they will.
Including
And they will. If people stay silent, they will.
TikTok now.
And I'm not criticizing MSNBC just to criticize them. They are being channelized by Trump, by the corporate media world. Just look at the way Jake Tapper at CNN was.
Look at even with that Bishop. I mean, they tried to introduce some bill or something. Like, what the heck?
It was, what did they say? Oliver Darcy called it invasion of the body snatchers. Completely flipped. They were told in no uncertain terms that they will pull all their punches. There will not be any fighting. There will no be fact checking in the truth. And so long as
that is crazy.
MSNBC still has a few hosts, you have to understand there is a role for that. It's like the one liberal at Fox News.
Yeah.
But what you're seeing is what Vladimir Putin did. He bought the entire media and over.
So did Hitler. And people start watching people getting, gone. Then that's just going to be fear tactics.
Time that will become infotainment, and MSNBC remaining hosts might end up being the whipping boys so that the other 40 conservative shows have something to laugh at. This is dangerous to our democracy. Dangerous. We're not just in an information war. We are in an information vacuum in which, unfortunately, the 76 million people that voted for Kamala Harris now are not going to be having the exact, the same information dissemination that they had during the campaign. It's going to the point where our voices might be lost out in the wind. And one of the biggest
I agree with that. I really do.
problems we have is, although you put on every major voice out there, you're one show and there's one channel.
Yeah.
And we need
Well, that's why
spread
selfishly,
our
when people say, oh, you're the only thing I watch anymore. I'm like, yeah, that's great for me, but you're right, Malcolm. No one believes that more than me. I can't be the only one. We've got to take back information spaces everywhere. I mean, you retweeted Ty Ross. It goes to your point about white supremacy and what Elon Musk is doing. He tweeted, MAGA, free eggs and $90 a gallon gas. Trump, best I can do is let you say the N-word out loud. MAGA, I'll take it.
What?
I mean, this is just, it tells you this is what this was always about, right?
Yep. Well, you know what? You're absolutely right. And what you're seeing here is you're seeing the cult at work. You're seeing the, how the machine is now eating up people and eating up our decency. Look, we are always going to be.
What a shame.
The nice people. But if you go on MAGA channels, if you go to a place like, the Patriot.win or Donald.win or anywhere on Twitter now, all they do is characterize progressives, liberals, and never Trumpers as mean-spirited, evil, hateful.
Yeah. Their channels and chat rooms and stuff are just totally like libtard and this and that, where I don't know. I think that
violent people. Yeah. I mean, 180 degrees out from reality. They are doing the Karl Rove manufacturing your reality. And we need to use collective power in our collective absence and collective presence at focused times. What I wrote a Substack called, focusing the resistance, where we use FAFO as focused.
right, but I mean, if a court will actually take a case against that, channel that had done their fact checking on, Elon's platform, social media platform, where the N word is being used more, misogynistic statements are being used more, anti-Semitic. And he sued them not for defamation, just for taking the time to research. For a court to even allow that to, this is crazy.
Action with focused objectives, which spells out the other thing too. And we need to focus ourselves. Here's one thing I want to do. We called for a boycott of the election, the great inauguration, and it was pretty successful. It's been all over. We've done our all near 100 hours.
Yeah, but it didn't happen. Like,
well, do this Saturday at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Michael Steele's show comes on. And if I sound a lot like Michael Steele, it's because we're of one mind. We're friends.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Michael Steele's show this Saturday. Focus yourself and give MSNBC a sign that you do watch.
I've said they should move that show. They should move that.
Yeah, but what they need is our politicians, our journalists and everything. Yeah, great. I mean, that's awesome. But we need those politicians who have actual status in, they've got to speak out for the American people, for what they're seeing. I mean, they can't just turn a blind eye.
And lower them.
That's terrible. I mean, really terrible.
When it comes to rebuilding a healthy gut, there are 3 jarring mistakes people make that I see as a gut health dietitian. Most try.
Everybody.
Think about it.
Set up in Haiti. He speaks about the Ukraine and the Russian war and how they established governments. He speaks about many things that you want to find surprising. If you decide to listen to this whole take, that an interview that was conducted with him, you're going to find some very surprising information about how America conducts itself around the globe. And you wonder why many say it's the greatest country in the world.
I don't know. I think a lot of people are mad at it.
World. Check this video out.
Jeffrey Sachs is a world-renowned economist and a professor at Columbia University. He's been crucial in shaping the Sustainable Development Goals, the Millennium Development Goals, and has been an advisor to UN Secretaries General and heads of state around the world.
A Florida man, yes, a Florida man, who violently attacked police officers on January 6th and was pardoned by Donald Trump. Well, he's back in trouble again, arrested for a gun charge. Let's discuss.
Crazy.
This week, Democratic lawmaker Debbie Dingell appeared on CNN, where she, as she's been known to do, took a few shots at Donald Trump, specifically his supporters. She said that the Trump-inspired threats against elected officials are, quote, getting worse. She also mentioned Donald Trump's Christmas message, where he told everybody to rot in hell.
Dingell said, no, sir. He did not.
Quote, and I, quite frankly, I'm going to tell you what I think it was one of the most pathetic Christmas greetings I've heard when a former president of the United States who wants to return tells people on Christmas Day that they can rot in hell. He is contributing to the divisiveness and division in this country. That's not even
insane. Did he really do that? That's crazy.
That harsh of a criticism. Let's be honest. You could have gone scorched earth against the guy, but this is a very mild criticism in terms of all the criticisms we've seen of Donald Trump. But it was still enough to send Donald Trump over the edge. And he attacked Debbie Dingell. again, Democratic lawmaker from Michigan, by attacking her dead husband, who had served in Congress before Debbie did. And then he
Sounds just like, you know, the local community of here. It's like, you know, the cruelty is off the chain. They just don't have any kind of thought process.
mocked her for crying when he died. Here's what Trump posted on Truth Social after, again, this very mild criticism from Debbie Dingell. He said, "Our country is no longer a respected mess, a nation in decline, a failing, crime-ridden country. When I gave, as president, her long-serving husband the absolute highest U.S. honors for his funeral, a really big deal, she called me crying almost uncontrollably to say that she couldn't believe I was willing to do that for a Democrat. She thanked me profusely. 2 months later, she was back on the trail ranting and raving about Trump. Shut up. Focus on how badly the auto workers of Michigan and the USA as a whole are being treated by China, to which crooked Joe Biden has given his once great industry away."
What?
She was crying profusely because her husband of many decades had passed away.
It's terrible.
And she was honored at the time that Donald Trump did, you know, wasn't a dick about it. Let's be clear. Like, Trump decided he wasn't going to be a jackass, but now he's going to be a jackass and mock you for crying profusely because your spouse died. Now, we know that Donald Trump doesn't actually have human emotions.
We do know that.
Yeah, I mean, he buried his ex-wife, Ivana, on his golf course.
No, he didn't. Nuh-uh. Get out. Is that true? And you know I have to look that up right now, right? Get out. You're kidding. Oh my God.
Spectrum abre cada día una puerta a posibilidades sin límites. Con Spectrum tus juegos te transportan a otro universo y con las velocidades de internet más confiables.
That's unbelievable right now.
The ex-wife of former President Donald Trump sadly died this summer following a bad fall down the stairs. After she passed away, Donald Trump
fell down the stairs. That's how she died. I didn't know that. Suspicious.
had her buried at a small cemetery located on the grounds of his golf course in Bedminster, New Jersey. Following her burial, many people speculated that Trump only buried her at his golf course to capitalize on tax breaks associated with owning a cemetery. But is this all true? And if so, what exactly are the tax benefits of owning and operating a
Is that what it's called? YouTube News? Okay.
cemetery? What's up, guys? Welcome back to Taxes Made Simple. I'm your host, Carlton Dennis. And yes, in today's video, I'm going to clear up the rumors surrounding the Ivana Trump burial tax break situation and explain to you all of the tax benefits for cemeteries that you need to know about. So without further ado, let's dive in. All right, guys, what exactly happened with Trump's...
I cannot believe that is so sad.
Bedminster golf course and the Ivana situation. Trump's golf course in Bedminster, New Jersey sits on hundreds of acres of land. Of these hundreds of acres, about 184 acres are designated as farmland and about 320 acres are classified as golf course. Trump was able to get a farmland designation for a large portion of the land owned by the golf course because of some of the trees on this land are harvested and used for mulch, and he keeps about 8 goats on the property. This entitles Trump to major pro-farmer tax breaks for the farm portion of the golf course land. In fact, for the roughly 184 acres of prime New Jersey real estate that is designated as farmland, Trump only pays about $1,200 in property taxes.
Get the fuck out. Oh my God.
Here, the golf course is an entirely different story. Trump pays roughly $460,000 in property taxes annually for the golf course. In 2014, the Trump Family Trust applied for the New Jersey State Cemetery Board to get a certificate of authority to operate a cemetery company on a roughly 5,700 square foot section of the Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey, near the first hole. In 2016, this application was approved by the board, and the Trump Family Trust was issued Certificate of Authority number 434 on February 4th, 2016 for the small cemetery. Ivana was the first person to be buried in the cemetery on July 20th, 2022. Many people believe that this was a very odd place for her to be buried, and as a result, speculation began to occur that Trump did this to get tax breaks.
Well, she fell down the stairs.
Associated with owning a cemetery.
It's a write-off for them. How is it a write-off? They just write it off.
What are actually the tax breaks and benefits of owning a cemetery? It is true that there are significant tax breaks associated with owning and operating a cemetery.
Do you want me to get one, Night Owl? Just kidding.
We're learning that now. In fact,
Me and
in the state
you?
of New Jersey, cemeteries are exempt from property taxes. They're exempt from income and sales taxes. And cemetery companies have similar tax breaks in many other states as well. In fact, there are so many tax breaks for operating a cemetery company that well-known tax researcher and Dartmouth College sociologist, his name is Brooke Harrington, called Trump's burial of Ivana at his golf course a trifecta of tax avoidance.
Whoa. And she fell down the stairs. She didn't even die naturally.
Referring to Trump's ability to avoid property taxes, income taxes, and sales taxes for the cemetery designated land on his Bedminster golf course. But I gotta ask you guys, did he really bury Ivana there for tax breaks? Because of the fact that there are so many tax breaks associated with owning and operating a cemetery, it's really easy to see why people were speculating that he buried her there simply for tax purposes or for tax breaks. However, there are a number of things that we have to consider before we just assume that's why he did this. The first is the fact that having a large portion of the property designated as farmland, Trump already cut down the property taxes for the property.
I can't even with these people.
By about $100,000. So he's already saving a large amount of money in taxes. Secondly, only a very small portion of the golf property in Bedminster is designated as the actual cemetery. The vast majority of the property is still a for-profit golf course. Generally speaking, in order to qualify for any industry-specific benefits for state and local tax purposes,
I'm in shock.
Most or all of the business's activities have to be related to that industry. So what this means is that it's highly unlikely that Trump would get tax breaks for operating a cemetery on a 500 to 600 acre plot of land that is primarily designated for the use of a golf course. This is especially true considering the fact that the cemetery on the golf course is very small. In fact,
okay, but does he get that?
Is designated only to have burial plots for about 10 members of the Trump family and several hundred other people. That's about it. The entire cemetery site is less than 1 acre. So why did Trump create this cemetery if not for tax purposes? It appears that the main reason for Trump to build this cemetery at the Trump National Golf Course in Bedminster, New Jersey, was not for tax breaks, despite the rumors that have been
okay, come on, I'm on the edge of my seat here.
Rapidly circulating. Instead, it's more likely the case that Trump had simply chosen this area to bury his family members just because he loves the property. The Bedminster Golf.
Come on now.
This is precision.
Oh, come
perfected. From the category leader comes another breakthrough in technology.
According to a new report by the Daily Mail over in the United Kingdom, Ivana Trump's grave at Donald Trump's Bedminster Golf Course in New Jersey has apparently not only been cordoned off so nobody can go see it, but it is now so overgrown with weeds that even when you're standing right above it, you can still barely read it because the weeds and the grass.
Wow, look at that little thing.
And everything are starting to grow over her headstone. She's only been there for a year, and apparently they just have not cut the grass.
Oh my God. How horrible is that?
I mean, it's a golf course. There is somebody out there cutting that grass every single day. That's what you do on a golf course. You have to maintain it. You have to manicure it every day, but they can't be bothered to go a few yards past the first.
I can't believe her kids are allowing that.
Hole on the golf course because that's where they put her, and go ahead and just weed eat around that a little bit. Nope. Just letting the weeds and grass overtake his ex-wife's grave. Now, none of that is surprising. Like, this is honestly the least.
I just can't believe that his kids are letting her kids. I mean,
surprising Donald Trump story I've ever done. You know, they divorced in 1992, so we're talking about 30 years ago by the time she had passed last year. And for some reason, buries her at his golf course, and of course he can get, tax write-offs for that, which is why he did it. So Trump basically desecrating her grave by letting it fall into disrepair. That doesn't shock me. What does shock me is that Ivana Trump is the mother of Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, and Ivanka Trump, who, by the way, this past 1-year anniversary, put a very heartfelt post out on social media about how much she loved her mom and misses her mom. And I get that. I would do the same.
Crazy.
But I also would not allow my mother's grave to fall into disrepair to the point where they had to cordon it off so nobody could see how gross it had become. I mean, this is part of the Trump organization owns these golf courses. Your kids work there. I don't know if
they work there.
Ivanka still does or not, but she still has pull. She still has access to Bedminster. She could be like, Jared, go grab the lawnmower. We're going to go fix mom's grave. So why are the kids not doing anything about mom's grave?
There's like not even a stone. It's just one of those flat stones in the ground.
I want to know. This isn't a story about Donald Trump just leaving Ivana to be overtaken by the vines. This is, how much do these kids not care? I remember when I was little, my mom and grandma one time, and of course my sisters, we went out to some old family graves. I think it was my grandmother's mother. And we cleaned.
I just cannot believe the looks of that thing.
In the headstones, we got, vines off there that were growing. We put plants out. We pulled some weeds all around the graves, to keep it looking nice. And I think about that, doing that as a small child, and we would do it many times. I know it's something people do. If you care enough, you do that. But apparently none of Ivana's own children care enough to walk a couple yards off that golf course and clean up mom's grave, her final resting place.
That's terrible. That is just terrible.
Hey,
we're stepping it up.
We're not slowing down.
We're going to feel this tomorrow.
A sudden tragic death, postponed depositions, online theorizing. Keep watching for what some self-appointed social media sleuths are saying about what they see as the suspicious timing of Ivana Trump's death. On July 14, 2022, Ivana Trump, former President Donald Trump's first wife, was found unresponsive at the bottom of a staircase in her New York City apartment. She was pronounced dead at the scene, according to CNN. Ivana was the mother of 3 of the former president's 5 children, Donald Jr., Ivanka, and Eric. She was 73 years old. Donald Trump wrote on his social media platform,
God, he's such a dick.
Truth Social. I'm very saddened to inform all of those that loved her, of which there are many, that Ivana Trump has passed away at her home in New York City. She was a wonderful, beautiful, and amazing woman who led a great and inspirational life. Her pride and joy were her 3 children, Donald Jr., Ivanka, and Eric. She was so
and yet they don't even go to her grave.
Proud of them, as we are all so proud of her. Rest in peace, Ivana. Ivana was born in Gotwaldov, Czechoslovakia, now known as Elene, Czech Republic. She had a career as a skier and was even an alternate on the Czechoslovakian ski team at the 1972 Winter Olympics in Sapporo, Japan. Eventually, she came to North America and worked as a ski instructor in Canada before starting to pursue a modeling career. This led her to New York City, where she met Donald Trump in 1976 and married him the following year. In the years that followed, Ivana became a fixture in the New York social scene and was also involved in some of her husband's projects, including Trump Tower in New York and Atlantic City's Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino, where she was integral to the interior design. She and the future president separated in 1990 due to his alleged affair with his second wife, Marla Maples. Their divorce was finalized in 1992. After the divorce, Ivana wrote novels and started a fashion company. She appeared in
She's a
several
good-looking woman, Ivana Trump.
television and film projects and remarried twice, though both marriages ended in divorce.
And remember, what? To get married, get everything.
As high-profile deaths so often do, Ivana Trump's death got the social media conspiracy theory mill churning, with some noting that her death came the day before her former husband and children were to take part in depositions related to an investigation into the Trump family's business dealings.
Really?
After Ivana's death, the depositions for Donald Trump, Ivanka Trump, and Donald Trump Jr., which had been scheduled to take place on July 15th, were postponed, according to ABC News. The New York Attorney General's office said in a statement, in light of the passing of Ivana Trump,
what court does that?
Yesterday, we received a request from counsel for Donald Trump and his children to adjourn all 3 depositions, which we have agreed to. This is a temporary delay, and the depositions will be rescheduled as soon as possible. The office also extended its condolences to the family. Despite the Attorney General office's mention that depositions will take place at some unspecified point in the future, it hasn't stopped some social media users from floating the conspiracy theory that Ivana Trump's death was an intentional distraction to delay the depositions. One wrote, I hate sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but this seems kind of convenient that their mother died the day before they're supposed to give testimony. The New York Attorney General's office is conducting a civil investigation into the Trump organization's business dealings. Specifically, the investigation aims to determine how certain assets were valued when the organization was applying for loans or looking for tax breaks, according to ABC News. Attorneys for the Trumps argued that the subpoenas that are part of the investigation were issued for political reasons. CNBC reported that each of the Trumps was scheduled to be questioned separately before their July 15th depositions were postponed in the aftermath of Ivana's death. Eric Trump, who along with Donald Trump Jr. runs the Trump Organization, has already been questioned under oath in relation to the civil investigation. In February 2022, a judge ruled that the Trumps were required to comply with the subpoenas, and that State Attorney General Letitia James had the right to continue the investigation.
The judge today ordered the former president, his two eldest children, Donald Trump Jr. and Ivanka, to appear for testimony within 21 days.
Check out one of our newest videos right here. Plus, even more grunge videos.
And then what, though? All these rich people just get away with everything, huh? Crazy. A lot of times, this lady's not giving psychic readings, is she?
Yeah.
Hi lovelies, and welcome back to my channel, and welcome back to...
Okay, that's not her. Like, are you gonna be right?
Die Völker wollen nicht mehr auf den Schlachtfeldern sterben, damit diese wurzellose internationale Rasse an den Geschäften des Krieges verdient und ihre alttestamentalische Rasse unterdrehen. Über der jüdischen Parole, Proletarier aller Länder, vereinigt euch!
Adolf Hitler has come to completely change the lives of Germans. Promises of prosperity seemed to materialize immediately after taking power in 1933. The nation rises from the ashes, or at least that is what Nazi propaganda shows. Sectors that supported the regime began to enjoy economic benefits. But someone has to pay for it. However, the main victim is the Jewish people. That illusion of a flourishing country serves to hide part of the enormous dictatorship that is consolidating at the head of Germany. Education is now a not-so-discreet camouflage for indoctrination. The fear of repression is the preferred tool for controlling those who oppose the Führer. Military rearmament is the ultimate goal. Hitler is preparing people for war, and the entire population is blindly following him.
Wow, sounds familiar.
In this new military history video, we will walk through the German streets during the Third Reich to discover how people lived. We will learn about the suffering of the less fortunate. And why the Nazi leader received so much support for his dream of building a new empire.
For most Germans, these were good years, a time of growing prosperity. Hitler's Nazis had promised national revival.
Wow.
And they boasted enormous popular support.
Before the outbreak of World War II, life in Nazi Germany was marked by a radical transformation in almost every aspect of society. However, even though we may now think of it in a negative light, as it was a totalitarian and racist dictatorship, the population at that time viewed it in a positive light. A crucial aspect that influenced this view was the country's economic growth. During his political campaign, Adolf Hitler managed to reach large crowds by using people's anger over the defeat in World War I and the signing
Wow. Sounds very familiar.
of the Treaty of Versailles. This agreement was signed by rulers around the world to end the conflict, held Germany responsible for the conflict, and punished the country severely. Through it, the nation lost more than 10% of its territory, and its army was reduced to 100,000 men. In addition, it was prohibited from recruiting new soldiers, and most of its weapons were confiscated. Finally, he was fined heavily, leaving his finances in ruins.
Oh, Hitler?
The Führer channeled the anger of the Germans over the harsh penalty and took advantage of it. He made them a promise. The German people would prosper. To the surprise of some, when he won support to take over the government, he kept his word. On January 30th, 1933, Hitler took power. And over the next 6 years, the standard of living of the population improved considerably. The Third Reich obtained
No, it didn't.
funds through a combination of confiscated property from Jews and loans taken out abroad.
So what makes you think that the standard of living, like, was great for people if you know that it wasn't? You know that there was another group of people that weren't living so fucking great anymore, right?
The Third Reich obtained funds through a combination of confiscated property from Jews and loans taken out abroad. Thanks to this, it generated various public works projects, such as the construction of schools and hospitals.
Thanks to this? Thanks to this? Wow.
Policies served to create millions of jobs and achieve a substantial drop in unemployment in the country.
Wow. It's almost like glorifying it. Like, look, even though we did this, look how better it was for other people.
While this represented an achievement in itself, it also sought to provide help to the Germans by granting loans or reducing taxes.
Wow, you're just prettying this up, huh? Glamorizing it all, huh? Wow.
From these benefits, the Germans could go on vacation, buy modern domestically manufactured cars, or access new technological wonders.
Go kill those Jews then, huh? Because I'm just being shocked. Wow.
Such as television. The population was happy with the progress that had been achieved and reflected this with unconditional support for the Führer, their hero, their savior.
And all the whole time they didn't care that Jews were being killed. Wow.
Bubbling enthusiasm. It was contagious.
Wow.
One woman turned to me, a perfect stranger, and said, "He is my mother and my father. He keeps me safe from all harm."
Germany in these years was gripped in a cult of the Führer. The leader.
I'm just in shock that they fucking knew. And we're like, yeah, but look what we're getting.
The Nazis urged Germans to put their differences aside, to rally behind Hitler.
Look at him all doing the same fucking pose that Elon was.
Actions of the state continued to accumulate in different areas, while the affection for Hitler increased. The regime encouraged outdoor activities and subsidized all kinds of sports. There was even a government organization dedicated to leisure, with proposals for adults and children.
And in the meantime, though, they're confiscating all the Jews' stuff. That's just crazy.
The family was the central value of the Nazi universe. Father, mother, and if possible, many children. That was what was going to ensure the greatness of the nation. With this in mind, the Third Reich also included loans on favorable terms for newlyweds, which substantially increased marriages.
If they start doing that here.
Along with this, particularly prolific women were rewarded with medals and financial benefits. However, those who did not meet the standards of the supposed pure race that Nazism promoted suffered another fate.
Diary, Berlin, December the 10th, 1935. The Genetic Health Act or Sterilization Law has been passed.
Wow.
And envisages extensive examinations and tests for engaged couples before they get married. If things continue like this, we'll soon have a race of supermen. So far, there is no sign of this happening.
Yeah, that's gross.
This regulation was key to the regime. Through the so-called Nuremberg laws, the first thing that was sought was to prohibit marriages between Aryans and Jews or any other person belonging to groups considered inferior. Following that, only German women considered pure were encouraged to reproduce en masse.
So that would be why they got rid of the abortion, in my opinion.
Meanwhile, Hebrews, Gypsies, disabled women, or those belonging to other circles called undesirable, were subjected to forced sterilizations.
Oh, wow.
This was part of a broad eugenics program implemented by the Third Reich, which sought to eliminate the transmission of certain genes within
And that shit started right in Battle Creek, Michigan.
the population. The Nazis dreamed of being able to control the offspring that would dominate the world once they rebuilt the German Empire. But for that to happen, it was necessary for the Aryan race to unite in order to procreate quickly. A peculiarity about the incentives we talked about earlier was that of the awards. On August 12th of each year, coinciding with Hitler's mother's birthday, the Führer himself awarded the most prolific women the Cross of Honor.
Turning 5 figures into 6 figures, trading 0 DTE options.
It's really sick.
DTE trades and sends them directly to you for free.
It was bronze for those who had more than 4 children, silver for those who had more than 6, and gold for those who had more than 8. Likewise, the 10th child of a pure German woman was sponsored by the Nazi leader and had to be named Adolf.
Oh my God.
Now, beyond the
Yeah.
fact that many felt honored to contribute to their country, there were several other aspects that influenced the lives of the nation's mothers. Sterilizations were not the only way in which the government controlled female sexuality. The state promoted chastity before marriage and severely
If all this starts happening, well, no.
punished adultery, especially among non-Aryan groups of people. On the contrary, those women who met the parameters of racial purity were often taken to establishments where they were forced to have sex with an SS soldier, to become pregnant and strengthen the people.
Wow. So even the German women weren't safe. Weren't safe.
The Third Reich exercised dictatorial control. But Germans who saw the economic benefits and were enthralled by Hitler's nationalist rhetoric turned a deaf ear to the suffering of minorities.
And their own women that were being forced to procreate with these SS soldiers were unbelievable.
During the early years, even people in neighboring countries such as Poland recognized the government's work and moved
And,
to
and there's a big sign called Deutschland, whatever. The one that, you know, Elon now they're calling it that.
Nazi soil.
I come to Germany convinced that the overwhelming majority of the people don't find the political system of the Third Reich unjust or harmful. On the contrary, I'm convinced that many millions of people are profiting from Hitler's victory. Above all, unemployed people and everyone whose life is filled with national pride.
Wow, that is just unbelievable that people, yeah, all people were not safe, but because they were having to live by his rules, or this is crazy.
Convinced that the system has indeed taken away certain moral values from people, but in its place has brought material advantages.
Wow, so as long as money was involved, they were just fine with what was going on to other people, as long as they were getting paid. But in the meantime, their own women are getting essayed, in my opinion. I'm just in complete shock over this.
This view is a clear example of how the population accepted everything that happened around them. In line with the role that women occupied, The slogan that encapsulated the Nazi vision was Kinder, Kusha, Hirsche. The first word translates as children and refers to their aforementioned obligation to have and raise children. The second means kitchen and speaks of the fact that they had to take care of the home and domestic
children, kitchen,
chores. The last is church, since German women had to maintain a moral and religious life within the values of Christianity. For Hitler, women could not be part of the Nazi Party or have a job. Their political...
Wow. So, what propaganda to be saying, oh, but the whole country was so happy with what was going on. I highly doubt that a lot of those women were happy with what was going on.
Or public participation was considered inappropriate. He encouraged even professional women to leave their positions so that they could be occupied by men. In this way,
wow. Oh my God.
They should only dedicate themselves to the proliferation of the race. As expected, in the midst of a regime that knew how to use propaganda as its most powerful weapon, organizations were created for the indoctrination of the new generations. There,
This is awful.
both young women and men were actively recruited to promote National Socialist ideology and reinforce each other's traditional roles.
The Germans adore military show. In Nazi Germany, everyone has a uniform. If it isn't,
I really don't think that everyone was loving it, though. I really do not. I really don't. Because the Germans don't even like the thought of it now.
the uniform of the Army, Navy, or Air Force, it is that of the SA, SS, or some party organization. Even the little boys and girls have been strutting about in the uniform of the Hitler Youth, or the Union of German Girls.
In the case of the female groups, women were taught how to do household chores and the importance of being wives and mothers.
Wow. So they just kind of ended their education. I mean, they ended the Jewish people's education and all the others that they didn't like, and the German women.
Loyal to the regime. Nazi values were also instilled in young girls, and they were prepared for their future. Meanwhile, the Hitler Youth aimed at boys had another focus. This was a movement driven by the Führer's party, which sought to indoctrinate the next generations to perpetuate the 1,000-year Reich.
Wow. Wow.
That was the National Socialist vision, which thought of centuries and centuries of German domination worldwide. And to achieve this, it was necessary to place special emphasis on young people as the leaders of tomorrow. Given this, the teaching focused on militancy of ideals, physical training, racial concepts, and absolute obedience.
Oh, man. That's probably why they broke down the whole... That's why... Oh,
Against Hitler.
No, no.
This movement was something more than just a German version of the Boy Scouts, and it soon became the entry of youth into a military life. The Nazi leader knew that his future soldiers were being trained there for the Great War he was about to lead. In 1936, this paramilitary organization
all blondes, every single one of them.
Became compulsory for all children between the ages of 10 and 18. However, it was not the only place where the regime's indoctrination took place. Schools also became centers where children were instilled with National Socialist values, even before opening a textbook.
Wow. No wonder he wants to break down the education system.
From the beginning, buildings already displayed signs with swastikas and portraits of Hitler, as well as the Nazi flag in the playground.
Wow, that sounds just like you know who.
Although some subjects, such as mathematics and physics, did not change much, others underwent dramatic changes. In biology classes, teachers focused on racial purity, contrasting the superiority of Aryan students with members of the Jewish community. Likewise, they told girls to be selective with their marriage partners, encouraging them to avoid interracial reproduction.
Wow.
Great importance was also placed on physical activity. In 1934, the Nazis brought back the 3-lesson-a-week drill program that had been eliminated under the previous government. In addition to improving the health of the children, the practice was designed to teach
You
leadership
should see all those thousands of little kids they have out there doing like exercises.
skills and provide a soldier's mindset. Geography classes were also riddled with propaganda, with books emphasizing geopolitics, the expansion of Germanic tribes throughout history, and German superiority that was to flourish again.
And now you got Elon over there wanting to fucking promote them.
Despite all the preparations for war, the population was unaware of how close the conflict was. They lived in a deceptive sense of peace and tranquility, where Hitler was an exemplary leader.
In the meantime, Jews were being killed and Romas and wow.
Yesterday, we followed the ceremonies on Butterberg on the radio. Once again, Hitler spoke excellently. All over the world, war, strikes, unrest. Here, profound peace. The people know this, or they would not celebrate him so much.
Undoubtedly, Nazi propaganda was doing its job perfectly. And while most Germans were living a good life, hatred towards a small portion of the population was growing more and more. It was they who knew the dark side of the Führer's dictatorship from the very first moment. As you can imagine, we are talking about the Jews. However, in addition to racial discrimination, this group was pointed out as the culprit of all the evils that had plagued Germany in the past. This generated hatred and fierce persecution.
After the seizure of power, the National Socialists are able to connect directly with the anti-Jewish attitude of many resort managements and hoteliers. In 1935, Jewish tourists are completely excluded from the beaches of the German North and Baltic Seas. A corresponding decree from the Reich Ministry of the Interior in July 1937 is thus superfluous.
Despite this, anti-Semitism cannot be attributed exclusively to the Nazi regime, as it had existed in Europe for several centuries. The early Christian church described them as people who were unwilling to accept the word of God, who were agents of the devil and murderers of Jesus. During the Middle Ages, they were prevented by laws from owning land or holding public office. They were excluded from most occupations, forcing them to earn their living through money lending, trade, and exchange. They were accused of causing plagues, killing children for religious rituals, and secretly plotting to dominate the world. None of these accusations were true, but they were conveniently taken up by Hitler to develop his plan. The Jews were labeled as the worst of evils. Everything negative that had an impact on Germany was attributed to them, who now no longer represented just a group of another religion, but a completely different and inferior race in the eyes of the Third Reich. The persecution led to the expropriation of all their assets to fill the coffers of the Nazi government, and various personalities left the country for fear of repression.
That's terrible. Took everything that they owned.
In the summer of 1935, Berlin looked like the cosmopolitan city it had been before 1933. A lot of traffic, advertising, hustle, tourists, and bustling activity.
Join Planet Fitness and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month. Deal ends January 31st.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready? All right, 108.
The expulsion of many artists and scientists was not readily apparent.
A ruthless enemy had been created that was being defeated by the powerful Führer. Thus, the leader finished conquering the hearts of his people. Whatever he proposed, he would have the unconditional support of the Germans.
We're heading that way.
In this way, it was not difficult to carry out one of the greatest atrocities of humanity, the Jewish extermination known as the Holocaust. Millions of people who belonged to this group were confined in concentration camps, where they lived in inhuman and cruel conditions. Those who did not die from this were sent to the gas chambers where they were murdered. There is no doubt that this was the darkest chapter of Nazi Germany, but the Jews were not the only ones persecuted by the regime.
Yeah, remember this, everybody.
In fact, any opposition to the Third Reich was crushed. Democratic institutions were dismantled with Hitler's rise to power. Organizations like the Gestapo and the SS were key in monitoring, intimidating, imprisoning, and eliminating political dissidents, communists, trade unionists, and anyone who posed a threat to Nazi ideology. Both the state's secret police and its paramilitary group carried out arbitrary arrests without trial. At the slightest suspicion of being an opponent, the person was simply arrested and sent to the same concentration camps where the Jews ended up.
So if you just went against them, you were done.
In this way, the Nazis quickly eliminated anyone who was against the policies of the Third Reich. And despite so much darkness, the streets of Germany continued to show the population enjoying an alternative reality.
The year
Fucking nuts. Bunch of fucking nuts.
1937 is the quietest of Hitler's 12-year reign. There are no foreign policy provocations, no new racist laws, no publicly staged pogroms. If one were to believe the footage shot by amateur filmmakers who come from the upper middle class, the people in Hitler's Reich enjoy their lives.
All propaganda.
Finally, in 1939, the Nazi farce collapses. Adolf Hitler's true aspirations are revealed with the invasion of Poland. The military rearmament that had been taking place in the shadows has been a great success.
Yeah, everybody is like thinking, oh, it started in 1939, but it didn't. It started in 1933.
The country's armed forces are powerful and are advancing rapidly with the Führer's expansion plan. The Second World War begins to take shape, and the German population that enjoyed privileges by simply looking the other way has now become involved in the largest conflict in humanity.
Yep, because their hands are fucking dirty.
The conflict will leave millions dead and the fall of the Third Reich. The Germans will once again be plunged into misery, with a country totally in ruins and controlled by the enemy. The rest is history. Now, after having learned about the daily life of the people who inhabited German territory during the first years of Nazi rule, the time has come to say goodbye.
That's not a fart, that's a fucking commercial.
After the collapse of the Third Reich and the end of World War II, the German people were caught in an unprecedented spiral of suffering and reprisals. From the devastating advance of the Red Army in the east to the forced expulsions of entire communities, the German population fell victim to atrocities on an unimaginable scale. Rapes, executions.
Okay, boo-hoo. Not trying
In
to
the
be
dense,
mean.
secluded forests of eastern Poland, a sinister plan was taking shape in late 1941. The Nazi regime, under the veil of war, was constructing one of the most efficient killing machines in human history. Sobibor, named after a nearby village, would become synonymous with death, secrecy, and the darkest depths of human cruelty. The selection of...
You know, what I'm saying is now they've got a regime back in there. Elon is supporting it. I mean, it's just disgusting. Just disgusting.
Sobibor's location was no accident. Situated in the Lublin district of occupied Poland, approximately 80 kilometers northeast of the city of Lublin, the site was chosen for its strategic advantages. SS Obersturmführer Richard Tamala, tasked with overseeing the camp's construction, recognized the area's potential. The dense forests provided natural camouflage, shielding the camp from prying eyes and potential aerial reconnaissance. More critically, Sobibor's proximity to the Chelm-Vlodāwa railway line made it an ideal terminus for the trains that would soon bring countless victims to their doom. This railway connection was part of a larger network that the Nazis referred to as Sonderzüge, or special.
Most people knew what was going on.
Trains, dedicated solely to the transportation of Jews to extermination camps. Construction began in March 1942, transforming the peaceful woodland into a place of nightmares. The camp was built on a rectangular plot of land approximately 400 by 600 meters in size. The architectural
All this building going on and everything, and nobody fucking.
design was a testament to the cold, calculated efficiency of the Nazi extermination process. Sobibor was divided into 3 main areas, each serving a specific purpose in the killing machine. This layout was similar to that of Treblinka and Belzec, the other 2 primary extermination camps of Operation Reinhardt.
But they already had him going. Unbelievable.
The first area, known as Camp 1, served as the reception zone. Here, unsuspecting prisoners would disembark from the trains, still clinging to the hope that they had arrived at a transit camp or labor facility. This area included a ramp where trains could unload their human cargo, as well as barracks where victims were forced to undress and surrender their valuables. Camp 2 housed the living quarters for the Jewish prisoners, forced to work in the camp, as well as workshops and storage facilities. These workshops, ironically
Shaved
named
all their heads because they used it for hair cloth. Hair cloth. Really bad. Shit's bad.
named Himmelstraße, or Road to Heaven, were where victims' possessions were sorted and processed before being sent back to Germany. But it was Camp 3, hidden from view and separated by layers of barbed wire and dense forest, that housed the gas chambers, the beating heart of Sobibor's deadly purpose. The layout was designed to facilitate a smooth, almost
unreal
industrial flow of human beings from arrival to extermination. SS Obersturmführer Franz Stangl, who would later become the camp's commandant, described the process as a production line. It worked so smoothly.
Wow.
This
Wow.
chilling efficiency was no accident. It was the result of careful planning and a willingness to treat human lives as mere units in a deadly equation. Stangl, in a post-war interview with journalist Gitta Sereni, further elaborated on the camp's design. It was a cleaner and easier method of extermination than shooting people in pits, which had been the practice before. The construction of Sobibor was a cruel irony, as many of the laborers were Jews who unknowingly built the very facility that would claim
How does home care actually work? Melissa's been caring for her mother at home for 2 years and receives $1,500 per month.
Ahead of the snap polls next month, billionaire CEO Elon Musk has showed his support to Germany's far-right party, the AfD, called the Alternative for Germany Party. And this comes as thousands of Germans launched demonstrations against the AfD party. In a video address at a campaign rally in the eastern city of Halle, Musk hailed the AfD as the best hope for the future of Germany.
Hi, Snow.
Wunsiedel, a small town in northern Bavaria with 9,000 inhabitants situated around 15 kilometers from the Czech border. Several German anti-riot police units are being deployed throughout town. an event that takes place here every year. The organizers belong to a highly surveilled neo-Nazi political party, Dritte Weg, the Third Way. They have gathered to commemorate Adolf Hitler's deputy Rudolf Hess.
I can't even believe that still goes on.
A key figure in the Nazi regime, but you won't find swastikas or silver eagles on their sweaters or t-shirts. In Germany, the glorification of Nazism is punishable by 3 years in prison.
Keine Erwähnung zu Rudolf Hess. Und wer hier Englisch sprechen möchte,
in the 1920s, just like now, there arose a whole series of kind of proto.
Oh, really? I think his music sucks, in my opinion. Just in my opinion.
We're in 2024. In Europe, against the backdrop of an acute migration crisis and electoral abstentions, 2015 paints a concerning picture of the far right and its evolution.
Die historische Entwicklung des Rechtsextremismus in Deutschland nach dem Krieg.
See?
There is concern about the size and scope of extremism.
Correspondent Evan Williams investigates the rise of Germany's far right.
People think you're going to restrict the press.
I'm all right.
People.
I'm a little pissed about fucking this Elon now promoting, you know, fucking
And
this shit.
and the fight against it.
We consider right-wing extremism the severest and most threatening danger that we have right now.
Now on Frontline, Germany's enemy within.
They were very dangerous. They were very well prepared. We're not talking about
And he's like promoting them and shit.
some amateur warriors. We're talking about people that are really trained in using weapons.
In the fall of 2022, German intelligence chiefs were secretly monitoring a suspected far-right plot to overthrow the government.
Man hatte Pläne geschmiedet, tatsächlich.
See. And he's over there fucking supporting him. Sicko. He really is. That's so crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's terrible. And he's fucking, you know, supporting them. Yeah, you know, because they
next month, billionaire CEO
that voice from Brazil or something.
Elon Musk has showed his support to Germany's far-right party, the AfD, called the Alternative for Germany Party. And this comes as thousands of Germans launched demonstrations against the AfD party. In a video address at a campaign rally in the eastern city of Halle, Musk hailed the AfD as the best hope for the future of Germany.
That's disgusting. Elon Musk backs aid and that's disgusting. So their head, oh really? That's kind of neat. I wouldn't mind going to Brazil. This motherfucker is actually backing this. Their elections are in February. So he's fucked around with this one. And now he's going there. Unreal.
He also urged the supporters to fight, fight, and fight for Germany's future. The tech billionaire added that the current regime is suppressing speech very aggressively.
Wow.
You want more self-determination for Germany?
Yeah, and now people are going, oh, he didn't do no Nazi salute. Like, yes, he did.
Yeah, for the countries in Europe, and less from Brussels. That's my opinion. I think there's too much bureaucracy from Brussels, too much control from sort of global elite.
Musk's comments comes after many criticize him for making a public hand gesture similar to a Nazi salute earlier this week. Several European leaders.
Yeah, but here they're saying, oh, it wasn't even the ADL. That's disgusting.
Leaders also lambasted him for interfering in European politics with comments on his social media platform X against German and UK lawmakers. Following Musk's address, AFD's Chancellor contestant Alice Weidel congratulated and wished Elon Musk and US President Donald Trump the very best to make America great again.
Snap elections? What does that mean? Headed for snap elections. What does that mean? Snap elections. I can't believe he's there now. On his big old face there. Shouting. Unreal. This fucking guy.
President Donald Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, all the best to make America great again.
Oh, wow. Oh. No. Did you just see what was going on? Did you hear what I was just playing? Wow.
Much like President Trump's policies, the far-right party AFD in Germany has opposed migration and climate change. During the rally, Weidel stressed that remigration is needed for a safe and secure living, while urging German party.
This is the group that they have been in power since Hitler, and he's backing them. Of course he's a nut. I mean, he's not stupid, you know?
To join in coalition with the AFD.
I was criticized for my speech in the German town of Riesa because I used the word remigration. And I'll say it again here and now, we need remigration in order to live in safety.
Remigration?
Meanwhile, tens and thousands launched demonstrations against the AFD. The demonstration saw minor squabbles between demonstrators and the law enforcement officials. Similarly, demonstrations were held against the far-right party across several cities in Germany.
This is terrible.
According to German authorities, around 35 to 40,000 demonstrators rallied in capital Berlin. However, organizers claim that around 100,000 Germans took part in the anti-AFD demonstrations in Berlin. At the Brandenburg Gate, demonstrators used
Musk hails as the best hope for justice.
Mobile phones to form a sea of light for democracy, while waving letters forming the word resistance.
We have to wake up again in these times because unfortunately it's going in the wrong direction, I think. And yes, we simply want to send a message. Democracy is simply a good...
At least they're protesting against it there. We all just fucking sat and let it happen.
Thing, and we simply have to stand together and above all simply show that what the AFD is doing is not conforming, is not reasonable.
Wow. When was the day we thought that fucking Germany would just I'm just in shock that people should be afraid.
Whether you're setting new goals or continuing to commit to old ones, it's always the right time to make sure you're getting the
final manifesto for Germany's federal election in February. As well as sharpening their language on migration, they also confirmed their candidate for chancellor, the former Goldman Sachs analyst Alice Weidel, who had, just days before, live-streamed a friendly chat with billionaire Elon Musk on X, with some delegates reportedly shouting Alles für Deutschland, a wordplay on the banned Nazi slogan Alles für Deutschland. So in this video, we'll take a look at the AFD's election manifesto, what their main policies are, and how much sense they make in practice. New podcast, The World Leader Leaderboard. Find it over on the TLDR Podcast YouTube channel. Manifesto is available on the Bundestag website. We're using this as the main source for our video, along with other German news sources to corroborate the bits we're quoting. All our sources are linked in the video description below. Now, let's...
it has. Mm-hmm. No, it's coming from the right, too. It's not, it's coming from everyone. I mean, come on, the Proud Boys, they're rights.
Get into the manifesto, starting with immigration. The
These
AFD
are
is
far rights. The left doesn't hate Jews. I mean, that's just ridiculous. A lot of people hate Jews, whether they're left or right. It's been going on for centuries.
Undoubtedly best known in Germany and abroad for its strict closed border and anti-asylum policies. Their manifesto pledges to, quote, close Germany's asylum paradise, which would involve mass deportations through a, quote, comprehensive repatriation offensive. As part of this, the AfD says it will repatriate criminals, dangerous persons, and all Syrian citizens who are no longer entitled to protection, and that they will then proceed in a similar way with persons from other asylum countries.
And there's something going on with this shit. This is terrible.
Other immigration policies include processing asylum claims outside of Germany, removing all immigration and asylum quotas, ending the resettlement scheme for Afghan refugees, and reducing benefits for migrants.
Right. It's not even no longer Republican and Democrat. It's just chaos.
Including lowering the minimum subsistence level for those awaiting deportation. The party also wants to end all refugee support services, as well as state funding for NGOs in this area. Implementing these policies, by the way, would likely require Germany to withdraw from the EU's new migration pact.
It's just like there's no sympathy or compassion for...
What's interesting, though, is that the AfD actually sharpened their migration policy between their draft and final manifestos at their party conference. Members voted to delete a statement from the draft about welcoming European workers under the EU's free movement agreement, and also passed an amendment to add the controversial term remigration into their manifesto. For context, remigration is an ethno-nationalist idea, usually espoused by far-right extremists, which involves forcing or promoting the return of people not of European heritage back to their place of racial origin, without regard...
That's ridiculous.
...to their citizenship status. At the start of last year, the German media reported that AfD affiliates had held secret gatherings discussing wide-scale remigration plans that included...
Well, I think it's a dictatorship right now.
...targeting German citizens with an immigration background. This sparked outrage across Germany, and the AfD was forced to publish a statement clarifying that it does not differentiate between German citizens with and without a migration background. Despite this, the party now appears to have doubled down on its use of the term, with Weidel saying she wanted to, quote, repatriate on a large scale. I have to...
They're just using, like, word salad to make, you know... It's craziness. It's a shame, really.
That would claim their lives and the lives
I don't know about that.
of their families. These workers, brought in from nearby ghettos and labor camps, such as Włodawa and Krakow, toiled under the watchful eyes of their
That's
Nazi
what they're going to do. They're just going to make all these people work till they're dead, like the
overseers, unaware of the true purpose of their labor. Among them was Shlomo Schmeidzner, a teenage metal worker who would later become one of the few survivors of Sobibor. In his memoir,
Mom, Dad?
We have something to tell you.
Yeah, but twin brother, we never told you.
Inferno em Sobibor, Schmeidzner recounted the confusion and fear that permeated the construction site. We worked like slaves, not knowing why or for what purpose. The Germans were always shouting, always in a hurry. Schmeidzner's skills...
They're going to do that with all the people that they're rounding up.
As a goldsmith, would later save his life, as he was forced to craft jewelry for the SS officers from the gold teeth extracted from victims.
Oh my.
As the camp neared completion, the Nazis...
That's disgusting. Unbelievable.
...implemented stringent security measures to ensure their genocidal activities remained hidden.
Yeah, it is happening, yeah.
A double fence of barbed wire over 3 meters high encircled the camp. The space between the fences was filled with tangled barbed wire, making it nearly impossible to pass through. Watchtowers manned by armed SS guards dotted the perimeter, their machine guns trained on both the surrounding forest and the camp itself. Landmines were planted in the nearby fields, creating a deadly barrier for anyone attempting to escape or approach the camp. The perimeter was further secured by a network of tripwires connected to flares, which would immediately alert the guards to any escape attempts. To maintain the illusion of Sobibor as a transit camp, the Nazis went to great lengths to disguise its true nature. A small railway station was built, complete with a ticket counter and fictitious timetables. SS guards, when interacting with new arrivals, often wore railway uniforms to perpetuate the deception. This facade of normalcy was crucial in maintaining order and preventing panic among the newly arrived prisoners. The camp even had a small zoo, visible to new arrivals, to reinforce the idea that Sobibor was a civilized place. As survivor Thomas Blatt later recounted, the deception was so complete that some victims asked about connecting trains to other destinations.
What a shame. You're kidding, right, Snow?
First transport arrived at Sobibor on May 3rd, 1942. It carried 200 Jews from the Krakow labor camp, marking the beginning of Sobibor's deadly operations. The victims were led directly to the gas chambers, where they were murdered using carbon monoxide from engine exhaust. This initial test run confirmed the efficiency of the camp's design and set the
That's disgusting.
stage for the mass killings to come. Among the victims of this first transport was Josef Schreibman, whose name is one of the few individually recorded from that day. Over the next weeks and months, the frequency and size of the transports increased dramatically.
That's disgusting.
By June 1942, the camp was operating at full capacity, with trains arriving almost daily. SS Oberscharführer Kurt Bolander, who served at Sobibor, later testified, "We could process up to 4,000 Jews in a day. The system was like a conveyor belt." One particularly large transport arrived on June 13th, 1942, carrying 1,000 Jews from Krasnik, Poland. Within hours, nearly all of them had been murdered. The Nazi regime continually sought ways to increase the camp's killing capacity. In autumn 1942, they added additional gas chambers, allowing for even more efficient mass murder.
Why? Why?
This expansion coincided with the height of the Action Reinhard
Oh my God, look at these little kids.
operation, the Nazi plan to exterminate Polish Jewry. The new gas chambers could kill up to 1,300 people at a time, using the exhaust fumes from a captured Soviet tank engine. The bodies were
Oh, come on.
then burned on massive grills made from railway tracks, with the ashes often used as fertilizer in the camp's vegetable garden. A
Get
grotesque
the fuck out.
example of the Nazis' twisted efficiency. As 1942 drew to a close, Sobibor had already claimed tens of thousands of lives. The once quiet forest now echoed with the sounds of suffering and death, hidden from the world by layers of deception and the complicity of silence. On December 5th,
Complicity of silence.
1942, Heinrich Himmler visited Sobibor, praising its effectiveness and ordering further expansions. In a chilling entry in his diary, Himmler wrote, "The Jewish question has been solved in general government. The remaining work camps will be gradually liquidated." Operation Reinhard.
It's just disgusting.
Sobibor's role in the Nazi genocidal machine.
Is this it? Hello? Come on! Let's see.
In the annals of human history, few chapters are as dark and horrifying as Operation Reinhard, the Nazi regime's systematic plan to exterminate the Jewish population of Poland. Launched in October 1941, this deadly initiative would claim the lives of over 1.7 million Jews.
The world definitely knew what the fuck was going on.
By its conclusion, in November 1943. At its core, Operation Reinhard was the manifestation of the Nazis' genocidal ideology, fueled by anti-Semitism and a twisted vision of racial supremacy. The operation was named after Reinhard Heydrich, the chief of the Reich Main Security Office, who was assassinated by Czech resistance fighters in June 1942.
Good for them. Good for them. Absolutely. Silence is that'll just be done then.
The architect of this murderous enterprise was SS Obergruppenführer Odilo Globoknik, a man whose brutality was matched only by his efficiency. Appointed by Heinrich Himmler himself on July 17, 1941, Globoknik oversaw the construction and operation of 3 main death camps.
I mean, they're fucking building on this shit. They got movies about, like real fucking. Somebody knew that it was going on.
Beck, Sobibor, and Treblinka. These camps formed a lethal network, each designed with a single purpose: the rapid and systematic murder of Jews. Globoknik's fanaticism was evident in his statement to his staff.
In my opinion, that's the reason why Elon went to Opswitch, just to get some ideas.
Gentlemen, if ever there was a generation that had thrown off the old shackles, then it is our generation. We must have the courage to act brutally. The collaboration between SS officers at these camps was a grotesque example of shared expertise in mass murder. Techniques refined at one camp were quickly adopted at others.
That's just disgusting, man. Like they wanted to just... It's just gross.
For instance, the gas chamber design used at Sobibor was based on the success of similar chambers at Belzec. SS Oberscharführer Kurt Bolender, who served at both Sobibor and Treblinka, described the killing process. The Jews had to undress and were driven into the gas chambers.
How humiliating, too. Having to get naked in front of complete fucking strangers. So disgusting. I mean, just disgusting.
After 18 to 20 minutes, the gas chambers were opened and the corpses were taken out.
Oh.
This grim knowledge transfer extended to other aspects of camp operations, such as body disposal methods and deception tactics used to keep new arrivals calm. Globoknik's influence on Sobibor and Operation Reinhard cannot be overstated. Known for his ruthlessness, he demanded ever-increasing efficiency in the killing process. Under his direction, the camp's capacity was expanded, with new gas
just unreal
chambers added in autumn 1942. His frequent visits to Sobibor ensured that his vision of industrial-scale murder was being realized. In a chilling report to Himmler, dated January 5, 1944, Globoknik boasted of the operation's
Look at them all sitting there with smiles on their faces.
Success, stating that the entire Jewish action produced a total of 178,745,960 Reichsmark. This
they fucking took all their money and shit. That's what that was about, man.
Equivalent to over $700 million in today's currency, represented
$700 million.
Wealth of countless murdered Jews. The logistics.
All their money. Hi, Wiggy. All their money came to $700 million that they took from them. Unreal.
Of death that fueled Operation Reinhard were staggering. The German railway system, the Reichsbahn, played a crucial role in transporting victims to Sobibor and other camps. These transports came not only from ghettos across Poland, but also from as far away as the Netherlands, France, and even Greece.
Wow.
On March 5th.
And they wouldn't even stop or feed them or nothing. What do you mean, StreamYard? Wiggy, what does that mean?
In 1943, a transport arrived from Westerbork in the Netherlands, carrying 1,105 Jews, including 40 children under the age of 4. Within hours, all but a handful selected for labor had been murdered.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know who you are. Wiggy, I don't know who you are.
The journey to Sobibor was a dehumanizing ordeal.
I always wonder if, like, you know how Hitler wanted to be an artist? If he wasn't discouraged from becoming an artist, if maybe he would have never done this, you know?
Survivors like Thomas Blatt described being crammed into cattle cars with no food, water, or sanitation for days. We were packed so tightly that the dead remained standing, Black
Oh,
recalled. In his
could you
memoir
imagine? Oh my God.
From the Ashes of Sobibor, he further described the horrific conditions. The stench was unbearable. Children cried. The elderly moaned. Some people lost their minds. Upon arrival at Sobibor, between March 1942 and October 1943, an estimated 250,000 Jews were murdered, with some historians placing the number as high as 350,000. The economic aspects of Operation Reinhard were as calculated as its murderous efficiency. The theft of Jewish property was systematic and thorough.
That's
At
what it
Sobibor,
was about,
a team
huh?
of Jewish workers, known as the Gold Union,
Just fucking taking all their money. That is insane. And making jewelry out of their gold teeth and hair cloth out of their hair and soap out of their fat, their body.
Gold Jews, was forced to sort through victims' belongings, extracting anything of value. Gold teeth were pulled from corpses, jewelry and precious stones were catalogued, and currency from across Europe was collected. This stolen wealth was then funneled back to the Reich, helping to fund the Nazi war effort.
Oh, wow.
The scale of this theft was enormous. In his post-war testimony, Kurt Gerstein, an SS officer who visited Sobibor, estimated that the value of gold and jewels taken from victims at the Operation Reinhard camps could have been as high as 100 million Reichsmarks.
These people are sick.
This systematic plunder was not limited to valuables. Even clothing and household goods were collected and redistributed to German civilians in what the Nazis cynically called Operation Reinhard Clothing Collection. The human cost of this plunder was incalculable. Esther Raab, one of the few survivors of Sobibor, later testified, "They took everything from us, not just our lives, but our memories, our culture, our very existence." Her words echo the totality of Operation Reinhardt's impact. It was not just genocide, but an attempt to erase an entire people from history.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
Routine atrocities, the life of a death camp at Sobibor.
This honey trick is being hailed as one of the greatest discoveries of the century. Every man over 40 who tried it was able to get.
As the train screeched to a halt at Sobibor's secluded railway siding, a new chapter of horror began for its passengers. The year was 1942, and the Nazi death machine was operating at full capacity.
Full capacity? That's disgusting.
Sobibor, one of the three main Operation Reinhard extermination camps, had been methodically designed to process human beings from arrival to ash with ruthless efficiency.
It's just like piles and piles of people.
The reception process was a carefully orchestrated deception. SS Oberscharführer Kurt Bolender, who served at Sobibor from April to November 1942, later testified, "The Jews were told that they had arrived at a transit camp and would be sent to work after delousing."
I mean, seriously, it's terrible. Where's Turtle Island?
And a shower. This lie was the first step in a macabre dance of death that would unfold over the next few hours. The camp's layout, designed by SS Hauptsturmführer Richard Tomala, was specifically created to facilitate this deception.
I can't get over how many people are there at that circus. Where is that located?
The road to heaven, Himmelstrasse, leading directly from the reception area to the gas.
Oh, you're saying America is called Turtle Island?
Chambers. As bewildered prisoners stumbled onto the platform, SS guards and their auxiliaries, known as Trauniki men, barked orders in multiple languages. Families were brutally separated, with men directed to one side and women and children to another. The air was filled with confusion, cries of distress.
I'm looking it up.
Brothers and sisters, this video is about how our Aboriginal indigenous people of this land, now called America, were lied to by Moors that we looked up to, that look like us, respected, that taught us about their history of only good deeds of enlightening the Europeans in their dark ages.
I hate I mean, if anything, I'll go back to that one, but maybe there's a different one. Hold on. Because I don't like the automatic voice, whatever it is.
Sweet, light, crispy cookies.
Try this one.
So good
See,
you'll
they have
eat
a regular voice.
Ani, Bojo, Joel Egawissa and Digicast.
I can't understand
Welcome
that.
to another episode of White Buffalo Circles.
Okay, I thought he was going to talk.
Today I'm going to tell my daughter the story of Turtle Island and why the Ojibway people call this place Turtle Island. I hope you guys enjoy. I hope you're being safe out there. Take care and I hope to see you soon.
Honey, Sunshine. Mommy. How are you doing today? Good. Good. So, we've been doing a bunch of videos, and today in this video, I'm going to tell you a little story. Now, a lot of times when I work with kindergarten kids and young kids especially, and I tell them that we never called this place Canada, we called it Turtle Island. Turtle Island, right? A lot of them wonder, why Turtle Island? Why would you call this place Turtle Island? So, we're going to tell the story today about why the Ojibway people call this place Turtle Island.
Okay, I want to try a different one.
This is the first video in a series I want to do about where certain myths came from. Of course, we can't always say for certain, but sometimes we can, and sometimes it's interesting to make an educated guess. This overall seems like an overlooked aspect of mythology and folklore, so let's give it a try, and we'll start with the world-bearing turtle. And that's one of its names. It's usually called the world turtle or the cosmic turtle. And one interesting thing to note right off the bat is that this is not a very common subject, right? The creature that holds up the entire world. We can think of one other one, real obvious example, Atlas, and after that, I draw a blank. Meanwhile, you probably do too, but if we talk about, different mythologies about why the sun and the moon are in the sky, we could just go all day. So it seems surprising overall that there aren't more myths about, a living creature holding up the world. And when it comes to non-humanoids holding up the earth, we basically have this one, the turtle. And it's something that developed independently in different places. We can find it in India, China, and Native American culture.
I have heard that from different cultures, yeah.
The India and China versions, of course, might be connected, but certainly they would not be connected to the ones from the New World. Here's a Chinese soft-shelled turtle, by the way, and here's a statue of a tortoise from China to give me a chance to mention that the Chinese myth is definitely different from the other two. In that one, a goddess chopped off the legs of a turtle and used them as pillars to hold up the sky. Not very nice at all. Meanwhile, the other two agree much more in that the turtle actually on its back, on its shell, holds up the earth.
It's kind of sad he's on his back.
And this is what's called a mytheme, a central component, kind of the core of a myth that is shared across different places, different cultures. The difference is, once you get past the core idea between the Native American versions and the Hindu one, is the Hindu is the visualization that you've already seen a couple of examples of, right? There's the giant turtle, 4 elephants on the shell, and those elephants then have the earth on top. Speaking of where certain myths came from, it's very easy.
Ani, Bojo.
So are you a certain tribe, Because they have lots of different stories, too,
Saving money feels right. Just like when things are packed tidy and tight. Get auto insurance that fits your budget and your needs. Save up to 10% when you bundle.
Hey YouTubers, Muskrat Jim here again, and today I want to do something a little different. Recently I was told a traditional native story by an Ojibway elder who lives in Northern Ontario. He's doing great things in his community, teaching the old ways to the new generation. Good medicine, as they say. So come along and listen to the story of the birch tree, as told.
We'll listen to his story.
By Ojibway Joe.
Grandfather, tell us a story. Come,
Then listen well, my children. I'll tell you the story of the weedwas, the birch tree.
Sorry. Let me do that.
The old medicine man asked the beautiful weedwas to watch his camp while he went out to check his traps. Weedwas promised to stay awake and watch the old man's camp. Well, after a long time passed, Weedwas became bored and fell asleep. The trickster coyote appeared and destroyed the camp, stealing all the stored foods. When the old medicine man returned, he was furious. Not only was his food gone and the camp destroyed, but his clothing was ruined and peed on. The old medicine man went over to Weedwas and shook him to wake him up. Weedwas was saying, "Sorry, sorry." The old medicine man responded, "I don't want sorry, just improve." The next day again, Weedwas was given the charge of watching the repaired and salvaged camp. Again he broke his promise to stay alert. This time the old medicine man reached over to the pine tree, pulled off some needles, and began to spank Weedwas. The birds started to laugh at the punishment, so the old medicine man caught the birds and used their feathered bodies to spank Weedwas. From this day forward,
I'd rather hear the history of them.
The Ojibway, Chippewa, or Saulteaux are an Anishinaabe people in what is currently southern Canada, the northern Midwestern United States, and northern plains. They are indigenous peoples of the subarctic and northeastern woodlands. According to the U.S. Census, Ojibway people are one
like Wyoming,
of the largest tribal populations among Native American peoples in the United States. In Canada, they are the second largest First Nations population, surpassed only by the Cree. They are one of the most numerous indigenous peoples north of the Rio Grande. The Ojibway population is approximately 320,000 people, with 170,742 living in the United States as of 2010, and approximately 160,000 living in Canada. In the United States there are 77,940 mainline Ojibway, 76,000
That's not a lot. That's not a lot.
760 Saulteaux, and 8,770 Mississauga, organized in 125 bands. In Canada they live from western Quebec to eastern British Columbia. The Ojibway language is Anishinaabe-Moan, a branch of the Algonquian language family. They are part of the Council of Three Fires, which also include the Odawa and Potawatomi, and of the larger Anishinaabe, which also include Algonquin.
Wix. One platform, any website. Unlimited creation.
The U.S. Ojibway conflict of 1862. While much scholarship has been directed toward the U.S. Dakota War of 1862, much less has been directed toward the conflict and near outbreak with the Ojibway that occurred at the same time. While the Dakota of southern Minnesota retaliated against oppression, corruption, and impoverishment, the Ojibway of central and northern Minnesota threatened the same retaliation for many of the same reasons. In his book, The Assassination of Hole in the Day, historian Anton Troyer considers these lesser-known events, which he calls the U.S. Ojibway conflict of 1862. By 1862, the Ojibway had become accustomed to the reservation system forced upon them through a series of treaties. This system alienated the Ojibway from their traditional culture and was fraught with corruption and fraud by avarice traders, businessmen, and Indian agents. These poor conditions led to unrest among the Ojibway and Dakota alike. While there were many reasons for unrest, there were two in particular that precipitated the U.S.
And then it said like 33 were hung here, so they were getting lynched. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Ojibway conflict of 1862. First, in August of 1862, the United States began to recruit soldiers for the Union Army, which included many Ojibway. However, the Ojibway were manipulated by traders who received payment from the government for each Ojibway they convinced to enlist. The traders accomplished this by first intoxicating the Ojibway with alcohol. The second major grievance was the corrupt actions of
fucking mankind just doesn't have much compassion.
Indian agent Lucas C. Walker, who had embezzled thousands of dollars of Ojibway annuity funds and sold Ojibway treaty goods to white traders for his personal profit. It was also believed that Indian agent David B. Harriman was stealing annuity goods and selling them for his own gain. In addition, by 1860, the United States government owed the Ojibway $81,000 in past due annuity payments.
What a shame.
While these grievances upset Ojibway leaders, The Gull Lake leader Hole in the Day was particularly incensed. Up until that time, Hole in the Day was known to have collaborated with the Dakota chief Little Crow on a plan to attack all whites in Minnesota, while also seeking support from other Ojibway leaders. But Hole in the Day had limited success among his Ojibway counterparts. Nevertheless, following a major altercation at Ottertail Lake, Hole in the Day sent
They actually both kind of look like females.
out a call for action on August 17, 1862, and proceeded to kill the cattle at Gull Lake and take several white prisoners. Also, the pillager band of Ojibway gutted the mission school and trading post at Walker, Minnesota, and Ottertail City. In response, Agent Lucas Walker sent troops to arrest Hole in the Day, but the troops were unable to apprehend the Ojibway leader.
Seems so odd that they would go and, like, you know, kill people at the school and stuff, you know? Just don't see them that way, Indians.
Panic spread throughout the nearby settlements as terror-stricken families fled their homes. 200 refugees sought safety at Fort Ripley, while others went further south to St. Paul. The Ojibway gathered at Gull Lake, where 300 warriors were ready for war. While Indian agent Lucas Walker fled and eventually killed himself, Commissioner of Indian Affairs William P. Dole sent a carpenter named George Sweet to negotiate with the Gull Lake Ojibway and determine what they wanted. Upon meeting Hole in the Day at Gull Lake, the Ojibway leader expressed his grievances over the government officials that had been stealing Ojibway monies. Furthermore, he told Mr. Sweet that he did not want war, but only his rights, and that he could not get
He doesn't now, but he's a closer picture.
his rights through peaceable means. After some discussion, Hole in the Day agreed to a 4-day truce and to release his prisoners. During such time, Mr. Sweet promised that the soldiers would not arrest any Ojibway and that he would return to Gull Lake with a response from the commissioner. True to his word, Mr. Sweet returned to Gull Lake within
Probably gonna screw him over in the end.
4 days with a response from the commissioner. Mr. Sweet informed the Ojibway that the commissioner was pleased that they desired peace and that they had released the captives. He also informed them that the commissioner planned to counsel with the Ojibway, just as soon as he had a contingent of soldiers to protect him. The Ojibway were pleased, shook hands with Mr. Sweet, and departed for their various homes. The Commissioner of Indian Affairs, William P. Dole, met with the Ojibway at Crow Wing on September 10,
Yeah, they still probably didn't get their money, though.
1862. This was nearly the scene of an outbreak, as both the Commissioner and Hole in the Day were prepared for battle. However, Hole in the Day outmaneuvered the Commissioner by placing 100 warriors behind the U.S. forces and out of sight. Upon being threatened by the Commissioner, Hole in the Day exposed his forces, which surrounded and outnumbered the U.S. soldiers.
So that's fucked up. So he threatened them anyway, that fucking guy.
This led to a change in tone of the Commissioner, who was now ready to listen to the Ojibway grievances. Tensions were high as Hole in the Day gave a lengthy address in which he was insolent, defiant, and disrespectful. But tensions calmed when other Ojibway leaders apologized for the earlier incidents of violence, which they blamed upon their young warriors. They stated that their warriors were influenced by the bad advice of Hole in the Day. At the
That's terrible, throwing him under the bus like that.
same time, they reiterated the fact that they had been wronged by the traders and agents, and that they were still owed much money.
Yeah,
The council ended peacefully, but without a solution.
of course.
The next
You know they're not going to give him $80,000.
day, tensions rose once more as 2 white residents of Crow Wing burned down the house of Hole in the Day. Retaliation was threatened.
Hole in the Day is not a bad-looking guy, by the way.
Hole in the Day demanded to be repaid for his losses. Fearing an outbreak was imminent, Governor Alexander Ramsey and Senator Henry M. Rice met with Hole in the Day and the Ojibway on September 15th. For this council, Commissioner Dole authorized the governor to cooperate with Hole in the Day in any measure calculated to secure peace.
Well, yeah, bring
This is
$80,000, motherfucker.
exactly what Ramsey and Rice did, negotiating a peace treaty with the Ojibway, which acquiesced to all of the demands of Hole in the Day. According to the treaty, the United States government promised payment of overdue annuities within 30 days, which was delivered on October 27th.
Ooh.
Official exoneration from all crimes for the Ojibway leaders.
Wow, they really gave it to him.
And it promised an investigation of corruption by Indian agents. This treaty effectively ended the U.S. Ojibway conflict of 1862.
Nice, nice. Telling you that's not a fart. That is on the stupid commercial.
In the middle of the long 19th century, the young United States had fully embraced manifest destiny. a belief that American settlers were destined by God to expand westward across the still relatively unexplored.
These people are always with their fucking, Trump's from God. We're destined by God to take you guys' land. And they've just convinced themselves that everything they do is from God, huh?
Continent. The painting American Progress made by John Gass in 1872 shows an allegorical retelling of the idea. The centerpiece shows Lady Columbia representing the United States, bringing light from the east to the west.
Who the fuck is Lady Columbia? I never even heard of her.
But in the dark, to the left, shows those left in the way. A new state is formed from the Minnesota Territory, now simply the state of Minnesota.
This is really like how the West was won, because while they were distracting everybody with the Civil War, they're fucking taking all the land from the Indians.
Second time added in the Union. Its population before numbered only around 7,000 settlers. In the next 3 years, that number would skyrocket to over 172,000.
Wow.
The state's rich soil and close proximity with the Great Lakes began attracting vast swaths of settlers. But for Minnesota's native inhabitants, most prominently the Dakota, this was a worrying sign of things to come.
That's terrible, huh? It was from 7,000 to 100-something thousand.
The proud Dakota Sioux, who had inhabited the Great Lakes region for centuries, had much reason to worry. In the last decade alone, the United States had essentially forced or coerced the Dakota to sign multiple treaties from 1851 to 1858, depriving local tribes over 24 million acres of land in return for a promised $1,666,000 in cash and annuities. These treaties also left the Dakota bands with 2 reservations, both about 70 miles long and 20 miles wide. These become known as the Upper Sioux or Yellow Medicine Agency and the Lower Sioux or Redwood Agency.
That's barely anything. 140 miles. That's barely anything.
The Dakota, however, were heavily dissatisfied with their new dwelling. The land was mostly open prairie, a far cry from the woodlands they preferred to hunt and fish from for hundreds of years. The federal government, out of touch with the lifestyle of the proud Dakota, expected them to farm from the prairie ground with little means to do so.
I didn't notice, did they? No, I didn't notice.
In the spring of 1858, several Dakota chiefs accompanied Agent Joseph R. Brown to Washington, D.C. in an attempt to further increase the annuity payments. Instead, they would end up signing yet another pair of treaties, giving up another 1 million acres located on the north side of the Minnesota River for a fixed price by the United States Senate. However, it took 2 years.
They still didn't even get their first money.
For Congress to grant granting 30 cents per acre in payment.
30 cents per acre.
And only about half of what was promised would flow into Sioux hands. In 1861, the United States became embroiled in its bloody Civil War, a conflict between the North and South. As a northern state, Minnesota would raise one of the first regiments to fight for the Union. By 1862, that state had mustered 5 infantry regiments and some artillery units. And only the 5th Minnesota had a few companies spread thinly throughout the state. The Dakota took note that many of Minnesota's warriors were gone. The same year, other factors hastened the inevitable birth of a revolt. Minnesota is a state infamously known for its harsh winters. In 1861, the state went through one of its most devastating. All suffered from it, but the Dakota were most definitely hit the hardest. So bad that their entire population was reaching the point of starvation. Secondly, the annuities that were supposed to arrive in June of 1862 never came. The delay was caused by a slow and tardy Congress. It was not until August 16th of 1862 that $71,000 of annuities arrived in St. Paul, the
$1,000?
state's capital.
Or 71,000. 71,000.
Agent trader Andrew Myrick replied, "Let them eat grass or their own dung." The Dakota became incandescent with fury. On August 17th, 1862...
Wait, he didn't give it to them? Let them eat grass or their own dung?
4 Indian men hunted along the Minnesota River. While wandering through the area, they stumbled upon the small village of Acton. There they encountered the home of Robertson Jones and his family. One of the 4 men attempted to steal some eggs from Mr. Jones' farm. Another Indian man tried to stop him, telling him that they belonged to a white man. Not wanting to be accused of cowardice, he claimed that he would shoot Robertson to prove he was not afraid of any white. The 4 Indians later met with Mr. Jones as he returned to his homestead, inviting him to a shooting competition. Mr. Jones kindly accepted as the 4 men seemed friendly, but it proved to be a facade as the 4 braves turned on him and shot Mr. Jones dead. That day's killing did not stop there, however, as the Indians also killed Mrs. Jones and several others.
Why would they just do that?
In town, only 2 women escaped to a nearby home and spread the word of the murders, while the 4 Indian men raced away on stolen horses. The story spread rapidly throughout the Dakota camp, reaching Chiefs Big Eagle and Little Crow. Unsure what was to come next, The leaders of the lower Sioux.
Sometimes I wonder if they didn't just, pretend to be, how like they did the Boston Tea Party and they dressed up like Indians, but they weren't really Indians. Like, I just sometimes wonder if they didn't do that kind of shit just to frame the Indians,
Bands met together at Little Crow's village. War was that revolt against the United States had become inevitable. This was to many the point of no return. Even if they disapproved of the actions of the four men, support for a general uprising quickly grew very popular. For this, the Dakota would acquire a command structure, and most of the other chiefs took a liking to Little Crow, as he had experience aiding the United States in fighting the infamous Chief Incapaduta in Iowa. However, the experienced Little Crow was not so sure. Little Crow at first scoffed at the men, saying, "Braves."
So did they like scam them out of that 71,000?
You are like little children. You know not what you are doing. You are full of the white man's devil water. You are like dogs in a hot moon when they run mad and snap at their own shadows.
I wonder if they were drunk. That's what he's saying. Whiskey. They were full of whiskey.
We are only little herds of buffaloes left scattered. The great herds that cover the plain are no more. See, the white men are like locusts. When they fly so thick, the sky is like a snowstorm. You may kill 1, 2, 10, yes, as many as the leaves in the forest yonder. And their brothers will not miss them. Kill 1, 2, 10, and 10 times 10 will come to kill you. Count your fingers all day long, and white men with guns in their hands will come and kill you faster than you can count.
Kind of sounds still familiar, doesn't it?
But even after Little Crow's protest, the chiefs agreed that it would be too late to negotiate with the whites. Even Little Crow was convinced to lead the Dakota in an uprising. That night, Dakota men prepared their weapons and gathered ammunition. The tribal leaders prepared to lead their bands to their objectives. The next day, terror would begin.
I mean, of course they're all going to be pissed off. I mean, fucking... They were getting ripped off all the time by these Indian agents, so their money
to sweep the Minnesota frontier.
So 12 months ago, I went to a business conference here in New York, and they're giving out these free sample packs of agents.
See, I feel like because the Indians are raising hell in the lower agency. Well, did they like not give them their money and stuff?
August 18th would mark the first day of the uprising. First, the Lower Sioux Agency was completely overwhelmed in a surprise attack by Chief Little Crow. Here, Agent James W. Lynn became the war's first casualty. Andrew Myrick,
What the hell is lower agency and upper agency?
earlier chastised the Dakota, would have his course found stuffed with grass. 13 people would lose their lives in the initial attack on the Lower Agency, and 7 more would lose their lives in flight. As the fierce Dakota continued to lay waste to the Lower Agency, survivors fled towards Fort Ridgley, the only military post so far west in Minnesota. However, Fort Ridgley was only a fort in name. It had no walls or any fortifications. Only a singular barracks and a few surrounding buildings. Worse yet, it was garrisoned by only 76 men of Company B, 5th Minnesota, under Captain Marsh, a Wisconsinite veteran of the Battle of First Bull Run. However, most of his men were green. Captain Marsh first heard.
Seems odd they were able to beat the Indians with all this, these.
The news of the revolt from a survivor named J.C. Dickinson, and even more stories arrived from streams of settlers taking refuge in Fort Ridgley. Marsh did not sit idle and sprung into action. He first dispatched a most urgent message to Lieutenant Sheen of Company C, 5th Minnesota, who en route to Fort Ripley on the Mississippi River. It is absolutely necessary that you should return with your command immediately to this post. The Indians are raising hell in the Lower Agency. Captain Marston posted Lieutenant Thomas Gear with 26 men of the company to stay at Fort Ridgley.
See, 26 men? I feel like the Indians could have got them.
While he took 46 men to discover the revolt himself. As the men in Company B made their way to Redwood Ferry, they came across the burning houses and dead corpses of those who were unlucky enough to be caught in the Dakota's way. As a captain,
I feel like somebody else was doing that. And they were trying to make them feel like it was...
men arrived, and Indian men appeared from the brush. He was armed and fully clothed, but did not seem to act with hostility. The man's name was White Dog, and he called for a council with Captain Marsh. Peter Quinn, Marsh's interpreter...
So an Indian just pops out of the bush and wants to talk with them? I mean...
helped translate for the Wisconsinite. But halfway through, a shot rang out. Scores of Indians appeared from their concealed positions and poured torrential fire into the company. 12 soldiers...
So Indians had guns then, huh?
Interpreter Quinn were killed in ensuing gunfire. Yet the veteran captain managed to rally enough men for a return volley at the Indians, felling only one warrior. Marston took notice of how he was beginning to be cut off on three sides. Falling back, the men found only one escape route, a white thicket that extended downstream for nearly 2 miles. Even here, though, Indians were to be found blocking the path. The only
Yeah, of course.
option Marsh's company had left was across the river. For a moment, he bravely led his men through the current as he was recalled to be an excellent swimmer. Under fire, he managed to guide several men across until a sudden leg cramp seized him, causing him to drown despite any effort to rescue him.
A sudden leg cramp and down.
The most senior subordinate remaining was a 19-year-old Sergeant John F. Bishop.
Oh my god,
Amazingly,
a 19-year-old was their most senior.
he would lead 50 men as well as 5 wounded across. From there, they would make haste for Fort Ridgley. Suddenly, another 8 men involved in the ambush also returned safely. For the Minnesotans, it was a miracle that anyone survived the ambush, but for the Dakota, it was all-encouraging victory. As the survivors made their way back to Fort Ridgley, the upper agency then came under attack. In the ensuing chaos, most of the agency had been burned and destroyed. With its destruction, hundreds more survivors would make haste to settlements further north in the already packed Fort Ridgley, many of them with Dakota hot on their heels. Fortunately for some settlers, help would come from volunteers of the neighboring Wahpeton and Sisseton tribes, safely excavating dozens of settlers eastward. Most people were not so lucky, however. Throughout the day of August 18th, it is estimated that hundreds of settlers and mixed-blood Indians were killed in unforgiving raids on the Minnesota frontier. Few were able to fight back against such sudden and overwhelming odds. Aside from the efforts of the upper Sioux guides, the only opposition...
I think these fuckers were the ones doing the raids, you know, these soldiers against the settlers and the Indians.
Standing in the way between the Warren Dakota and the rest of the state was Fort Ridgley in the sizable German town of New Ulm.
Join Planet Fitness and save $28
Germantown? How nice. There's those Germans causing trouble. No, it doesn't make sense at all. You get braves. You ought not to kill women and children. Doing so makes warriors weak in battle. Those who need killing are those who have been robbing us for so long.
By the end of the 18th of August, the destruction and occupation of the Sioux agencies were complete. For the Dakota, they suffered almost non-existent losses, thanks to the element of surprise. It seemed as though the revolt may drive the whites from the Minnesota Valley. The leading Little Crow was discontent with how the warriors had conducted themselves toward the white.
You would think so, and I wouldn't be letting any of them escape. No survivors.
And civilians. You ought not to kill women and children. Doing so makes warriors weak in battle. Those who need killing are those who have been robbing us for so long. He then argued for a concentrated assault against more strategically important targets, Fort Ridgley and New Ulm. The capture of the government post and the subsequent capture of the city of New Ulm, the largest in western Minnesota, would open up their desired objectives, the Minnesota Valley. Big Eagle agreed with Little Crow's strategy. Other prominent figures such as Chief Wabasha, however, did not, most likely out of petty jealousy they was known to have for their warrior chief. Wabasha's allies would of course take to his side, and the planned attacks on the frontier outposts would not—
That's fucked up. So the other guy is jealous of the other guy, so he won't band together with him.
Commence on the evening of August 18th. Unknowingly, this delay would probably save the fort from destruction. Fort Ridgley, as previously described, was a fort only in name. Its strongest defenses were the stone buildings surrounding the parade ground. Its magazines to the north were vulnerable and unprotected. The fort stables and other
That's fucked up. That's probably what made him lose.
Buildings also remained vulnerable. As for terrain, the fort was surrounded by high ground to the north and to the south like 2 large ravines and 1 small gully, all which were surrounded by thick foliage. Worst of all, Gear now only had around 49 soldiers, most of which were in poor physical condition. The 20-year-old lieutenant could spare none of these men to perform
20-year-old lieutenant
duty. That job would fall to a few armed citizens who lacked the military discipline to perform. To take care of the refugees, he packed all of them into the stone barracks. Gear also dispatched another rider to catch up with Lieutenant Sheehan, who had been hard marching his men for 2 days toward—
Oh, see, they gotta kill that guy. They can't let him get
Fort
there.
Ripley. Incredibly, the fast-riding corporal would quickly catch up to the lieutenant and hand him a message from Greer stating, Captain Marsh and most of his command were killed yesterday. 250 refugees are at the fort. The Indians are killing men, women, and children. Without hesitation, the exhausted Sheehan and his men would douse their fires, pack their tents, and march before midnight.
Then the other guy told him not to kill children, so seems like they were probably the ones doing it.
On the morning of the 19th, Little Crow began rousing his warriors for battle just as Sheehan was less than 10 miles away. Just as the Indian braves began advancing, Little Crow received frightening news from George Quinn, related to the interpreter killed at Redwood Ferry, who told him that a great number of soldiers were in close proximity to the fort. The news startled Little Crow enough to postpone the attack. Indeed, Sheehan did arrive by the afternoon of August 19th with Company C of the 5th Minnesota, bringing the fort's number of defenders to over 100. Later that night, they would also receive help from the Renville Rangers, a unit formed up of mixed-blood Indians and white volunteers.
That's terrible. Their own Indians.
Thanks to the Herculean marching done by Sheehan, the fort had been possibly saved from destruction. However, the Dakota were not ready to leave. 40 more of their mounted men had arrived from west of New Ulm to aid Little Crow, who had decided to attack the next day. In the early morning of August 20th, Sheehan now took over command of the fort. Almost as soon as the American men were roused for battle, Chief Little Crow with Mikado, Big Eagle, and around 400 warriors had surrounded the fort. Little Crow himself started the first assault from the southwestern side where his men would overrun the stables. To Little Crow's frustration, the men who occupied them competed for the acquisition of the horses, greatly slowing the charge's momentum. Little Crow would manage to...
So they have 400 men, and then the other army there has 100. So
rally his men, and instead use the stables as cover for another attack. But at this point, the Minnesota soldiers could easily see the Indians and knew exactly what they were planning. One of these men, Sergeant Jones, a skilled artilleryman, was one of them. He personally wheeled his gun over to the southern edge of the fort where he'd fired an exploding cannonball over the stables, instantly setting them ablaze and driving the Indians out of them. Before retreating, the archers responded by shooting fire-tipped arrows from their bows, successfully setting fire to the shingle-top roof of one of the buildings. But for the rest of the afternoon on the southwest flank, fighting devolved
the stables. That's where the fucking horses are. That's stupid.
Into back-and-forth skirmishing. But as the attack in the southwest withered, a large band of warriors, possibly under Big Eagle Mikado, charged the log houses just immediately north of the stone barracks, quickly driving out the few soldiers posted to them with a terrifying cry of their war whoop. They then turned their attention onto the barracks packed with refugees. A young Esmond Earl, an armed survivor, wrote about their ferocity with which the Dakota attacked. It seemed as though pandemonium itself had broken loose. The war whoops was worse, and I think I dodged more often for them rather than the bullets. Immediately fighting outside the barracks put the refugees into a panic as they flooded into the second story. Many of the armed civilian men did so as well. They were singing, praying, crying, and screaming, said one unknown soldier. Two artillery crews under Sergeant James G. McGrew and a Mexican War veteran, John Whipple, moved their pieces to both sides of the barracks, firing a few rounds to the Indian braves. The exploding rotten balls, as the Indians nicknamed them,
rotten balls,
caused the warriors to scatter in confusion. At least 3 of them were killed and several more wounded. One unfortunate American soldier had also been caught in the fire and killed. By the later afternoon, the gunfire had died down. The fort had held despite the Minnesotans being outnumbered by at least 600 men. Lieutenant Sheehan, who...
That's kind of crazy. That's because they had those cannonballs.
Bravely fought alongside his men, suffered a flesh wound. It was major enough to leave Second Lieutenant Gear in overall command once more.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation.
By August 22nd, Governor Ramsey had been well aware of the revolt for a few days. During that time, he was not idle at all. Even with 4 of the state's regiments fighting in the South, he prioritized the formation of several new regiments as well as the formation of some civilian militia. These included elements of the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th Minnesota Infantry Regiments, as well as the mounted Colon Frontier Guards. Some of the regiments were hastily formed on the spot with a lack of uniforms, training, ammunition, and proper equipment.
Wow.
The man appointed to lead the small relief army would be none other than Colonel Henry Hastings Sibley. Having lived in Minnesota as a tradesman long before the state joined the Union, however, Sibley lacked military experience. Nonetheless, Sibley gathered his rookie soldiers and marched them from Fort Snelling, but upon further inspection of the men, he delayed his advance. The men's weapons were older and outdated, rejected by the army for their questionable quality, and sent
That is crazy.
To the frontier arsenals. Most of the ammunition proved too large a caliber for the rifles provided. Sibley requested for much better weapons, which would take time for him to receive. Fortunately, he would receive enough brand new Springfield rifles just in time to bring the 6th Minnesota to the settlement of St. Peter, just outside Fort Ridgley, which would come under another assault.
Just doesn't seem right. I mean, like, all that time in between with shitty, like, shitty guns, shitty soldiers, and there's 2,000, and they're like 2,000 Indians?
The 23rd. At 1 p.m. that day, the Dakota charged on Fort Ridgley, again starting from the battered southwest corner. Overnight, Little
Yeah, like, yeah, and obviously they would fight back then, because they don't want to pay them their money. They just want to take their land.
Crow had received 300 reinforcements, bolstering his army to 800 or so men. Indian braves on all sides surrounded the point and fired upon it, but the 2 companies of the 5th with the Rangers held firm still. Little Crow bravely urged his warriors forward, but he was grazed on the chest by one of Sergeant Jones' cannonballs. He fell severely wounded, being carried back to the Indian camp. For the Dakota, it was a severe blow to morale. The charge dithered, and sub-chiefs such as Big Eagle had to take over command of the battle, but not even his encouragement could bring the braves within reach of the fort's interior. As they were compelled to fall back, the northwestern corner of the fort came under torrential fire and many screaming warriors. Sergeant McGrew saw the second attack coming and maneuvered his cannon at the braves.
What's fucked up with their cannons? They should have fucking set the whole place on fire.
His cannon belched flame as they fall soared over a large group of Indians and scattered them with the explosion, killing a number of them and wounding many more. One of Sergeant Jones' guns firing at the same men instead fired directly into the crowd, having the same effect. The Dakota then scattered in all directions, still unused to the fire of the rotten balls. The 23rd would see a repeat of the previous assault in which both sides would engage in a dithering skirmish. Despite the gallant efforts of the Indian braves, they never quite closed the distance between themselves and the frontier soldiers.
The peace-loving Indians were right, and plus they were drinking the whiskey too. That's what that other guy said.
While Fort Ridgley's garrison remained on high alert for more efforts by the Dakota, another band of 350 warriors led by Little Crow made a second attack on New Ulm. There, the Dakota braves hoped to make a breakthrough of the settlement's poor defenses. Luckily, the city's garrison was reinforced by 90 militia under Captain Charles Flandreau. There he found 1,500 panicking refugees in the Germanic town. He immediately
What do you mean, refugees?
set his men to work and heavily fortified the town, which came under attack later on the 23rd. At first, the Dakota bands held the initiative, quickly beating the pickets back from the outer defenses on the prairie. They then charged into the city streets, pouring fire into the backs of Flandreau's men. It seemed as though the battle was lost, until Flandreau and his reserves sighed out from the outbuildings and turned the Indians back. Although New Ulm had miraculously held, Flandreau's men were running low on ammunition. He was also convinced that Fort Ridgley had been taken, due to the visible fire started there. On the 25th, the survivors excavated unharassed in Mankato. It was a melancholy spectacle to see 2,000 people, but a few days before had been prosperous and happy, be reduced to utter beggary. Captain Charles Eugene Flandreau on the march to Mankato. Finally, on the 26th of August, Sibley arrived at Fort Ridgley with the 6th Minnesota Infantry Regiment. 3 days.
How are they getting there? Like, how are they going somewhere, telling them, oh, we need more help, and coming back? I mean, as soon as they left the fort, you would think the Indians would just get them then,
Later, another column of volunteers reoccupied New Ulm on the 29th to the scenes of utter destruction. Most of the frontier would suffer the same fate. But the North Star State's defenses were slowly becoming more organized. Their arrival in the next few days would bolster Sibley's army at Fort Ridgley to 1,200 men. Lastly,
see, they're letting them get in there. I don't understand. Why wouldn't they wait on the trail and get them there?
Sibley also learned of the 3rd Minnesota's infantry return after a humbling surrender at the Battle of Murfreesboro in the south. Of course, he would urge Governor Ramsey to have them arrive as soon as possible. At the moment, Sibley had no idea where Little Crow's bands had retired to, or where they were concentrated. His army remained in desperate need of fitting ammunition, bread, and uniforms.
Yeah, that's when they should have got him. I don't understand.
But for now, Minnesota's last line of defense had held. In the next coming weeks, so we gained enough strength to go on the offensive, Little Crow's men would be waiting.
Oh, Little Crow's men are waiting. For two, good. For two. Where is it? For two.
October 3rd, 1862. As Major General William Rosecrans looks over the rolling countryside north of Corinth, the fears that had swirled around his mind have become true. Just across the field is the arriving 22,000-man Confederate army of Major General Earl Van Dorn.
22,000 men now.
Prior to be passing the junction to invade Tennessee instead. Now, with Van Dorn's Confederates poised to attack the town, Rosecrans only has 5,000 men on hand to stop this impending assault. With the rest of his men hours from the battlefield, Rosecrans knows that his thin blue line faces a daunting task. Just as he finishes his final preparations, the atmosphere goes quiet. Surprised by the silence, the Federal defenders pop their heads over the parapets to see what is going on, only to witness column after column of screeching rebels rush out of the trees in full battle array. Rosecrans' brave little forces run out of time. The Second Battle of Corinth has begun.
In the summer of 1864, a beautiful 19-year-old woman, Fanny Kelly, was captured by Indians. While traveling on the frontier for lands in Idaho, her wagon train was ambushed by the Dakota. The men were massacred. The women and children were taken. For the next 6 months, Fanny lived with them. Amid a hostile wilderness and constant threat of death she endured. Her courage and resilience in the face of overwhelming odds would lead her to pen one of the most vivid and gripping accounts of frontier survival.
No, I don't want to. I like this.
October 3rd, 1862. As Major General William Rosecrans looks over the rolling countryside north of Corinth, the fears that had swirled around his mind.
Come on. That's how you maybe, I don't know. No. I want to hear about that.
The U.S. Ojibway conflict of 18.
Frontier survival ever written. This is her story of what it was like to be kidnapped by the Dakota. Welcome to Dates and Dead Guys. But before we get to our story, I research historical topics I find interesting and tell them the way that I would to my friends. If you like that kind of thing, please like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. And if the family set their sights on the Golden Hills of Idaho along the Oregon Trail, hoping that the climate would help them recover. Joining them was their adopted daughter, 7-year-old Mary, recently orphaned by the death of her parents, one of whom was Fanny's sister. She connected with her niece and grew to love and adore her. With distinctive fair hair.
Yeah, they don't ask. Well, let's see this one.
I'm an adult film actor, and I do this
Good for
baking
you,
soda trick
buddy.
to never fail in bed and stay rock hard for hours during shoots.
Jeez,
All I do.
do you mind?
Life on the American frontier was fraught with challenges, dangers, and heart-wrenching stories that still echo through history. Among the most gripping are the tales of pioneer children who were abducted by Native American tribes and eventually made a startling choice to remain with their captors rather than
They did. A lot of them picked to
return
stay
to
with
their
them.
birth families.
A lot of them picked to stay with them.
These stories reveal complex relationships, cultural bonds, and the power of belonging that transcend the surface of these historical events. Join us as we explore the lives of 10 and such children, uncovering the reasons behind their surprising decisions and the fascinating dynamics of frontier life. If you're captivated by untold tales from the Old West, Make sure to subscribe to our channel for more incredible stories that bring history to life. Francis Slocum. In 1835, a trader named George Ewing encountered an elderly woman of the Miami tribe named Maconaquah. At the time, she was in her 60s, well regarded within her community, and had lived a fulfilling life as a widowed grandmother. Her late husband had served as a chief of the Miami, cementing her role as a respected figure. However, what truly surprised Ewing was a revelation that this esteemed elder had been born to white parents. Maconaquah's story unfolded, revealing her original name as Frances Slocum, the daughter of a Quaker family from Pennsylvania. Her life took a dramatic turn when, at the tender age of 5, she was taken by Seneca warriors. This event was not uncommon on the frontier, where interactions between indigenous peoples and settlers could be deeply complex. Shortly after her abduction,
I wonder why they would do that.
Frances was purchased by a Miami family in exchange for a few animal pelts. This family welcomed her as one of their own, raising her with the customs, language, and traditions of their people. In the years that followed, Frances fully embraced her new identity. She grew up among the Miami, married, and supported her husband as he rose to the position of chief. Together, they had 4 children, and Frances played an active role in raising them until they started families of their own. By the time George Ewing met her, 57 years had passed since her initial capture. She was no longer the young girl taken from her Quaker roots, but a proud and integral part of the Miami community. Frances's story became even more remarkable when it was discovered that her brothers had never stopped searching for her. Despite decades of uncertainty, her brother Isaac eventually located her.
Wow, that's crazy, huh?
Union, though poignant, was bittersweet. Frances no longer spoke English, having lived entirely within the cultural sphere of the Miami. Through an interpreter, she explained to Isaac why she chose to remain with the people who had become her family. I do not wish to live any better or anywhere else.
No. It was another tribe that took her in. It was another tribe she stayed with. The Miamis, they said.
Great Spirit has permitted me to live so long because I have always lived with the Indians. Her words reflected the depth of her connection to the Miami and the life she had built among them. For Frances, returning to her Quaker roots would have meant leaving behind everything she had come to value, including the family, culture, and identity she had nurtured for over half a century. True to her convictions, Frances stayed with the Miami until her passing. She was laid to rest alongside the man she had loved and supported as her husband in the land that had become her home, Cynthia Ann Parker.
So this is another person now, another woman.
Cynthia Ann Parker was just 9 years old in 1836 when she was taken by a group of Comanche warriors. This event occurred during a raid on her family's settlement in Texas, a time when such confrontations were common as settlers expanded westward into indigenous lands. During the raid, Cynthia and 4 other children were taken captive. It marked the beginning of a life-altering journey for Cynthia, who was separated from her family and her former way of life. Despite the traumatic circumstances of her capture,
she was 9.
Cynthia managed to survive and adapt to her new environment.
What do you mean? Listen to that language.
Over the next 4 years, she was fully assimilated into Comanche society. She embraced their culture, learning the language, participating in daily life.
And weren't the Comanches like one of the warrior ones?
Bonds with her new family. Reports of her survival eventually reached traders and settlers. One trader, a man named Williams, learned of her presence in a Comanche camp and sought to negotiate her release. Williams offered the Comanche chief any sum of money in exchange for Cynthia's freedom, but when given the chance to speak to her, Cynthia remained silent, staring at the ground. Her reluctance to respond suggested that she had grown deeply attached to her new life. And
well, she loved him, though. I mean, seemed like
was unwilling to leave it behind. This moment marked the beginning of a decades-long effort to return Cynthia to her biological family, a process fraught with cultural misunderstandings and personal heartbreak. It wasn't until nearly 20 years later that Cynthia was forcibly removed from the Comanche.
That's terrible, forcibly?
In 1860, during a confrontation between the Comanche and a group of Texas Rangers, Cynthia was discovered living among the tribe. Recognizing her white skin and blue eyes, the Rangers identified her as Cynthia Ann Parker and took her back to her biological relatives. However, what the Rangers saw as a rescue was, for Cynthia, the loss of everything she had come to hold dear.
Wow, that's terrible. She had been there from 1836.
By this time, Cynthia had spent 24 years as part of the Comanche people. She had married Peta Nocona, a respected Comanche warrior, and together they had 3 children, including Quanah Parker, who would later become a prominent Comanche leader. The Rangers' actions not only removed Cynthia from her home, but also resulted in the death of her husband, further deepening her grief and sense of displacement. When Cynthia was returned to her family, she struggled to adjust. Living on her uncle's farm in Texas, she felt isolated and out of place. Her attempts
That's terrible that they forced her to leave him.
to run away back to the Comanche were unsuccessful, and the limitations placed on her freedom weighed heavily on her. The deep cultural divide and her longing for the life she had known made her transition nearly impossible. Over time, Cynthia's grief and longing for her Comanche family took a toll on her physical and emotional well-being.
Go between your butt cheeks, down between your schnitzel sack.
I hate that commercial.
And just sniff the suds, and you go, okay.
She stopped eating and became increasingly frail. Weakened by malnutrition and eventually succumbing to illness, Cynthia passed away, leaving behind a story that continues to highlight the complexities of cultural identity, belonging, and the consequences of forced assimilation. Cynthia Ann Parker's life serves as a poignant reminder of the human cost of westward expansion and cultural conflict. Her story is a testament to the strength of identity and the bonds formed within adopted communities, even amid historical upheaval. Eunice Williams. Eunice Williams' story is one of transformation and adaptation. After being taken captive by Mohawk warriors, the young girl's life changed completely. Her father, Reverend John Williams, was determined to find her and bring her back to their Puritan community in Deerfield, Massachusetts. Despite his efforts,
Yeah, I know about this one. Because they came and it was snowing, and the snow had piled up the snow so high that they could actually get into the fort in Deerfield.
the Mohawks refused to allow him to buy her freedom. However, they permitted him to speak with her, offering a brief and poignant glimpse into the life she was beginning to lead. During their conversation, Eunice shared her fears and confusion about her new surroundings. She spoke of rituals performed by the Mohawks, interpreting them as mocking the devil, which reflected the lens of her Puritan upbringing. She also mentioned a French Catholic missionary who had begun teaching her prayers, expressing uncertainty about their meaning. "I don't understand one word of the prayers," she told her father. "I hope it won't do me any harm." Her words revealed a young girl caught between two worlds, struggling to make sense of the cultural and spiritual shifts she was experiencing. As years passed, Eunice's identity underwent a profound transformation.
Sounds like she stayed.
A decade after her capture, John Schuyler, an emissary, visited her on behalf of her father. By then, Eunice had fully embraced the Mohawk way of life. She had converted to Catholicism, a significant departure from her Puritan roots, and married a Mohawk warrior. She no longer spoke English and dressed in the traditional attire of her adopted people. Schuyler spent 2 hours attempting to persuade Eunice to return to her father and the community she had left behind. His efforts were met with a quiet but firm resistance. In the entire conversation, Eunice spoke only 4 words in response to his plea to reunite with her family. "It may not be." These words carried a sense of finality, reflecting her commitment to her new life and the bonds she had formed within the Mohawk community. Eunice's decision to remain with the Mohawks illustrates the complexities of cultural assimilation and personal agency. While her father and others viewed her as a captive, Eunice had forged a new identity and chosen to stay with the people who had become her family. Through Eunice's journey, we gain insight into the broader dynamics of colonial-era interactions between Native American tribes and settlers, as well as the personal struggles of individuals caught at the intersection of two vastly different worlds. Her life serves as a poignant reminder of the enduring power of cultural identity and the human capacity to adapt, even under the most challenging circumstances. Herman Lehman. Herman Lehman's life took a dramatic turn at the age of 10 when he was taken by Apache warriors. Over the years, this experience reshaped his identity so profoundly that he no longer saw himself as a white boy, but as an Apache through and through. By the time he was discovered 8 years later, Herman had
Wonder where he was taken from.
completely assimilated into his adopted culture, even to the point of forgetting his original name. Within the Apache community, Herman, who called himself Nda, had earned respect as a skilled warrior. He rose to the rank of petty chief, a recognition of his bravery and leadership in battles. Herman had participated in numerous raids and skirmishes, including one audacious charge into a fort manned by Texas Rangers. These experiences solidified his identity as part of the Apache tribe, both in his mind and in the eyes of those around him. However, a tragic event disrupted his life within the tribe. A conflict arose when a medicine man killed Herman's adoptive father, Carno Vista, an Apache warrior who had mentored and cared for him. Seeking justice, Herman avenged Carno Vista's death by killing the medicine man. This act, while aligning with the warrior ethos of retribution, left him in a precarious position. Fearing retaliation, he fled into the wilderness, choosing solitude over the potential dangers of staying with the Apaches or returning to white society. For a year, Herman lived in isolation, a testament to his resilience and adaptability. He avoided both
I wonder where it took place.
the Apache and settlers, navigating the rugged terrain and relying on his skills to survive. Eventually, he sought refuge on a Native American reservation, where his life took another unexpected turn. News of a blue-eyed, fair-skinned boy living on the reservation reached Herman's biological family, sparking hope in his mother. She traveled to the reservation, clinging to the possibility that this might be her long-lost son. When they finally met, neither recognized the other. Herman's demeanor was wary and distant. Reflecting on this later, he said, "I was an Indian, and I did not like them because they were pale faces." It was Herman's sister who bridged the gap. She noticed a distinctive scar, a mark only her brother could have, and joyfully cried out, "It's Herman!" Her exclamation stirred something deep within him. The name sounded vaguely familiar, as if from a distant memory. Herman later recalled the moment, describing the confusion he felt before the realization dawned. It was his own name. Herman Lehmann's story highlights the profound effects of cultural assimilation and the struggle for identity in a life shaped by two vastly different worlds. Through Herman's journey, we gain a deeper appreciation of the complexities of life on the frontier and the intersections of native and settler experiences. Olive Ann Oatman. When Olive Oatman recounted her time as a captive of the Mojave, she described them in harsh terms, portraying them as uncivilized and her experience as one of great suffering. However, certain aspects of her story suggest a more nuanced reality, one that Olive may not have fully acknowledged or was.
This one is the lady that has the tattoos on her chin. They like marked her with the tattoos.
Reluctant to share. Perhaps the most striking evidence was visible to anyone who looked at her. The intricate blue tattoo etched across her jaw, a symbol of her time with the Mojave. Olive was raised in a devout Mormon family that set out on a journey to California, seeking a new life. Along the way, tragedy struck when Apaches attacked their wagon train, killing most of her family. Olive and her sister were taken captive, but not for long. The Apaches sold them to the Mojave, a tribe that would adopt Olive into their community. For the next
She was pretty.
5 years, she lived among them, not as a captive in the traditional sense, but as a member of their society. The Mojave treated Olive and her sister with kindness, offering them food, clothing, and shelter. The tattoo on Olive's face, a traditional Mojave marking, was likely meant to symbolize her integration into their community. Far from being forced, the tattoo may have been part of a cultural ritual, one that Olive accepted as part of her new life. Such markings were often a sign of belonging and protection, ensuring safe passage into the afterlife. When Olive's brother Lorenzo, the sole survivor of their family, tracked her down, the circumstances of her return were complex. The Mojave were enduring a period of severe famine, and their resources were strained. Concern for Olive's well-being, her adoptive family.
Nutrient deficiencies are an underlying driver of things like poor immune system, poor energy, poor focus, poor gut health, poor skin health, hair health, all the things. And that's why I have loved it.
They reluctantly agreed to let
It wasn't white men who did it. It was the tribe, the Indian tribe.
her leave and reunite with her brother. After her return to white society, Olive published a book detailing her experiences. In it, she criticized the Mojave, portraying them in a negative light. Yet her actions and appearance told a different story. Olive had fully adopted their way of life, wearing their clothes and embracing their customs. The tattoo, which she could not hide, was a permanent reminder of her years with the tribe and a testament to her integration into their culture. One controversial detail adds another layer of complexity to Olive's story. Among the Mojave, she was known by the name Spansa, a term that has been interpreted to mean sore vagina.
Wow. That's kind of...
While its exact significance is debated, it has fueled speculation about her experiences during her time with the tribe. Olive insisted in her writings that she was treated with respect and that her chastity remained intact. The truth behind this name, however, remains a mystery, leaving room for varying interpretations. Olive Oatman's life was shaped by profound cultural shifts and conflicting identities. Her
Yeah, that's what they said. That's what they just said.
experiences among the Mojave likely influenced her more deeply than she admitted. Her story reminds us of the complexities of cultural assimilation and the challenges of reconciling one's past with a return to a very different world. Mary Campbell. Mary Campbell's name is one of many in the tragic history of children taken during Pontiac's War. Like hundreds of others, she was torn from her home and her parents forced to live among Native American tribes as part of a bitter cycle of revenge. The children, including Mary, were meant to replace those lost by the tribes during the conflict. an exchange of sorts as the native people sought retribution for the
Oh, that's the why a lot of times they would take them, huh? Hmm.
deaths of their own. When the war finally ended, Colonel Henry Bouquet took a decisive step to restore peace. He compiled a list of more than 200 children who had been taken during the conflict, then confronted Pontiac's warriors. He demanded that they return each child, threatening that peace would remain elusive unless they complied. The tribes reluctantly agreed, and the children were sent back to their families. However, Mary Campbell's return was anything but peaceful. She resisted going back to her biological family, despite being forcibly taken from the Lenape tribe who had raped
I wonder what they should say what states.
her. Once she was back with her original family, she tried repeatedly to escape and return to the people who had become her family during the years of captivity. This wasn't an isolated case. Many children felt the same way. Of the 200 children who were returned, nearly half attempted to flee from their biological families. They had grown so attached to their Native American captors, who had cared for them, that they preferred the life they had built with them over the one they had left behind.
Wow.
This raises an intriguing question about identity, belonging, and the complex bonds that form between these children and the Native families that took them in. Mary Campbell's story is not just one of captivity and conflict, but a poignant reflection on the impact of cultural
Oh,
integration.
that's Pennsylvania. Okay.
The children who had been taken were often torn between two worlds, the one they had been born into and the one they had come to know. Mary Jemison. Mary Jemison's experience as a captive is one of the most harrowing stories from early American history. At the tender age of 13, she was thrust into a brutal situation that would shape the rest of her life. The Iroquois raiding party that captured her family inflicted unspeakable horrors upon them. And yet in the end, Mary chose to remain with her captors, developing a deep bond with them that would last until her death. Mary was just a teenager when the Iroquois Confederacy launched a raid on her home. The Jemison family, taken from their lives in a terrifying surprise attack, were forced to endure grueling conditions as they marched through the wilderness. A warrior kept them moving with a whip, punishing them if they lagged behind, and the captives were given no food. When they grew thirsty, they were made to drink urine instead of water, a chilling reflection of their captors' complete dominance. As if the journey itself wasn't cruel enough, Mary's ordeal intensified when,
These ones don't sound too nice.
after being separated from her family, she learned of her parents' fate. That night, around a campfire, she saw a warrior remove her mother and father's scalps from a bag, cleaning and drying them over the flames. The image of her parents' scalps would stay with her forever, a haunting memory that colored her entire life. Despite the trauma of this experience, something unexpected happened. Mary, as she grew older, would recount the story of her captivity in a detached, almost nostalgic tone, as though it were the stuff of thrilling adventure. She had been taken by the Seneca, a tribe within the Iroquois Confederacy, and she became fully integrated into their way of life. She married a Delaware man, embraced the tribe's customs, and lived with them as though she had never known any other life. Mary's attachment to her new family was so profound that she chose to stay with them, even after the passage of time allowed her the opportunity to leave. Her deep connection to the Seneca people and her new family appears to have superseded the loss of her biological family. The reasons for her steadfast attachment are complex and may have been driven by the bonds of survival, the care of the Seneca, and the undeniable influence of the environment in which she had grown up. Her story, while filled with hardship and loss, is also a testament to the adaptability of the human spirit. Mary Jemison's decision to stay with her captors highlights the complicated nature of captivity, identity, and belonging. Her life among the Seneca was, for her, a new reality, a place where she found love, safety, and perhaps a sense of
Sure,
peace.
they didn't have much choice. I mean, they killed her parents and pulled out their scalps in front of her. I mean, that's kind of...
that she never could have imagined when she was first torn from her family, the Boyd children. The Boyd children's story is one of stark contrast between the expectations of family reunification and the harsh realities of captivity. After years spent living with various Iroquois and Delaware families, they were finally freed by their father, John Boyd. Yet instead of welcoming him with gratitude, the children chose to flee the moment they were returned to his care, running away to rejoin.
Hold on, let me go back to that. I miss.
The Boyd children. The Boyd children's story is one of stark contrast between the expectations of family reunification and the harsh realities of captivity. After years spent living with various Iroquois and Delaware families, they were finally freed by their father, John Boyd. Yet instead of welcoming him with gratitude, the children chose to flee the moment they were returned to his care, running away to rejoin the people who had originally taken them. This response was perplexing to their father, who had gone to great lengths to secure their freedom, only to have them reject his efforts.
Wow. That must have broke his heart.
The boy children had been captured during an Iroquois raid and sold off to different tribes. Their capture was a traumatic event, one that began with a forced march through the wilderness, where they were forced to watch the brutal death of their mother. She had been beaten to death by the warriors for failing to keep pace, a horrific act that left the children emotionally scarred. Her
I bet.
body was abandoned, and the children were thrust into captivity, where their lives would become a long struggle between two worlds. It took their father, John Boyd, 4 years to track down and rescue his children. The first to be rescued was his eldest son, David. However, the reunion was not the joyous occasion John had hoped for. David expressed no desire to return home, insisting that he wanted to stay with the Delaware family who had raised him.
By then, they probably were strangers.
Despite his father's pleas, David eventually sneaked away in the night, returning to the tribe that had taken him years before. This pattern of rejection continued as John Boyd moved from tribe to tribe, negotiating for the release of each of his children. Despite his success in bringing them back, nearly every child chose to leave again, vanishing into the night to return to their captors. Over time, John Boyd's determination was tested to its limits. He freed each of his children, but no matter how hard he tried.
Do you know what eating cucumber can do to your heart? Cucumber is actually a type of fruit, not a vegetable, known for its high water content. But
He could not compel them to stay with him. Their attachment to the tribes and families that had taken them seemed to outweigh the bonds of blood and home. The boy children's responses speak volumes about the complexity of captivity and assimilation. For years, they had lived among the Iroquois in Delaware, becoming part of these communities, adopting their ways of life, and forming relationships that felt more natural to them than their original family. The trauma of their capture was profound, but
every time they show pictures of them, though, they're showing pictures with, like, regular, the kids. It just like seems like they had a really rough life when they were back with their father.
so too was the sense of belonging they found with their captors. By the time they were freed, they had grown to see their captors as family, and their former lives seemed foreign and distant. John Boyd's experience reflects a painful reality for many families, torn apart by captivity during this period. The children, despite their natural connection to their biological family, were shaped by their years spent among the native tribes. Their emotional attachment to their captors was so strong that they could not imagine life in a world that felt like strangers to them. Boyd's inability to keep his children illustrates the deep cultural divides and the complicated nature.
It's weird how they don't have any pictures of them with, like, the Indian. Like, it makes me wonder, did they really run away and find the tribe again, or did he do something?
Of identity, when one is forcibly removed from their home and raised in a completely different environment. This story is not just one of captivity and rescue, but also one of the lasting effects of displacement, of how children, when removed from their biological families, can form new attachments and identities that surpass those they were born into. Adolph Korn. Adolph Korn's story is a poignant tale of identity, captivity, and the profound impact that forced displacement can have on an individual. When he was freed from his Comanche captors,
Seems weird to me. They showed, they said nothing about, like, what happened to them when they went back to their tribe. How did they even find them? I mean, no pictures of them with them. I don't know, but that guy.
his parents, fearing for his future, moved him far from the tribe that had taken him in. Unlike many other children who had been captured, Korn had no means to return to the people who had raised him. And so, rather than reuniting with his biological family, he fled into the wilderness, choosing a life of isolation in a cave. Korn had been captured at just 10 years old and was sold to a childless Comanche woman. She took him in as her own, and though he initially grieved the loss of his biological family, he soon began to adjust to his new life. Growing up on the frontier, Korn had struggled to connect with his parents, who were often preoccupied with the demands of daily life. In contrast, his Comanche mother devoted all her attention to him, making him feel valued in ways he hadn't experienced before. Over time, he came to love her and the life they shared. 3 years after his capture, Korn's parents were able to bring him back, but his time with the Comanche had fundamentally changed him. Despite being restored to his biological family, he never truly felt
They have pictures here.
at home among them. His heart remained with the Comanche, and he began to express his alienation by raiding nearby farms and stealing cattle. His actions led to a growing record of legal troubles, and in a desperate attempt to prevent him from spiraling further, his parents relocated to a remote ranch, hoping distance would help. However, Korn's disconnection from his new life only deepened. He could not reconcile the person he had become with the life his parents expected him to lead. Rather than try to reintegrate into the white society his parents sought for him, he chose to live in solitude, retreating to a cave where he spent the remainder of his days. For Corn, this cave became a sanctuary where he could remain true to the identity that had formed during his years with the Comanche, away from the pressures to conform to a world that felt foreign and disconnected from the life he had once known. In his solitude, Corn seemed to hold vigil for the Comanche family he had left behind. His decision to withdraw from society speaks to the deep emotional and psychological effects of being forcibly removed from one's community and culture. Corn's story highlights the struggles of cultural identity and belonging, especially for those who were captured as children and grew to view their captors as family. He could never fully return to the life of his birth, nor could he fully integrate into the world his parents envisioned for him. For the rest of his life, Corn lived in quiet reverence for the people he had come to regard as his true family, the Comanche, and he never stopped longing for a reunion with the brothers he had lost. Theodore Babb. Just 14 years old, Theodore Babb was resolute in his hatred for the Comanche tribe that had taken him captive. His life had been shattered when they killed his mother and dragged him and his younger sister Bianca into a life of captivity. Though they could take his life if they wished, Theodore made a vow to himself that he would never willingly accept life among his captors. In the days that followed, Theodore endured severe punishment for his defiance. His captors relentlessly beat him, yet he refused to show any sign of weakness. He did not cry or flinch, even when they struck him mercilessly. His resistance became a test of his will, and though he was young, his determination to maintain his dignity in the face of brutal treatment set him apart. Eventually, driven by desperation, Theodore attempted to escape. However, he didn't get far before the Comanche recaptured him. Instead of receiving mercy, he was dragged back and subjected to an even more brutal beating. Despite the pain, Theodore remained unyielding. His unwavering resolve angered his captors, who grew frustrated with his stubbornness. In a final attempt to break his spirit, they tied him to a tree and began preparing to burn him alive, placing grass and branches at his feet. Amidst this terrifying ordeal, Theodore's younger sister Bianca cried out for her brother's life. Yet even in the face of such a gruesome
BRB. Came back.
Theodore maintained a steadfast composure. He did not flinch or show fear. His eyes locked with those of the warriors who stood poised to kill him, and he silently challenged them to carry through with their threat. Astonishingly, the Comanche hesitated. They saw in this young boy a courage and resilience
See, they got a picture of him.
they had not expected. Rather than kill him, they decided to spare his life, recognizing his bravery. This pivotal moment marked a dramatic shift in Theodore's life. Rather than remaining a captive to be exploited, he was taken under the wing of the tribe. The Comanche began to train him, shaping him into a warrior. They taught him the ways of the tribe, how to ride, how to fight, and how to carry out raids. In a matter of months, Theodore adapted to his new life. Though he had once resisted their influence with all his might, he began to tap into a strength and a sense of purpose that he had never known before. Within just 6 months, Theodore had fully integrated into the Comanche way of life. His transformation was so profound that when his father attempted to buy his freedom, the Comanche chief believed Theodore would never return to his former life. The young boy had become so deeply connected to the tribe that the idea of returning to his old life seemed unimaginable. In the end, Theodore did return to his family, but he was no longer the same boy who had been taken by the Comanche. He had undergone a complete metamorphosis. He was now a skilled Comanche warrior, having participated in multiple raids against white settlers' farms. His time with the tribe had changed him irrevocably, and he had embraced a new identity, one that blended his past with the brutal realities of his captivity. His story reflects the psychological and emotional toll that captivity can take, as well as the resilience of the human spirit in the face of extreme hardship. Though his journey was shaped by violence and loss, Theodore's ability to adapt and survive speaks to the transformative power of experience and the human capacity for reinvention. The stories of these brave pioneer children who forged new lives among Native American tribes are powerful testimonies.
Interesting.
How does home care actually work? Melissa's been caring for her mother at home for 2 years and receives $1,500 per month for.
The Old West, or Wild West, was an era that shaped the collective imagination, blending reality with legends. Between the 19th century and the early 20th century, this period of territorial expansion in the United States generated fascinating stories that still fuel the
The women were just so, like, treated just, I think.
entertainment industry today. Subscribe to the channel and stay with us as we dive into 25 spine-chilling stories that you've probably never heard before. Number 1. George Big Nose Parrott, a famous outlaw of the Old West, met a fate as
George Big Nose Parrott.
macabre as his reputation. After being hanged by a mob in 1881, his body was handed over to John Eugene Osborne, a politician and doctor from Wyoming. Osborne used Parrott's skin to make a pair of boots, which he wore on the day he took office
Oh my God.
as the state governor. Additionally, the skin was used to craft a briefcase, cementing the criminal's dark legacy.
Holy crap. This guy was the fucking governor and he was using the guy's fucking skin for shoes and briefcase.
Parrott's skull didn't have a less eccentric fate. Cut in half, it served as an ashtray, doorstop, and even a pencil holder for Lillian Held,
Oh my
Wyoming's first
God.
doctor. The weirdness didn't stop there.
Wyoming's first doctor.
Osborne and his colleague, Thomas Mackey, used Parrott's body to investigate possible clues in his brain about criminal behavior. Number 2. John Wesley Hardin was known as a ruthless gunslinger of the Old West, claiming in his trial to have killed 41 people. After serving over 20 years in prison, he was murdered from behind in 1895 by John Selman in a saloon
Good. I mean, he shouldn't have really been out if he killed 41 people.
in El Paso. In 1877, during a night of gambling and drinking in Abilene, Kansas, Hardin and farmer Charles Huger decided to rest in neighboring hotel rooms. In the middle of the night, Hardin was awakened by loud snoring from the room next door. Annoyed, he shouted for silence, but when he got no response, he fired several shots through the wall, killing Huger,
God.
who died without ever waking up. Number 3. Fort Griffin, Texas, was known as one of the most iconic places of the Old West. Founded near where Clear Creek meets the Brazos River, this small settlement became a true meeting spot for cowboys, gunslingers, buffalo hunters, fugitives, gamblers, and prostitutes. Its reputation earned it the nickname Babylon on the Brazos, reflecting the intense mix of characters and activities that took place there. Among the notorious figures who passed through Fort Griffin were gunslinger John Wesley Hardin, the legendary Doc Holliday, and his companion Kate, known as Big Nose Kate. The town represented the chaos and freedom that defined the Wild West's image. Number 4. Charles Airbulbs, known as Black Bart the Poet, was one of the Wild West's most peculiar stagecoach robbers.
Black Bart? I didn't know he was a poet.
Born in England, he arrived in New York with his family in 1831. During the 1849 gold rush, he moved to Carolina, where his life took an unexpected turn. He began robbing Wells Fargo stagecoaches, one of the main financial service companies of the time. Black Bart had a unique style. His refined manners and love for poetry set him apart from ordinary criminals. After emptying the safes, he would leave poems as his trademark. Over his career, he carried out 28 robberies and even served time before retiring from crime and returning to New York, where he died in 1917. Number 5. In the Old West, whiskey wasn't just a drink. It was such an intense experience that it earned the nickname firewater. Sellers used a bold demonstration to impress Native Americans. They threw
that's what they were having them drink.
the liquid into flames to show its high alcohol content. The drink's composition back then was anything but conventional. Made from a mix of burnt sugar, chewing tobacco, and raw alcohol, the whiskey was so potent that even the toughest gunslingers felt its effects. One shot was enough to make it clear that this was the West's most dangerous drink.
Chewing tobacco.
Number 6. Elmer J. McCurdy, a bank and train robber, died in 1911 after a shootout with the police in Oklahoma. With no one claiming his body, he was embalmed by Joseph L. Johnson, the local funeral homeowner, who saw an unusual opportunity. He dressed Elmer as an outlaw, put a rifle in his hands, and started charging a penny for each visitor who wanted to see him up close.
Oh my God.
Years later, 2 men claiming to be Elmer's brothers came forward to reclaim the body. Johnson handed over the corpse, but the story took another turn. Elmer ended up in a traveling carnival, becoming part of a bizarre attraction. Eventually, what was left of him was stored in a warehouse in Los Angeles, where he remained until being rediscovered in 1949. Wow. Only 27 years later was Elmer finally buried. Number 7. Although Jesse James is the name most associated with crime in the Wild West, many believe that his older brother, Frank James, was even more ruthless. The two formed the infamous James Younger Gang, which carried out a series of violent robberies, often resulting in the deaths of bank employees and civilians. After Jesse was killed in 1882, Frank decided to surrender. He turned himself in to the Missouri governor with a phrase that summed up his life. "I literally lived on the saddle. I never knew a day of perfect peace." Tried for his crimes, Frank was acquitted and spent the last 30 years of his life away from illegal activities.
That's crazy. He was acquitted.
Working various jobs until his death in 1915. Number 8. James Killer Miller, known as Deacon Jim, was one of the Wild West's most feared outlaws. Although officially accused of killing 14 men, some sources suggest his actual victim count could be up to 50. Among his most controversial acts, it's believed he was the killer of Pat Garrett, the man famous for killing Billy the Kid. Miller was a curious figure. Despite his bloodthirsty reputation, he didn't drink, smoke, and actively participated in Methodist church ceremonies, helping the priests. His reputation for being unbeatable was also true. He survived 4 gunshot wounds to the chest, thanks to a steel plate he used as improvised protection.
Oh, that's crazy. You would use a steel plate as protection.
His luck ran out in 1909 when he was hanged for his crimes. The Killer Deacon went down in history as one of the Wild West's most contradictory characters. Number 9. In 1870, a traveler took a break at a rest stop in New Mexico, between Elizabethtown and Taos. The place was run by Charles Kennedy, a burly bearded man, and his wife Rose, a woman of Ute descent. The couple had a 5-year-old son who, upon seeing the traveler, revealed something disturbing. His father was a murderer and planned to kill him. The child's prophecy soon came true. Kennedy shot the traveler, and to cover up the crime, he also killed his own son for tipping him off. Throughout his criminal life,
oh my God,
Charles Kennedy eliminated everyone who passed by his cabin to steal their belongings.
This is controversial, but honey is 3 times stronger than the blue pill and can give any man full power. Most men think that what
leaving a trail of deaths in the Old West. Number 10. The Benders, known as the Bloody Benders, were a family consisting of John Bender, his wife Elvira, their daughter Katie, and their son John Jr. They ran an inn in Kansas during the 1870s. During this time, reports of unexplained disappearances began to worry the local residents, who decided to organize a search. Although there were rumors that the family practiced witchcraft, there was no concrete evidence linking them to the disappearances. That changed when neighbors arrived at the inn and discovered several bodies buried in the basement. Shortly after, the Benders were found dead, except for Katie, who died in a fire. The story of this
That's crazy. How are they found dead?
family remains one of the darkest cases of the Old West. Number 11. In the Old West, card players took precautions to ensure their safety. It was common to sit with their backs to the wall, having a clear view of the entrance to avoid surprise attacks or approaching enemies. In 1876, James Butler Hickok, better known as Wild Bill, followed this rule at the Nutella and Mant Saloon in Deadwood, South Dakota. Sitting facing the main entrance, he seemed secure. However, Jack McCall, a vengeful adversary, sneaked in through the back door and shot Hickok in the head, ending the
That's terrible.
life of one of the Wild West's most famous gunslingers. Number 12. Mary Catherine Harney, better known as Big Nose Kate because of her prominent nose, had a life full of twists and turns.
Doesn't
Born
really
into
have that big of a nose.
a wealthy family, she lost her parents at a young age and was raised in an adoptive home. After becoming a widow, she moved to Texas, where she worked as a dancer and prostitute. It was there that she met Doc Holliday, the legendary gunslinger and gambler who would later become Wyatt Earp's partner in the famous OK Corral shootout. In addition to becoming his lover, Kate also took part in his schemes. In one of her boldest
Looks young.
acts, she set fire to a barn to create a distraction, allowing Holliday to escape from prison and avoiding a longer sentence for him. Number 13. Scarves in the Old West weren't just a fashion statement. They were an essential part of daily life, alongside hats, guns, and horses. More than just accessories, scarves were multifunctional tools. They protected faces and lungs from dust during long cattle drives, prevented sunburns on the neck,
Nice, good looking.
served as a grip when handling hot pots, and even kept ears warm on chilly nights. Additionally, scarves could double as disguises. With a simple adjustment, a cowboy or gunslinger could turn it into a mask, hiding their identity for less noble activities like bank or stagecoach robberies.
Oh, he's cute, that guy.
Thus, the scarf became a symbol of versatility and survival in a setting marked by the harshness of life in the Wild West. Number 14. Alice Ivers arrived in the United States in 1865 from England with her family. After leaving an all-girls boarding school, she settled in Colorado. It was there, amidst the bustling saloons of the region, that Alice learned to play poker, starting her journey in a saloon in Creede, which was owned by Bob Ford, known for killing Jesse James. With her card skills and undeniable charisma, Alice earned the nickname Poker Alex. She knew how to use her charm as a strategy, distracting opponents and attracting large crowds to the saloons where she played. Her reputation skyrocketed when she managed to win $6,000 in a single night, a staggering amount for the time.
Yeah,
However, her story took a tragic turn in 1910, when Alice killed a soldier in one of her own saloons. The incident landed her in prison, dramatically ending the career of a
well, why'd you have to kill him? I'm sure that there's a reason.
figure who had left a mark on the saloons of the Old West. Number 15. Pearl Hart, born in Canada, was captivated by the allure of the Old West after watching a Buffalo Bill show. At 17, she decided to leave her home and head to Arizona, where her story took on remarkable turns. There, she married Joe Wood, and together they formed a duo of robbers. In 1899, the couple carried out a daring stagecoach robbery. However, the adventure quickly spiraled out of control. Lost in the desert, they were captured, and Pearl became a prominent figure of the time. She was the second woman to commit such a robbery, but the first to survive the experience. While in custody, Pearl was imprisoned, but her time behind bars lasted only 18 months. At that time, prisons didn't have space for women, which earned her a pardon. Number 16. The Pony Express faced the challenge of covering over 3,150 miles on horseback, a daunting task even today. 160 years ago, this revolutionary fast mail service managed to accomplish the feat in just 10 days. Operating between 1860 and 1861, the Pony Express was designed to transport letters and newspapers at unprecedented speeds. The route stretched from Missouri to Sacramento, and to ensure efficiency, riders and horses were switched out every 12 miles. Although it was a milestone in communication at the time, the Pony Express lasted only 18 months. Despite its effectiveness in crossing the United States from the Midwest to the West, its promoters faced losses of $110,000. The failure occurred because the Postal Service preferred to continue using stagecoaches, leaving the Pony Express as a brief but memorable chapter in American communication history. Number 17. The idea of using camels in the American Army might seem odd, but in 1856 it seemed like a practical solution.
He brought the camels. I didn't even see that guy there trying to climb on this camel.
Inspired by camel cavalry units used in Asia and Africa, the Army decided to test whether these animals could navigate the deserts of the western and southern United States. 66 camels were brought from the Middle East and stationed in
That is so weird. I never knew that.
Verde, Texas. The experiment was initially considered a success. The camels could handle long journeys in arid climates. However, problems soon arose. The animals were unresponsive to commands and gained a reputation for grumbling and constantly spitting, making them difficult to integrate into the troops. After the Civil War, the experiment was ended. The unit was disbanded and the camels were sold to circuses or released into the wild. Thus,
Released into the wild, huh? Why don't we have any camels around?
ended the brief and peculiar American attempt to incorporate camels into the Army. Number 18. The practice of scalping as a symbol of power and skill originates with the Apache Native Americans. This tribe, which gave its name to the mountain range in the eastern United States and Canada, adopted the tradition as a demonstration of combat prowess. Over time, the practice was also adopted by white settlers, perpetuating it as a brutal method of intimidation and
18 women went to the hospital last month after their husbands tried this honey trick and grew too much.
Expression of dominance. During the American Civil War, episodes led by William Bloody Bill Anderson brought this violence to the forefront. His Confederate guerrillas committed extreme acts, including murders marked by brutality. Number 19.
Terrible.
St. Elmo's fire is an electroluminescent phenomenon caused by the ionization of air in intense electric fields. During thunderstorms, it appears as a glowing light, often seen on the masts of ships in ancient times, and was interpreted as a sign of good luck for sailors. In the Old West, however, the phenomenon took on a much scarier tone. On rare occasions, the light would appear on the horns of cattle, and sometimes on the ears of horses. This unexpected sight gave the animals a supernatural appearance, capable of frightening even the most fearless cowboys and outlaws. Number 20. Old West movies often portray cowboys as exclusively white, but the reality was quite different. It's estimated that 1 in 4 cowboys was black, playing crucial roles in the dynamics of ranches at the time. These men were responsible for activities such as herding cattle, branding and marking animals, taming horses, and participating in rodeos. During the Civil War, many white farmers who joined the conflict left their ranches in the care of enslaved people, who took over the full administration of the lands and the care of the herds. With the end of the war and the abolition of slavery, many of these freed men found work as cowboys, providing them with opportunities for sustenance and independence. Their presence profoundly shaped the history of the American West, even though it's rarely acknowledged in popular narratives. Number 21. In the Old West, bounty hunters needed to present the body of the wanted person to the authorities to receive payment, as depicted by Clint Eastwood in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. This usually meant transporting corpses over long distances.
Ugh.
A tough and unpleasant job. With the advent of photography, this practice began to change. Bounty hunters started taking the bodies to photographers, who would capture images of the deceased as proof. To do this, the corpse was often propped upright against a wall while the photo was taken, ensuring that the evidence was accepted before the body hit the ground. Number 22. In the Old West, saloons were hubs of socializing and entertainment, but they also carried a high risk of violence. Frequented by gunslingers and other characters of the time, these places often became scenes of conflicts and shootouts. Despite the glamorous image popularized by movies with pianos and fancy decorations, the early saloons were actually flimsy tents that barely held up. One of the most famous, the Long Branch Saloon in Kansas City, still exists today as a tourist attraction. However, the original saloon was destroyed by a fire in 1895 and rebuilt years later, preserving part of its history and the Old West's legacy. Number 23. Tatanka Iotanka, better known as Sitting Bull, was one of the most influential Native American leaders of the 19th century. Renowned for his bravery in battle, he also stood out for seeking peaceful ways to resolve conflicts between his people and the settlers. Additionally, his deep connection with nature and animals reinforced the respect he earned among his tribe. After years of facing the advances of the United States and Canadian armies, Sitting Bull eventually surrendered and was confined to a reservation. During this time, he worked for 4 months in Buffalo Bill's Wild West show, where he performed horseback riding in the traditional Native American style. With the show, he traveled across North America and Europe, but decided to leave the occupation, unable to adapt to the white way of life. Number 24. In the Old West, women were a rare presence in a society dominated by cowboys, gunslingers, hunters, and men of various trades. In towns, the ratio was 3 men for every woman, while in California, this difference was even more pronounced, reaching 9 men to 1 woman. To attract and entertain men in the saloons, women were hired to sing, dance, and socialize. Their main role was to keep the men spending money on alcoholic drinks, making the environment livelier and more profitable. Despite the stigma associated with these roles, not all were prostitutes. Many enjoyed respect and were treated with the dignity of ladies. Number 25. Geronimo, an Apache leader, is remembered as one of the most determined native chiefs to resist domination by the United States and Mexico. Born in Sonora, Mexico, he was taken at a young age to a native community located in what is now New Mexico. His life was marked by a constant struggle to prevent his people from being confined to reservations, challenging both the Mexicans and the Americans along the way. Despite his bravery, Geronimo was defeated. In the end of his life, he converted to Christianity and made a living selling bows, arrows, and autographed photographs. His journey symbolizes the resistance and forced adaptations that many native leaders faced during that time. If you're a fan of the Old West, share your stories and opinions in the comments. What's your favorite Western? Have you ever watched a show on the topic? Don't forget to like this video, share the link with friends and family, and subscribe to the channel.
I hate this commercial.
Go between your butt cheeks, down between your schnitzel sack,
Your
and just
schnitzel
sniff
sack.
the suds. And you go,
She's gross.
okay, that's what she's talking
She's so gross with her
The first Native
schnitzel
Americans didn't just discover a continent. They stepped into a lost world of giants. Picture mammoths towering like living skyscrapers, saber-toothed cats with fangs that could pierce stone, and ground sloths the size of buses. These weren't animals. They were titans straight out of myth. With only flint and courage, our ancestors faced creatures that could crush mountains and shake the earth. Each hunt was a battle against nature's
I don't know. Did Native Americans see these things? They never like had them on their cave paintings and stuff.
mightiest creations, each victory a feat worthy of legends. This wasn't just survival, it was humanity's first epic, written in tracks larger than a man and blood as old as time itself. The first animal up is a rather familiar one, albeit in a form that might surprise many. When we think of horses in the Americas, we often picture the mustangs and wild horses that roam parts of the western United States
Trump
today.
killed.
However, these modern horses are actually descendants of animals brought over by European colonists.
Same.
The true native horses of the Americas had gone extinct thousands of years earlier. During the Pleistocene epoch, North and South America were home to several species of native horses. These included Equus scotti, a horse similar in size to modern horses, but with a larger head, and Hippodion, a genus of horse found in South America that had unusual adaptations for living in mountainous regions. One of the most intriguing of these ancient equines was Equus conversidens, also known as the Mexican horse. Standing at about 1.4 meters or 4.6 feet tall at the shoulder, it was smaller than modern horses, closer in size to a large pony. Despite its small stature, E. conversidens was well adapted to life in the varied landscapes of North America, from grasslands to mountains. Early Native Americans likely encountered these horses and possibly hunted them as a source of food, much like other megafauna of the time. Their extinction, around 11,000 years ago, reshaped the ecosystems Native Americans relied on, as these horses had played a key role in maintaining grasslands. When Europeans reintroduced horses to the Americas in the 15th and 16th centuries, they unknowingly restored an important piece of the continent's lost ecological balance. However, where there were herds of grazing animals, predators followed. The dire wolf, one of the most fearsome predators of the Pleistocene, likely hunted these horses frequently, taking advantage of their abundance and herd behavior. Despite its name and popular depictions, the dire wolf wasn't just an oversized version of the wolves we see today. Anocyandirus didn't belong to the wolf genus at all. It was its own distinct lineage of canines, classified as Enocyan. While it certainly resembled a wolf, its sheer size was more comparable to that of a large mountain lion. With a broader, more robust skull and bone-crushing teeth, the dire wolf was a predator built for power. Weighing up to 68 kilograms or 150 pounds, it was more heavily built than modern wolves, perfectly designed to hunt and bring down the megafauna that roamed the Pleistocene. The dire wolf's hunting strategy was likely different from that of modern wolves. While today's wolves are built for endurance and pack hunting, the dire wolf's robust frame suggests it was more of an ambush predator. It would have excelled at short, powerful bursts of speed to bring down prey. Using its incredible jaw strength, it had a terrifying bite to deliver killing blows, with one study finding them to have the strongest bite of any canine. Like modern wolves, dire wolves were pack animals. For early Native Americans, a dire wolf pack would have been a force to be reckoned with, a shadow in the night capable of striking fear into the hearts of even the bravest warriors. Both humans and dire wolves relied on hunting megafauna to survive, which likely led to competition over prey like bison, horses, and mammoths. At times, dire wolves may have scavenged from human kills, or vice versa. depending on who had the advantage. This dynamic likely fostered a relationship of both fear and respect between the two. Interestingly, recent genetic studies have revealed that dire wolves were more distinct from gray wolves than previously thought. They were so different, in fact, that they couldn't interbreed with other canine species. This genetic isolation might have contributed to their eventual extinction, as they were unable to adapt through hybridization like some other species. As formidable as the dire wolf was, it wasn't invincible. The changing climate at the end of the last ice age, combined with the disappearance of its preferred prey species, spelled doom for this mighty predator. The last dire wolves vanished around 9,000 years ago, leaving behind only fossils and legends. While the dire wolf relied on speed and power, this next prehistoric animal wielded its own kind of defense, an impenetrable shield. Enter the Glyptodon, a walking fortress, unlike anything seen today. This creature looks like a cross between an armadillo and an ankylosaur, thanks to the extensive armor covering its body. It roamed the Americas during the Pleistocene epoch, surviving until around 11,000 years ago, well within the time frame of early human habitation. The Glyptodon was a member of the Glyptodont family, a group of heavily armored mammals that were distant cousins to modern-day armadillos. But make no mistake, this was no ordinary armadillo. Picture an animal the size of a small car, weighing up to 907 kilograms, encased in a domed shell of bony plates. Now, imagine one of the first Native Americans sitting on top of it, only to realize it wasn't a rock, but the shell of an agitated living tank. Speaking of its shell, the creature's most distinctive feature was its carapace, a dome-shaped armor made of hundreds of interlocking bony plates called osteoderms. This natural armor was so robust that it could easily deflect the claws and teeth of most predators. Yet, the shell wasn't just for protection. Recent studies suggest it may have also helped with temperature regulation, allowing the Glyptodon to adapt and survive in various climates. But the Glyptodon's defenses didn't stop at its armor. Its tail, encased in a series of bony rings, was likely used as a powerful weapon. Imagine a club the size of a small tree trunk, capable of delivering bone-shattering blows. This tail club would have been a highly effective tool, keeping both predators and rivals at bay. Despite its fearsome appearance, the Glyptodon was primarily a gentle giant. Its diet consisted mainly of vegetation, with a particular fondness for grasses. Its powerful jaw and flat teeth were perfectly adapted for grinding tough plant material. This herbivorous lifestyle meant that early humans didn't have to fear it as a predator, but its massive size and defensive capabilities would have made it a challenging quarry for hunters. Interestingly, evidence suggests that humans did indeed hunt Glyptodons. Archaeological sites have revealed Glyptodon remains with marks consistent with human butchery. Some researchers even propose that early humans might have used the enormous shells of deceased Glyptodons as temporary shelters, a prehistoric mobile home, if you will. The relationship between humans and Glyptodons wasn't just about hunting, though. These creatures likely played a significant role in shaping the ecosystem. As they grazed, they would have maintained open grasslands, potentially altering the landscape in ways that benefited other species, including humans. Occasionally, we could imagine the Native Americans feeling a sense of peace living alongside the slow-moving Glyptodon.
What's the deal with these ads promising solar panels for free? Well, it's not true. You can't get solar panels for free. But
Glyptodons, but not for this next creature. In its case, it would have struck fear into the hearts of countless generations. The Smilodon, better known as the saber-toothed cat, was a predator unlike any other. With its iconic elongated canine teeth, it became the poster child of the Pleistocene. But let's clear up a common misconception. These weren't delicate daggers. The saber teeth of the Smilodon were robust, more like railway spikes than thin blades. These impressive weapons could grow up to 11 inches long in the largest species, Smilodon populator. But its fearsome reputation wasn't just due to its looks. The Smilodon was also among the largest predators of its era, far surpassing the dire wolves in size and strength. Smilodon populator, the biggest of the three species, likely weighed as much as a smaller adult Kodiak bear. And while the other two species may have been lighter, they were still far from small, standing as formidable hunters in their own right. The Smilodon fatalis, the species that would have encountered early Native Americans, could weigh up to 272 kilos or 600 pounds.
Wow.
Its powerful forelimbs, larger than its hind limbs, gave it a distinctive appearance and were crucial to its hunting strategy. Meanwhile, Smilodon gracilis was closer in size to a jaguar. Unlike modern big cats that kill with a suffocating bite to the throat, the Smilodon had a different approach. Its skull wasn't built to withstand the forces involved in a prolonged bite. Instead, it used its powerful front legs to pin down prey, then delivered a precise, devastating bite to the neck or belly with those saber teeth. This method allowed it to take down prey much larger than itself, including bison, camels, and even young mammoths. But the Smilodon's impressive arsenal came with drawbacks. Those long canines were prone to breaking, and a toothless Smilodon was a dead Smilodon. Evidence suggests that injured or elderly Smilodons often starved to death, unable to hunt effectively with damaged teeth. However, recent research has revealed a different side to the Smilodon's social life. Fossil evidence suggests that these saber-toothed cats may have lived in social groups, similar to modern lions. More intriguingly, studies indicate that Smilodons might have cared for their weak, injured, and even elderly members. Fossils of individuals with severe injuries, such as broken bones or damaged teeth, show signs of long-term survival, which wouldn't have been possible without assistance from others in the group. This
How nice of those saber-tooth tigers. Anyway, you guys, I hope you enjoyed tonight's show. United we stand, divided we fall. Have a good day. Peace, love, and taco.